We are almost to the month of December, guys. Let's take a live now look from Washington, D.C. Now, on the left-hand portion of your screen, this is a look at the top stories that we are paying very close attention to this morning. Let's go ahead and start our 5 a.m. hour with the latest political news. Now, there is a little more than a week until potential rail strikes could wreak havoc on the economy before the holidays. Now, President Biden is gathering congressional leaders to give them a to-do list and to see what they want before the end of the year. Fox correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
We're going to find other areas of common ground, I hope.
With Republicans set to take over the House in the new year, President Biden gathered congressional leaders at the White House to figure out where both sides can agree right now, especially on the looming rail workers' strike next week.
And Congress, I think, has to act to prevent it. It's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk.
Fertilizer and some chemical manufacturers announced they will have to stop moving their products on Sunday. President Biden has called on Congress to force the terms of a tentative deal reached in September. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Wednesday the House will vote on that agreement, and she believes it will pass her chamber before the December 9th deadline.
Weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike. Jobs will be lost, even union jobs will be lost.
I think it will pass, but it's unfortunate that this is how we're running our economy today.
There's also a potential government shutdown mid-December. Leaders Schumer and McConnell say they will try to find a deal to fund the government for one more year.
We hope it can be done this year, and we know that each side is going to have to give in order to send an omnibus to the president's desk.
A group of budget experts sent a letter to leaders in Congress asking them not to borrow any more money for the rest of the year. They say it would only make inflation worse. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, taking a live now look from the United States Capitol building, where House Republicans say that they will make the nation's fentanyl crisis a major focus of their crime prevention efforts once they take control of the House next year. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Huff tells us exactly where things stand right now.
Found stuffed inside appliances and a gas tank, 1.9 million fentanyl pills were seized in 5 stops by Customs and Border Protection agents in Nogales, Arizona. And that's just since Thanksgiving Day.
Every city today is now a border city.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was among congressional leadership who met with President Biden today. He brought up the loads of fentanyl that have made it into the United States.
We had an in-depth conversation about the security of the border and fentanyl coming across, killing our younger generation.
According to the White House, an increase in drug seizures at the border means the administration is doing its job.
We're stopping fentanyl before it even makes it to the streets of the United States. So we have a plan. McCarthy has no plan.
But there is a plan, according to the incoming chair of the House Oversight Committee, Congressman James Comer. He says that come January, combating the synthetic opioid will be the Republican-led House's #1 crime-fighting priority.
I think we're going to have to hold their feet to the fire. We're going to have to use the power of the checkbook. If you want certain levels of funding for different non-essential areas of the government, you're going to have to get serious and work with Republicans on securing the southern border.
According to the CDC, fentanyl is now the leading cause of death for people age 18 to 45.
It's terrible what's going on at the southern border, and it's something that we believe is fixable.
And this month, Pennsylvania became the latest state to decriminalize test strips that can detect fentanyl hidden within recreational drugs. According to the American Medical Association, the tests are only explicitly legal in 22 states. This largely has to do with varying drug paraphernalia laws. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And lawmakers on Capitol Hill are also planning for a busy final sprint to the end of the year. They took a step forward on one Democratic priority today, but others may not be so easy. Fox correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
3, 2, 1. On the lawn of the U.S. Capitol, the Christmas tree lit up, while inside,
the bill, as amended, has passed.
What a great day. What a great day.
The Senate approving the Respect for Marriage Act with 61 votes. It protects the rights of same-sex and interracial couples. The House will take it up next, where there is less compromise. How to avoid a government shutdown on December 16th. Leaders are trying to see if they can come to an agreement on a year-long deal.
I think the way forward is to continue to discuss it and to see what's in the best interest of the country.
Top brass at the Pentagon say lawmakers must do more than buy themselves more time through a continuing resolution, also known as a CR, or else risk national security.
The people who will really bear the burden of this disastrous mistake of doing a CR are the men and women in the military forces.
Next Friday is the deadline to avert a rail worker strike, something President Biden said would be unacceptable. He called on Congress to force the terms of a previously negotiated deal between the labor unions and management. But that is getting pushback from the progressive wing of his party.
It's a pretty difficult moment for the Democratic Party. They've got a choice between really damaging the economy or really hurting their union friends.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Wednesday the House will take up the rail legislation, and she believes they have the votes to pass it. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Take a look at this video coming to our Live Now from Fox desk. We have been tracking dangerous, severe weather as an outbreak was underway Tuesday evening in parts across the South. We've seen numerous strong, long-track tornadoes, destructive hail, damaging winds, as well as flash flooding threatening the Deep South well into the overnight hours. Again, this is just one of many funnel clouds and tornadoes. We saw many tornadoes warnings issued as supercells energized and rolled through the region. We are in touch with our Fox weather team, and we will have a live conversation as they continue to track severe weather across the South. So don't go anywhere. You're streaming live now from Fox. We'll have more top stories in just 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Cyber Monday spending sales definitely hit an online record high. Cyber Monday pulled in more than $11 billion in sales online. That's according to Adobe Digital Insights. Now, that is a nearly 6% more than what shoppers spent on the same day when compared to last year. Adobe says that the record was driven by deep discounts and strong demand for electronics, computers, appliances, and sporting goods. So we know a lot of people are getting their holiday shopping underway. I myself like to do my shopping pretty last minute, but Black Friday and Cyber Monday are behind us, right? So millions of people still spending and looking for gifts for the holidays. The Better Business Bureau has a warning for people, especially those who shop online, to beware of holiday shopping scams. Fox's Brittany Etney has more on what you can avoid getting duped by a shopping scam deal.
The Better Business Bureau says online retail fraud losses across North America may hit more than $360 million this year. So when online shopping, buyers beware. It's the season of deals and steals, as some shoppers still prefer the in-person experience,
I like to see things. I like to touch up.
while other consumers choose the click of a button.
Basically everything I could buy online.
From Black Friday to Cyber Monday, marketing experts say shoppers are still spending.
I think what we are seeing, though, is that a combination of people being concerned about inflation, maybe prices will continue to go up, and a combination of last year's issues around stockouts have caused people to, sort of buy now and act early.
The Better Business Bureau warns nearly 36% of all online retail fraud reports are from fake websites and 40% from email and social media. Cybersecurity experts say it's easy for scammers to impersonate legitimate companies in text and email promotions.
Coupon code or hey, we're having a sale, join now. Just go straight to the website. And you can use the website on your phone through your browser, but do not click the link ever.
And also recommend using credit card backed payment solutions during checkout.
If you accidentally get duped or you click on something you shouldn't and accidentally give your credit card number, you'll be indemnified and covered by a credit card company because they're going to be fighting for their money.
The BBB also has a few online sites they recommend for researching a business and also seeing how long a website has been in operation. All of that is on our website, fox5atlanta.com. At the live desk, Brittany Edney, Fox 5 News. The Better Business
Consumer
Bureau
Confidence
says
Index slumped this month to a 4-month low, reflecting higher gas prices and downbeat expectations for next year. Now, Americans are expressing less optimism about the economy than they did in the spring. The Confidence Board's readings dropped 2 points to 100.2, the lowest level since July. The group's senior director of economic indicators says that there's a decline in current conditions, suggesting that the economy has lost momentum, while the decrease in expectation signals that the likelihood of a recession remains elevated. Still, though, people are in the spirit of giving this holiday season, regardless of how prices are faring to be. Let's go ahead and listen into this report on how we can all give back this Christmas.
'Tis the season to spend money. Black Friday, Cyber Monday, people tracking down the hottest deals on clothes, electronics, and so much more. And following the consumer craze, there's a push for people to also give back, to help people out who are less fortunate. The day after Cyber Monday, called Giving Tuesday.
And Giving Tuesday reminds us that it's a good idea and an opportunity to step forward a little bit and help a friend or neighbor who you don't really know, but who needs your support.
It's coming at a rough time for a lot of families. Inflation has impacted food, housing costs, gas.
The folks in our community who have been hit with these increased expenses are in a tougher spot than they've ever been before. And so greater generosity certainly would be wonderful. And we'd love to think that our friends here in Tampa will be even more generous than usual.
Some nonprofits went into this holiday season concerned they'd receive fewer donations because of inflation, while demand for their services is at an all-time high. But Feeding Tampa Bay President and CEO Thomas Mance is optimistic.
Sometimes when the economy is better, folks can be more generous. But it's interesting. There's a reverse thing that always happens. The tougher it is for people in our community, the more generous others are. Because I think everybody looks at it and says, hey, I understand that right now it's difficult, therefore I'm going to give more sacrificially.
Inflation didn't stop millions of Americans from taking advantage of those Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals. And regardless of the state of the economy, Mance says the spirit of giving remains strong. Justin Matthews, Fox 13 News. 'Tis the season to spend money. Black Friday.
There we go. Stewart Rhodes was found guilty of seditious conspiracy for his role in the 2021 riot. Now, Rhodes, who heads up the far-right Milita, was found guilty of the very rare charge following a months-long trial. Prosecutors say that he plotted and armed a rebellion to stop the transfer of power from former President Donald Trump to Joe Biden. 4 others were also on trial in relation to the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. Kelly Meggs was also found guilty of seditious conspiracy. Meggs and Rhodes now each face a maximum of 20 years in prison.
We're grateful for the not guilty verdicts that were received. We're disappointed in the guilty verdicts. If you look at these charges, there were many charges leveled against our client, Mr. Rhodes, and all the other clients. I assume that some of the other lawyers will talk to you about their clients, but we certainly are thankful for the not guilty verdicts that Mr. Rhodes received. We're disappointed with the guilty verdict. We feel like that we presented a case which showed through evidence and testimony that Mr. Rhodes did not commit the crime of seditious conspiracy. There was no evidence introduced to indicate that there was a plan to attack the Capitol. So I just want to say that we are grateful for the opportunity we've had to present the evidence on behalf of our client, Mr. Rhodes, and we're willing to take any of your questions. Mr. Bright?
After 10 weeks of work, I think Ed just said it all.
Do you have any plans to try to appeal?
Of course. Okay, excuse me, Ed. Can you move? Jesus, I hate this town. We do. We're appreciative. Thank you very much. It's been a long 10 weeks. I'm ready to get back to Texas without question. I think Ed said a lot of it. The government did a good job. They took us to task. Hopefully there were moments that we offered compelling evidence and testimony in this case regarding Mr. Rhodes specifically. It goes without question we're disappointed. Out of 25 total counts, there were 11 guilty verdicts, so that's, batting above the Mendoza line, certainly. So if anybody has specific questions, we'd be more than happy to answer them at this time.
Do you have a chance to talk to your client?
I cannot see you or hear you. Can you make yourself known?
Do you have a chance to talk to your client? And what did he
Not
say?
yet, we haven't, ma'am. I'm going to go meet with him. He's given me some handwritten notes of some things that he'd like done, and we're going to look into all of it and take the proper appellate steps as necessary.
Are you planning to appeal the seditious conspiracy verdict?
Of course.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you talk to the jury? No, they didn't want to talk. I think they've had enough after 10 weeks. They were given the option that if they desired, we would be able to come back and meet with them in person, and we were informed by the court administrator that they had chosen to go home, which I respect.
Do you think they got a fair trial? They were concerned at the outset they couldn't get a fair trial here. Do you think the jury was fair? Fair?
I think that's a question to be very careful about. Look, they were out for 3 full days on a 50-page jury charge. It's hard to argue that that period of time they hopefully gave good conscience and thought to the verdicts they were rendering. The way that the verdicts were delivered seems it seems that they took the time to piece them apart. Like with Mr. Rhodes, guilty of one count, not guilty of another, then the next 15, 12, guilty, but then the next one not guilty. Obviously guilty on the aiding, abetting, destruction of evidence. We kind of anticipated that one based on some of the signal messages that were sent out. But I do believe that they gave us a fair trial. An argument we made early on, and I think Mr. Tarpley would agree with me, there is, in my belief, a likelihood that had this been tried in a different jurisdiction, the results could have substantively been different. That's not a choice that we get to make. We obviously applied for it. But I do believe that they gave us a fair trial. I want to say one thing about the prosecution. I know some other defense team members may disagree with me about this. but I have an amazing amount of respect for the level of intelligence and the hard work that I know that those 5 attorneys for the DOJ have and the hours that they put in. We'd get emails at 10:30, 11 at night, sometimes at 4:30 in the morning, and have to respond. So this has been a really tough 10 weeks. And I mean it sincerely when I want to say thank you to Judge Mehta. He really held us to task. He pushed us hard. He kept us on really narrow timelines. But I've been practicing for 27 years, state and federal. Mr. Tarpley's been practicing for over 40 years. And I think it's very reasonable to say that Judge Mehta is one of the most intelligent judges that I've ever practiced in front of in 27 years. I have absolute respect for him. The demeanor that he exhibited the entire proceedings, even during periods of time that you could tell that he was pissed or angry at some of the shenanigans that may have happened. And he would come back and just be cool as a cucumber and render proper rulings for the most part, I would agree. So an enormous amount of respect for him. And it's been a real pleasure practicing in front of Judge Mehta. I absolutely will stand by that.
I'll have to say that when I first got in the case, as some of you may remember, I had pretty rough going for the first day or two from Judge Mehta, and I had to go back and meet with him, and he said, Mr. Tarpley, I've been kind of rough on you the first couple of days, but welcome to the case. And I said, thank you, Judge. And he's treated us with great respect, and we've argued our points. He hasn't agreed with us all the time, but he has agreed with us some. We're grateful for those victories on evidentiary rulings, and certainly I think he's earned the respect of all the attorneys that participated in this case. And I agree with
verdict, what do you think, if anything, it says for the next several seditious conspiracy trials that January 6th put in space?
I don't know. I'll be seeing you again in February, so we'll see about that. But I think there would have been a greater change in tenor and tone regarding the future prosecutions had there been not guilties on the sedition cases across the board. I think the return in this, even though we're not pleased with it, probably speaks to the fact that the DOJ is going to go full steam ahead in like fashion on all the others.
Did you say that in a different jurisdiction the results would have been substantively different? Or
I'm saying they could have been. An argument could definitely be made for that, yes. DC's a tough place to pull a jury for this case. I mean, it just is.
On that note, your client took the stand for his own defense. How do you think his representation of his own story affected the jury's perception of that?
I wish I could have asked him that, honestly. I think that's a really difficult question to answer. I would like to think that the testimony he offered, waiving the Fifth Amendment and doing what he did, helped to humanize him from being the boogeyman that he's been painted as. Whether it had that net effect, and I don't know. I mean, I would like to think that it did, but as we said in opening, said in closing, the first day I met Mr. Rhodes on January 24th of this year, and I went and met with him in the holdover in Plano, Texas. There were 2 things that he told me as a condition of representing him that he was going to do. Never take a plea deal, and we could never keep him off the stand. So obviously we admonished him and went over his legal rights with him, but we knew from the get-go there was no way that we could keep him from taking the stand, and he's going to be willing to do that in future trials on behalf of other defendants as well.
Yes, and we think he did a good job on the stand. He answered all the questions truthfully, and we were pleased with his testimony.
He would testify in other trials that you call?
Yeah,
that's his intention. Yes.
Do you
Absolutely.
think as a result of this case that the former president should be indicted?
Absolutely not.
So I'm not. Of the 10 terabytes of evidence that we've had available to us in this trial, I can tell you that there is nothing in the body of evidence that we've been given or shown that would in any way be indicative of the ability to indict former President Trump for the January 6th events that we had on trial this week. Now, obviously, if other committees and the Jan 6 committee have information that we've not been given or made aware of, that certainly could change the calculus of that decision, but nothing that we've had at our disposal would indicate the ability to do that.
I agree completely.
Anybody else?
If Sorrell goes to trial, will he testify in that case, even though she wouldn't testify in his?
Kelly Sorrell.
No, I know who she's talking about. I don't know. I haven't had that specific discussion with him, but I know that Mr. Rhodes has made it very, very clear that in the next couple of trials, February when Michael Green goes on trial, we had to talk with Mr. Green's attorney as recently as last night and spoke with Mr. Rhodes as recently as today, and that's certainly something he is intending to do and willing to do if asked. Anybody else?
Do you think the jurors are going to talk to you?
They're not.
No, they're not.
No, ma'am.
They're not.
They're not. And we'll respect the boundaries on that.
Absolutely. Well,
Washington, it's been a pleasure. I'm going back to Texas.
Well, let me just say this. We are grateful. The press has been very kind to us, so we want to thank all of you who have waited out here diligently to speak to us. It's been a pleasure to get to know you during this last 2 months. We appreciate the work that you do. And, let me just say it. I said this to the reporters inside with Lee, that it's a mixed bag. I mean, there are guilty verdicts and not guilty verdicts running side by side. So this is not a total victory for the government in any way, shape, or form. And so we are grateful and thankful for the fact that the jury found these defendants not guilty of many, many counts. So it's a complicated jury verdict. You're going to have to look through the charges and parse out the guilties and the not guilties. And that's something that lawyers and commentators will be doing in the days and weeks to come. But we are grateful for the work that we were able to do here. We're thankful to all those people that were praying for us and praying for the defendants. We know there were many people around the country that were concerned about this trial and thought that
y'all have a good day.
That this was an overreaching by the government. And so for that, we're thankful for all the support that we had.
Okay, let's talk about this even further because this is a serious case. We want to be joined by legal analyst and expert Andrew Lieb. He's joining us live via Zoom. Andrew, thanks for being with us. You were just watching kind of a replay there of some of those statements from the defense team of Stuart Rhodes. I would argue that seditious conspiracy of the almost 800 defendants the DOJ has brought, that is the most serious charge, and a jury found Rhodes guilty of it. What does it mean? Let's walk through kind of the historical parallels of this. It's quite rare, is it not?
It's completely rare, but it has that wowness just from its label. So since the 90s, we've only seen 4 different charges. Since the 90s, 4 charges of seditious conspiracy. And the last time they did it, which was back, I want to say 20 years ago, they threw it out completely. The judge says, forget this. We don't need this. I want to correct myself. It was 2010 in Michigan. The judge said, this isn't even a charge. And the reason why is it harpens on First Amendment freedom of speech rights, and people get concerned over whether we cross the line from freedom of speech to using force in a conspiracy to overthrow the government, to the will of the government. So this is a big red herring in the law to silence freedom of speech.
Yeah, and of course, the DOJ would probably chalk this up as a victory. We know that other defendants for their role in January 6th were charged with much, lesser crimes, other misdemeanors and the like. But seditious conspiracy, let's talk about what penalties that it might carry. What is Stuart Rhodes and some of these co-defendants, what are they looking at for jail time? I know the lawyers said they're going to appeal, but it's quite onerous. It's quite heavy, isn't it?
Well, I want to first start on that appeal statement because I thought it was odd how the lawyers went out of their way to say they received a fair trial, but they're appealing. Usually you don't say the trial was good while you're appealing, so I found that odd. But to answer your question, it carries up to 20 years in jail for just that one count. And there were 13 counts that we had against these fellas. And not everyone, as they accurately said, got guilty of all of them. But we don't know if they're going to have concurrent sentences or it's just going to stack up against each other. 20 years. And we're going to hear this in about 90 days when the judge does sentencing.
Yeah, no, I thought they were, peculiarly deferential to both the judge and the prosecution, at least the defense team in their remarks, kind of lauding their efforts. They're not going to talk to the jury. The jury doesn't want to talk to them, apparently. But, Andrew, Stuart Rhodes, he's a Yale law grad. He was brought up on the stand. He said he didn't want to take a plea bargain. And so, he's not some, person who's not accustomed to ways of the law. He studied it at Yale. But then again, he didn't really take the advice of his lawyers. They didn't want him to get up on the stand, and they wanted, I think, him to take a plea bargain. At least he wasn't going to do that.
I think that you always need to listen to your lawyers, and the worst devil for a lawyer is your client who thinks they know better than you. They say an attorney who represents himself has a fool for a client because you let your own emotions get involved. So their defense has really been that Mr. Rhodes and Miss Meggs, they're patriots. That's what the defense was. We're patriots. We were trying to save the country. And as we can see, the jury, the 12 jurors, did not agree with that. I will point out that Mr. Rhodes is a disbarred lawyer, not that I went to Yale in the first place, but at the end of the day, maybe he should have had deference to the legal team, and it would have been wise to think about taking a settlement. I will tell you a plea, though, is likely in the future based on this with other like defendants, because now that they see that seditious conspiracy will fly, lots of different people are going to be pleading and becoming governmental witnesses.
Yeah, and then, of course, it was kind of inevitable. One of the reporters asked, okay, so the DOJ, they got this conviction here. Of course, we know the investigation is happening there with former President Trump's role in January 6th. The defense lawyers for Rhodes were asked about whether or not this portends possibly a conviction for the former president or whether that Trump should be indicted. Those defense team lawyers said, absolutely not. What say you?
Well, I'll start off by saying the evidence from what we know, and I have to point out that this is a federal trial, so there wasn't video in the courtroom where, unless you were there every day, you don't know everything that was said. But the evidence that we know is that Rhodes wasn't exactly in contact with Trump. He was always at arm's length away. So I don't think the specific evidence of this case is going to hurt Trump. What's going to hurt Trump is all other people charged now have fear in their eyes. All these other people say, oh, shoot, this thing that was never charged in years and doesn't happen this 20 years, it's real. It's going to happen to me. And so I think they're all thinking tonight, maybe it's time to make a plea with the government. And if one of those people have dirt on Trump or anyone else, they're going to use that dirt because your allegiance comes second to your own skin, we find with criminal defendants.
Okay, Andrew, just about 2 Fridays ago, Merrick Garland announced that special prosecutor, the special counsel Jack Smith. You think Jack Smith was watching this conviction pretty closely today?
If he wasn't, he shouldn't be the special prosecutor. This is a big arsenal he has, because prosecutors, what they do, they work on getting people to flip. That's a real key. That's how they get the evidence. And using what happened here and this test case, that's what this was, is going to be a real thing moving forward against Trump and other people. Now, I can't tell you that means that Trump is going to be charged or that he's going to be guilty. What I am going to tell you, though, is someone that has dirt today is saying, oh, shoot, I have problems. I better go speak to my lawyer. And unlike Rhodes, listen to my lawyer and make a deal with the prosecutor before I'm in jail.
Just lastly, when you talk about some of the other defendants, possibly other people who are in some of these right-wing militia group circles, are they going to think twice about trying to formulate any plans like this in the future?
I don't know that I want to link it just to right wing. Okay. I think when you go on radical on any side, what you find eventually, radical people always feel the wrath of the government. We have to realize that people want balance. They want people to be someone we could see in the grocery store and feel good that they're standing in line with us. So you're going to see the Oath Keepers have further trials coming up. We have the Proud Boys coming up with trials. You know, what we've learned in recent elections is that this fringe politics does not win elections. So moving forward, I think they have fear and they're going to start flipping on each other. But just to be clear, when someone's radicalized, I do not believe that logic ever makes an illogical person become logical. So your question presupposes that the illogical person will be swayed through logic, and I just don't see that.
Okay. Andrew Lee, we appreciate your time. We'll leave it at that, and we will definitely be speaking again.
And Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell takes a swipe at presidential candidate and former President Donald Trump when he spoke from Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. McConnell calling out Trump for hosting a known white supremacist, Nick Fuentes, at his Mar-a-Lago home.
First, let me just say that there is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy. And anyone meeting with people advocating that point of view, in my judgment, are highly unlikely to ever be elected President of the United States. First, let me just say that there is no room in the
All right, and we are continuing to track severe weather across the South. The time is now 5:38. We'll bring you all a live update in just 2 minutes. Time now 5:40 a.m. here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine, and we are continuing to track pretty severe weather that is spawning across the South. Let's go ahead and check in with our news partners at Fox Weather for the latest updates. And it looks as though Fox Weather just went to a quick commercial break. But don't worry, we will get you all that update in just a bit. In the meantime, let's go ahead and switch gears. This story coming from our Fox News correspondents. They're bringing us the latest when it comes to how lawmakers are trying to combat the homeless crisis.
Boston police say this is still an active homicide investigation, but we now know police found the remains of 4
hospitalizing the homeless. That's the new directive getting underway in the Big Apple.
Untreated psychosis can be a cruel and all-consuming condition.
On Tuesday, New York City Mayor Eric Adams instructed police officers and medical responders to transport severely mentally ill homeless people to hospitals, even if they refuse help. Critics argue it won't provide long-term relief for those suffering, but Adams says the decision is a moral obligation.
It is appropriate to use this process when a person refuses voluntary assistance and are a danger to themselves due to an inability to meet their basic needs.
Meanwhile, the escalating homeless crisis is also continuing on the West Coast.
We are a country, a state, and an area of abundance. We have enough. The problem is distribution.
During a vigil Monday night, community members outside San Francisco paid tribute to dozens of people who died this year while experiencing homelessness, calling for more intervention, broader access to mental health facilities, and more resources for existing shelters.
Acknowledging the humanity of all people is incredibly critical. 97 people's names are red because they weren't experiencing the safe, secure housing that they need.
Gary Baumgarten, Fox News. Hospitalized.
All right, switching gears here. We are continuing to see a heavy police presence in Beijing in the wake of COVID-19 protests. American lawmakers are now condemning China's crackdown on protesters demonstrating against the government's COVID-19 policies and the government itself. Now, while the Pentagon warns of a new military threat, Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins is bringing us an update.
Still no end in sight to those massive protests in China. Thousands of people hitting the streets across the country to demonstrate against COVID lockdowns and restrictions. But they're increasingly calling for democratic reforms as well, prompting a major crackdown by security forces. The White House says it's standing behind the protesters, a sentiment echoed by most lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Human beings don't like to be locked up, and in every country in the world where that's been tried, people have rebelled. Even in a totalitarian state like China, we're now seeing that play out.
The Chinese government is pushing back hard against that criticism, claiming the lockdowns are designed to keep people safe. Tweeting in part, quote, "The price of freedom in the U.S., 1 million COVID deaths plus 40,000 gun deaths per year. The American people deserve something far better than that." But a growing number of Western allies are joining the calls for reform in China. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak saying the violent crackdown shows the so-called golden era of relations with Beijing is over. An assessment shared by the Pentagon, which released a new report alleging the Chinese Communist Party is now turning to the military to support its ambitions around the world.
Our focus is on working with our international allies and our partners in the region and elsewhere to deter that from happening in the first place.
According to the Pentagon, China's main short-term goal is building a military that's capable of invading Taiwan by 2027. In Washington, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
And back to the weather story that we wanted to bring you all a few moments ago. A severe weather outbreak has spawned nearly 24 reports of tornadoes from Louisiana to Mississippi and Alabama since Tuesday afternoon. And the threat of damaging storms is continuing across the South as the same line of storms is sweeping east this morning. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox Weather for the latest.
Northern Florida, still the Big Bend of Florida, over to South Carolina, North Carolina, southern Georgia, Statesboro, just one of those locations to mention some very strong storms still making their way through the region. But those flooding concerns, we have a flood watch in effect through 6 a.m. for some locations. Elsewhere, it is going to stay in effect through kind of the mid-morning hours as well. And that's because, Kelly, we've picked up a lot of rain. We've been mentioning northeastern Mississippi. That's just one spot where 4 to 8 inches of rain has fallen, but still some other locations could pick up an additional 2 to 4 inches before this system finally wraps up.
All right, and we want to talk about a different kind of weather now, much more fluffy weather. Yes, that's right. We're talking about some snow. Bothell, Washington. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong. You can tweet at me if I am. I'll correct myself. But look at those snowy conditions. Feeling like a winter wonderland. Hey, if you ask me, this is what November 30th or at least the end of November is supposed to feel like, right? Pretty typical for this area.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I agree. I mean, we're one day away from December. It needs to be snowing. Yes. Not talking about tornadoes.
I'm glad you're with me on that.
Oh, yes. All right. So in terms of who's going to see the majority of this winter weather, yeah, it's locations out in the Intermountain West. We're talking about the Cascades, also into the Rockies eventually thereafter. So this is going to be pretty exciting for a lot of those kiddos that potentially haven't been, seeing the winter precipitation so far. This system might just be it, because notice those snow levels are also dropping, and this is our first round. We have, in fact, 2 rounds of activity. This is all thanks to the atmospheric river setup, but the lower elevations right along I-5 dealing with lots of heavy rain from Seattle down through Portland. We saw that winter storm warning in effect for Seattle as well through 11 a.m. But notice what happens once we reach those higher elevations, the Cascades. Yes, it is a winter wonderland indeed, just like Kelly was mentioning, looking at some more video as well coming out of this event. And we will watch as the system continues to overspread the region, eventually working into the Bitterroots range and into the Rockies. But really, the big thing that we want to point out is just how many locations are under some form of winter weather alert. Lots of colors on the screen, and what that means is that a lot of snow is on the way. So we can see throughout really this morning and into the afternoon, the system will work its way further down to the south. So we're mentioning those lower elevations, like spots right along I-5. Heavy rain is on the way. Flash flooding will also be a concern. But notice as it works its way, it dives further southward and it reaches California, northern and central California, into the Sierra Nevada. That's where we will see it transition over to some very much needed snow. So several inches, if not several feet of snow by the time we make it to Friday. Notice where all of that heavy snow is confined. Locations like Montana, Idaho, into Wyoming. A lot of these spots desperately need to see the snow this time of the year, and they are going to get it. And guess what? Not done just yet, as we have more rounds of rain and snow to come as we head into the weekend. Kelly.
Well, one thing we don't have more to come anymore, at least right now, is hurricanes. That's right. The end of the Atlantic hurricane season is here, officially comes to an end today. Began on.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox Weather team, bringing us the latest as we continue to track these severe storms that are spanning across the South. Make sure that you all stay connected with the most powerful brand in weather, Fox Weather. You can stream Fox Weather on your favorite connected device. And if you need to know what that is, just open up your camera, scan the QR code on your screen, and it will prompt you to a web address where you can watch all of the recent headlines that we are talking about here when it comes to weather. You can also visit foxweather.com to download the app, or you can go to the Apple Store or the Google Play Store to make sure that you all are staying up to date. I love the Fox Weather app. I use it very, very often. All right, the time is now 5:49. We'll have more right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look from Atlanta, Georgia. Now let's talk about the upcoming runoff that's taking place in Georgia for the Senate seat. We're seeing a number of people casting their early ballots in the runoff election for one of Georgia's seats, again in the United States Senate, and it has already broken records since the process began on the weekend, with some counties posting staggeringly long wait times at early voting sites during the first few days of voting. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is bringing us more.
We are now 1 week away from the Georgia runoff elections for that coveted Senate seat, and things are heating up. Now we know today early voting is available statewide. Let's talk about this even further with Fox News correspondent Charles Watson. I believe, Charles, you're outside of one of those early voting locations. What do these early voting numbers look like so far?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Andrew. We are outside of an early voting location here in DeKalb County. I got to tell you, it's been busy out here for most of the day. For most of the day, we've seen lines just to get into this polling location. It's sort of simmered down some in the last hour or so. But this is really a reflection of what we've been seeing all across the state. So far, at last check, I believe the total early vote numbers are a little bit over 500,000. But when you look at the in-person early vote numbers, that's around 468,000 ballots that have been cast. About 300 or more than 300,000 of those ballots were cast on Monday alone, shattering the previous early vote turnout record, which was set in 2018. So folks here in Georgia are engaged. They are absolutely, engaged and involved in this race, and they're turning out to those polling places to get their votes in ahead of the December 6th runoff, Andrew.
Yeah, and Charles, of course, it wasn't easy. Some of these Democratic activist groups and the Warnock campaign went to court to get early voting open on Saturdays ahead of today. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right. The Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger had put out maybe a week after the general election that early voting could not start on the Saturday after Thanksgiving because of a Georgia law that prohibited voting after a state holiday, which was Thanksgiving in that case. The Warnock campaign, as well as the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee and Georgia Democrats challenged that law in court. They took it to court. Judge in Fulton County agreed with them and made way for Saturday voting, which if you ask a lot of people, that was definitely a plus for Democrats who were able to add an extra day on so folks can get out and vote. And certainly in Democratic strongholds like Gwinnett County and DeKalb County and Fulton County, all very important because those are counties where you have folks who have to work, and it's hard sometimes to get out and find the time to vote. So Saturday voting and Sunday voting was very important for the Democrats, and that's something that they made way for with their legal challenge.
You know, Charles, let's talk about some of the political considerations, the makeup of this Senate. Have you talked to voters? Has some of their maybe enthusiasm dampened a bit? Because we now know what the makeup of the Senate is going to be, at least the majority, at least a very slim one, in the Democrats' hands. When you're speaking to voters, do they think about that when they go cast their ballot? Does that matter to them, or are they just as enthusiastic about the midterm?
You know, that was a big question, I had and, a lot of folks that I work with had as we were headed into this runoff. Is the enthusiasm there? And, when we go out and we speak to voters, you get a sense that they are taking this race very seriously. Of course, we all know that control of the Senate has been settled. The Democrats will control the Senate at least for the next couple of years. But for a lot of folks here in Georgia, this seat is about more than the next couple of years. It's about the future, and it's about who they want to represent them and the U.S. Senate and the issues that matter to them. Of course, when we were talking to folks, we hear a lot about those kitchen table issues, inflation, affordability, things of that sort. So those are issues that are important, but you also hear folks talking about abortion, and you also hear folks talking about a candidate's character. Of course, that's been something that incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock has really hammered home throughout the general election in the last couple of weeks that this race, in his opinion, is about character and it's about character. And so we've heard that from voters out there, split ticket voters, who say that's something that's important to them. So a wide range of issues that have brought people out to the polls, but you really get the sense here on the ground that people are taking this race very seriously, and that it is of great importance to them, Andrew.
Yeah, Charles, just lastly, who's coming out to campaign for Warnock, for Walker? They've been kind of all over the state lately, but with some heavy hitters in tow. Who are they?
Oh, yeah, well, you know, Walker, he's had the heavy hitters out on the campaign trail with them over the last couple of weeks. I mean, the last couple of weeks alone, we've seen Senator Rick Scott. We've seen Senator Lindsey Graham down here just the other week. Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp went out and stumped for Herschel Walker. He also has a new campaign ad out today trying to pull some of those Kemp voters who voted for the governor in the general election, decided not to vote for Warnock. He's got a campaign ad trying to encourage those voters to come out and support Walker. So you sort of have a united front when it comes to Republicans. As far as Warnock, we haven't seen really any big name Democrats out in Georgia for him so far, but later this week we are expecting former President Obama to return to the campaign trail. He's expected to hold a big rally with Warnock in Atlanta, and of course that's important for folks down here, certainly for Democrats, because former President Obama is still very popular with voters here in Georgia. So they're hoping to get a boost from that rally. And as far as Warnock goes as well, former First Lady Michelle Obama has put out some robocalls for Warnock, trying to energize voters and get them out to the polls. So big names out here in Georgia, and we expect more to come as this race starts to wind down, Andrew.
Yeah, of course. I was also watching just last night. Warnock had Dave Matthews perform a concert for his supporters there last night, which I thought was quite interesting. I'll be on the lookout, too, Charles, to see what former President Trump is going to do when it comes to his support for Herschel Walker, what Florida Governor Ron DeSantis might do. Are they going to have, events, rallies with Walker? Only 1 week to go. Charles Watson, we appreciate your time. We'll talk again. Thanks so much.
You bet.
All right, once again, Warnock and Walker sprinting to that December 6th runoff. The time is now 5:59 a.m. on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will catch you all up to speed on your top stories.
USA, USA. That's a big game, man. When I spoke to the coach and the players, I said, you can do this. They went, they did it. God love them. Anyway, just thought you might want to hear.
All right, that was the latest from President Biden congratulating the United States national soccer team for its major win over Iran. The team needed to win in order to move on in the World Cup tournament. So as you see here, the president just wrapped up a few remarks in Michigan as the team clinched the victory. So this prompted him to walk back onto the stage and lead the crowd in a USA chant. So let's continue to talk about the World Cup, because our very own LiveNOW from Fox's Andy Mack sat down with Fox Bet Scott Smith on the World Cup win and the future betting odds.
We are now going to shift gears a little bit and bring in Scott Smith here of Fox Bet. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'm sure you were watching the game as well. Initial takeaways, was a 1-0 match kind of what we expected here, Scott?
Yeah, I believe that would be the case. Yeah, USA were definitely the favourites going into this one, especially they had the fact of knowing they needed to win today behind them. So, and I think they were good value for that win as well.
And as a Fox Bet associate there, what can you tell us about maybe the odds of this team coming into the World Cup, about getting out of this group stage? And I just listed the 4 teams there, but certainly the U.S., a young group, but also they can have some flashes there. Was this what the bettors and what the books saw coming into this World Cup?
Yeah, that was the case, yeah. We had a generous boost to our customers, double your money for the USA to advance from the group. So we've paid that out today. We actually paid a lot out today. So yeah, my nerves may have recovered from watching that game before, but I don't think our margin will.
Awesome. That is so very interesting. And I know a lot of people that are betting on the games there and the matches across the country and across the world are very excited. Can you tell us a little bit as we move forward here? What could the odds be as they move toward this match against the Netherlands?
Well, the Netherlands will be a very tricky opponent for them. Cody Gakpo has been on fire so far, scoring in all 3 of his games for the Netherlands. Louis van Gaal today set a record as the most winningest coach in World Cup history with his 10 victories. He's only ever lost 1 World Cup game, which was in the 2014 semi-final to Argentina. I think it'll be a really hard drive for them to win there. As you can see, they're underdogs going into this one, but it's the World Cup, and as we've seen already with Saudi Arabia beating Argentina, anything can happen at this stage of the tournament.
Definitely anything can happen. And I think if you're a U.S. fan and you see the matchup as they're the second in Group B, they get out, they get the top seed in Group A in the Netherlands. At least the name across from them isn't Brazil, isn't France, isn't Spain, right? I think a lot of people are excited about that.
Yeah, well, I guess at this stage you have to play, if you want to win this competition, you have to play those teams at some point. But the Netherlands are not to be sniffed at. They went into this tournament with a really strong qualification. They're in the Nations League final, back in the UEFA competition when the season gets back up and going. There will be a very tough game for the States, but like I say, anything can happen, and hopefully Pulisic's injury isn't as bad as it may appear to be.
That's the next question I was going to ask, because a lot of people call him Captain America here in the States, Christian Pulisic. Obviously, one of the most recognizable names amongst U.S. American soccer fans. I'm going to put up this tweet because obviously we saw him score the goal to clinch that game-winning goal against Iran, but also some news coming out that potentially he was taken to the hospital with an abdominal injury. From a betting standpoint, from a Fox Bet standpoint, how does his injury and his uncertainty moving forward change kind of those odds for the U.S.?
I think they'll probably make them slightly longer. We haven't been able to get them on site yet because of that, just unknown around his fitness. But hopefully with Giovanni Reina not having much game time yet, hopefully he'll be able to fill in for Pulisic. And Aronson's done a great job at Leeds so far this season, so they do have some replacements to go in there. And hopefully they do, because we've just got a boost up on our site now for double your money for the USA to score 1 goal against the Netherlands. So hopefully some of these other guys can step up and fill up and Captain America shield.
And definitely, here's the tweet that, or the Snapchat message that was sent out by Christian Pulisic, and he sends his support there. He said, "So bleeping proud of my guys. I'll be ready on Saturday. Don't worry." I know those are just his words, so the betting odds and the books don't really take that too much into account. But very rambunctious, very excited Christian Pulisic as he wants to be out there for his team. Just looking around at the other field as the teams there and different favorites, obviously France, the reigning champ, are they still the favorite if you're betting on other teams outside of the U.S.? Is France still the top dog here?
Well, for our customers, the biggest liability we have going into this is Brazil and Argentina. Brazil have started very strongly so far with their 2 victories against Serbia and Switzerland. The only issue around them at the minute is the unknown of Neymar. He's got a really badly bruised ankle at the minute. But and then Argentina as well. They've got a tough game tomorrow against Poland to even get out of the group after dropping that one to Saudi Arabia. So you've got to look at those 2 guys, and France and Portugal definitely going to be sniffing around there come the end of the tournament.
Definitely, and if you want to win this tournament, you got to beat some of the best teams in the world. So I know a lot of people will be watching here on Live Now from Fox. Scott Smith, thank you so much for joining us. I know you will be tuning in so much, so we appreciate it.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much as we continue on here. The round of 16 is taking place on Saturday. The United States will take on the Netherlands in that match. Again, here are the odds right there as you heard the U.S. an underdog in this one, 330 plus 330 for the U.S. So you put 330 down to win 100. So certainly those are the odds right now heading into Saturday, the round of 16. I know a lot of people are still excited, and like you heard, Fox Bet, they're giving that boost out for the United States and for those American customers as well. We're going to take another quick break here on Live Now from Fox. We are now going to
The time is now 6:11 a.m. We are on standby as we wait for NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to address the world. Speaking on Russia's war in Ukraine, we'll bring you all this update as soon as we see him approach the podium. In the meantime, here's the latest from Capitol Hill.
We're going to find other areas of common ground, I hope.
With Republicans set to take over the House in the new year, President Biden gathered congressional leaders at the White House to figure out where both sides can agree right now, especially on the looming rail workers' strike next week.
And Congress, I think, has to act to prevent it. It's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy is at risk.
Fertilizer and some chemical manufacturers announced they will have to stop moving their products on Sunday. President Biden has called on Congress to force the terms of a tentative deal reached in September. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Wednesday the House will vote on that agreement, and she believes it will pass her chamber before the December 9th deadline.
Weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike. Jobs will be lost, even union jobs will be lost.
I think it will pass, but it's unfortunate that this is how we're running our economy today.
There's also a potential government shutdown mid-December. Leaders Schumer and McConnell say they will try to find a deal to fund the government for one more year.
We hope it can be done this year, and we know that each side is going to have to give in order to send an omnibus to the president's desk.
A group of budget experts sent a letter.
Representative Dan Kildee, we rode up together. He's one of the most effective members of the United States Congress and a good friend. No, he really is. And thanks for your partnership over the past couple of years, pal. I really mean it. And we're doing a lot to revitalize American manufacturing in Michigan and across the country. And Representative Slotkin came up on the plane with me. Is she here today? There you are. I love her. I'm very careful with her because she's former CIA. I'm really worried. Yeah, good to see you. Thanks for your work on so many important issues of the state and everything you do to support service women and men and our veterans all over the world and all those issues that, as my dad used to say, we used to talk about at the kitchen table. They're the bread and butter issues, and you work like hell on all of them, and I appreciate it. And I also want to thank the leaders of SK Siltron, CSS, and I met with some of their folks as well in Korea. They're a first-rate operation, and they're going to create a lot of good-paying jobs here, Rev. They're going to do that pretty soon. I recently got back from a trip literally around the world. You know that around the world in 80 days? Well, I did it in 6. I started off in Egypt and ended up in Guam and coming on home. And we ended with a meeting in Indonesia with the G20, the 20 largest economies in the world. And it was clear in those meetings, and I mean this sincerely, that the rest of the world views the United States as better positioned than any other nation, any other major nation in the world, to lead the world economy in the 21st century. And that's not a joke. Here we have a strong sense of what all the leaders in the world look to us about. They see resilience in the American economy. And we're seeing that here at home as well with investments like we're going to talk about today. Together, with the help of your elected leaders here today, we had an extraordinary 2 years of progress. We passed the American Rescue Plan. Now, everybody knows it, but we did so much, no one knows the effects of it yet. They're just coming into play. What that little plan did with the billions of dollars we spent is it kept tens of thousands of cops, firefighters, teachers, first responders on the job in 50 states because they lost income because of the significant reduction in employment in those states. They provided them the money to be able to keep everyone employed. We fully vaccinated. When I came to office, there were 2 million people vaccinated. We vaccinated 220 million people, saving thousands of lives. And we're rebuilding our infrastructure. And Governor, we're fixing the damn road. When I came and campaigned for the first time she ran for governor, she ran on the platform, fix the damn roads. Was stuck in my mind. I kept my promise. We're going to fix your damn roads in a big way to the tune of billions of dollars, bridges and airports as well. And we're low on prescription drug costs. Anybody, a senior citizen on Medicare, the fact is that it won't take effect till January 1st, but from that point on, you pay $35 for your insulin, not $400 a month for your insulin. And we're strengthening American manufacturing. We've created more jobs in the first 2 years of any presidency, 735,000 manufacturing jobs. Manufacturing jobs. And we're still counting. And Michigan will once again become the manufacturing hub of the nation. And that's not a joke. Because when I got to the United States Senate as a 29-year-old kid, I had to wait a couple days to be sworn in. But when I got there, this was one of the epicenters of manufacturing. And we're addressing the climate crisis as well. The climate plan we just passed is going to reduce emissions by 1 billion metric tons by 2030. And because of our policies, gas prices are coming down. And what's most exciting about it, people are starting to feel a sense of optimism and the impact of these legislative achievements in their own lives. It's going to accelerate in the months ahead, and so many things are going to find out what we've already done that we haven't been able to actually implement yet. We're in the process of doing it. And it's part of a broader story about the economy we were building that works for everybody. You know, one that grows from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When it grows from the bottom up and the middle out, the wealthy do very well. They don't get hurt at all. But working poor folks get a shot, a ladder up, and middle-class folks get a shot, as my dad would say, just have a little breathing room, And that positions America to win the economic competition of the 21st century. My dad used to have an expression, and I mean it sincerely. Matter of fact, it was quoted to me today by one of the congressmen. He used to say, Joey, adjust.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we are taking a Live Now look from our XRAD weather radar, we are tracking 25 tornadoes have been reported across the southern portion of the United States. And we are in touch with our colleagues at Fox Weather, who's bringing us an in-depth look at this severe weather coverage. Let's go ahead and listen in.
storms to stay off the roads because, you know, as you're driving, all it takes is just a huge gust of wind, some water.
There it is right there.
There you go.
You can see the car off in the distance.
Yeah. So, you know, hopefully that person that was involved, you know, in that accident, hopefully they are doing okay here. But, you know, as the sun rises here within about the next hour or two, we're going to see all of the damage that was left behind, not only across Mississippi, but also Alabama and Louisiana. And I am anticipating seeing a lot more scenes just like this one here.
Yeah, and the majority of our tornado reports, which, by the way, we have over 25 tornado reports from this event, a lot of them did happen after sunset. And so as the sun comes up this morning, not only are we tracking active, you know, potential for tornadoes across South Alabama and the Florida Panhandle, but we also will be getting first light of day over parts of Louisiana and other parts of Mississippi that have already been impacted by tornadoes during yesterday evening and also the overnight.
Yeah, and this has really been a very active storm. I mean, we were just compiling some notes here that there were over 100 reports of severe weather as of this morning, and that was as of about 45 minutes ago. So we're going to continue to see all of these reports roll in here. There have been over 30 reports of damaging winds in excess of 58 miles per hour. So just to put that into perspective here, I mean, that is tropical storm force winds here. And there have been 60 reports of pea-sized hail or larger. So even if your area didn't see a roadway washed out here, you will likely see some damage to some homes as well as some cars. And as you take a live look this morning at the radar, wow, Berta, I mean, look at all of that lightning. I mean, all of that lightning is extending from Georgia all the way down to New Orleans.
Yeah, and once this line passes through your town, that threat of severe weather drops dramatically. So New Orleans, you're pretty much right there. I know it's been a very rough couple hours, but once this moves through, you can kind of take a little bit of a deep breath. But we still have some very dangerous weather extending from southern Alabama and even into Georgia. We don't have warnings out across the north part of this line, but those are some strong thunderstorms blasting through central Georgia this morning.
Yeah, what a way to wake up there in places like Columbus, as well as even those of you in the Albany, Georgia area. If you're not seeing rain just yet, you will be seeing it here within the next 30 minutes. Well, once these storms get done here, they are going to be traveling to the north and east and all up and down the East Coast. It is going to be a very soggy day, and it is also going to be a soggy morning for those of you in the Midwest as well. Live look this morning over at Erie, Pennsylvania, where we are in the upper 40s, but it may look like that camera is a little blurry. The camera isn't blurry here. That is just some of the raindrops that are sticking to the camera here, but you can also see the camera moving just a little bit as well. That is all due to some of the winds here. So as we take a look at the radar, we're also seeing some rain showers to the west of there. So places like northeast Ohio, including the Cleveland area, as well as Columbus, Ohio, also seeing some of these rain showers. And also we're seeing some rain showers popping up just to the west here of Steel City. So as we go hour by hour, here's what you can expect here. So we are going to see the rain continue to pick up for those of you in places like State College, as well as Williamsport, Pennsylvania, and also over in the Pittsburgh area. We are anticipating that the rain's going to wind down for those of you in western portions of Pennsylvania after the lunchtime hour. But those of you north of there, including the Buffalo area, as well as Rochester, New York, Syracuse, all are going to be impacted by this. And then by 2 o'clock, some of these heavier rain bands are going to start moving into places like Albany, as well as Litchfield County over in the Connecticut area, and then even the New York City area. And then Boston, it's pretty much going to be your turn. And this rain is going to be hanging around for the duration of the evening commute. So we are really concerned about ponding on some of the roads here right along that I-95 corridor. We're also going to likely end up seeing an increase in some of the accidents that are going to be popping up also for New Jersey here as well. The good news here is that the rain threat is going to be ending likely after midnight, but because the winds are going to be changing direction from the north, that means places like Watertown, as well as even just to the south here of Buffalo, will likely end up getting some snow here because this is going to end up becoming a lake effect snow event. And that's the reason why you see those warnings right there.
This weather is insane. There was an accident over there, accident over here. 3 of my barbers had to park their cars here overnight. Yeah, hopefully they can get home safely.
Yeah, a combination of high wind and snow just making a mess across western Washington. The power is knocked out for thousands. And of course, this is snarling travel across the area. You heard that business owner talking about the fact that a lot of his barbers had to, leave their car and just ditch it. You're also taking a look at the airport where we had to have de-icing because of how cold the air is. And that causes a delay at places like SeaTac. There's a look at the road treatment there. Again, the snow level dropping pretty low because the cold air in place. And this is just the beginning. We have 2 storms that are on the way for the Northwest, and specifically the one coming in for the end of the week. That is coming in with a lot of cold air, meaning that we could see that snow level drop dramatically low, and we could even see some snow in the metropolitan area of Seattle.
Well, here's a live look this morning over at Perry, Georgia right now, which is starting to see the rain moving in. And look at that American flag. It is whipping there in the distance there. We got a northwest wind that is sustained at 21 miles per hour. It's been gusting up to right around 26 miles per hour. We're going up, though, over in Perry, Georgia to 70 degrees. But because of all that warmth, we're likely going to continue to see the lightning throughout the morning hours. But behind it, it's chilly. You're going to see temperatures dipping down into the 30s behind this front. Much more on this severe weather and also that snowstorm out west coming up right after this.
Make sure that you all are tuning into Fox Weather. You can stream it on your favorite device, on TV, your iPad, your iPhone, or your cellular device. In order to download the Fox Weather app, all you have to do is take out your phone, scan the QR code on your screen. It will prompt you to either the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, and you can be sure to download that app. It's very important to pay attention to the weather, especially if you are living in states like Louisiana, Mississippi. We are continuing to see tornadoes spawn across the south and severe weather storms. Now, these storms will be capable of producing heavy rainfall that could possibly lead to areas of flash flooding, especially where the rain falls too quickly. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain could soak up parts of the southeast through Wednesday, but localized amounts in that area are up to 3 inches. And again, flash flooding cannot be ruled out. But we're taking a look at a tornado that touched down in Mississippi. Now, the risk for tornadoes is found usually around this time is when you can expect it. In November, the highest chance for tornadoes based on long-term averages stretches from East Texas into the lower Mississippi Valley and parts of the southeast. Now, the United States usually averages 65 tornadoes each November, making it the most active month in the fall when it comes to severe weather. October, November, and December are the 3 months that we usually see the most severe impacts in the South. In addition, there's also notable peaks in nighttime tornadoes in November, with the month averaging more than 400 twisters in the dark. Now, this is according to NOAA. So again, we're paying very close attention to this situation, keeping in touch with our Fox Weather colleagues, and we will have a live update in our 8 a.m. hour. The time is now 6:30 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now. The time now is 6:30 a.m. We could now just be hours away from action in Congress to avert a possible railroad strike. Here's more.
We're going to be joined right now by Fox 5 New York reporter Chris Welch. And Chris, you're on this story today. We've heard from a lot of members of Congress today about what the likelihood that they can get this done before this deadline. But walk our viewers back a little bit. Weren't we in this position in September?
You're right, we were. And actually, when I first started reading about this story today, I was thinking, wait, what was that happened way back? It was in September when the White House announced that they had brokered this tentative agreement between, the stakeholders and the unions to avoid a strike. Seems like that strike was never officially avoided. And so what we've got ourselves into here is this December 9th, this looming deadline of a possible freight rail strike. President Biden yesterday asking Congress to get involved, step in. Today, he met with leaders of both parties at the White House. It seems like, in general, they are on board here. And when you talk about Congress these days, the fact that they're able to get on board on the same page on anything is a big deal. So it should tell you something. And if you're reading the tea leaves, it might look like this is going to happen. But yeah, December 9th is the looming strike date. But here's a bit of what we learned today.
I would much prefer us not to intervene. But at the same time, for this to shut down will be horrendous.
We don't like to do this. We'd rather see the parties do it through labor negotiations. But at this point, there's no other alternative.
Rare agreement. Neither party wants Congress to step in, but at this point, it may be the only way to avoid a strike among the 100,000 U.S. railroad workers. Today, President Joe Biden met with congressional leaders in both parties, asking them to come together on legislation that would avert a strike. You might remember back in September, the White House helped broker a tentative deal, but not all workers at the dozen unions were on board. Now the White House in a rare position, pleasing business interests by avoiding a crippling strike, but angering those in organized labor who believe the government is taking away their right to strike. In a statement, the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employees Division writes, "A call to Congress to act immediately to pass legislation that adopts tentative agreements that exclude paid sick leave ignores the railroad workers' concerns." Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she doesn't disagree.
It's not everything I would like to see. I think that we should have paid sick leave. Every developed country in the world has it. We don't.
But she adds a strike could be catastrophic.
Water will not be safe. Product will not be going to market. It is, we could lose 750,000 jobs, some of them union jobs. That must be avoided.
Freight trains are the lifeblood of the global supply chain, and a strike would disrupt the transportation of oil, food, even chlorine for keeping drinking water safe.
I think it will pass, but it's unfortunate that this is how we're running our economy today.
Mr. Biden, are you confident you can avoid a rail strike? And what is your message?
And you can hear a lot of noise there in the White House in the Roosevelt Room when President Biden was asked, are you confident? You kind of make out the fact that he says, yes, he is confident. Look, we should point out that Nancy Pelosi says that they're planning to bring this into the House and introduce some legislation tomorrow morning. Senator Schumer says he spoke to Senator McConnell on the other side of the aisle, and it seems like there's support there as well. So it does seem like a strike can be avoided, but it seems like on the other side of things, President Joe Biden might be making some enemies of some union employees, union members, and people in organized labor.
Yeah, Chris, he always touts his, union bona fides, but they're not too happy with him kind of throwing the ball to Congress. They probably wanted some executive action to keep to that tentative agreement. What's the main sticking point here? What do these union members and groups want out of the companies themselves? Is it just the paid sick leave? Is it more flexibility with the schedules?
Paid sick leave is a big one. Being able to basically let their employers, make their employers give them days off when they need time to take care of their families. Paid sick leave. You heard Nancy Pelosi in the story there. She's like, we're the only developed nation in the country. And so when 100,000 labor workers who keep our country running with the freight lines are asking for something as simple as paid family sick leave, we should be listening to them. But it doesn't sound like they're going to get that right now. So it sounds like they're going to have to keep kicking the can down the road to try to get that. And their hands are going to be tied. It's interesting because, a lot of the unions today are like, well, look, we're really hoping, we thought a strike was the one tool we had in our toolbox here, because we're a union. We have this ability to strike and try to get better working conditions for us. And, you know, they've done long hours. It's hard to take days off. They're overworked. And they're like, you know, now if this is going to Congress, we're not going to have the ability to strike. What's the point of even being in the union right now? So Joe Biden's going to have to contest with some of that.
Yeah, and Chris, just lastly, I mean, how disruptive would this be? Christmas is right around the corner.
It couldn't come at a worse time, really. I mean, you not just talking about, you know, goods and services that we all buy around the holidays, but regular things like gasoline. You heard Nancy Pelosi there saying chlorine. I had to do a little bit of research there. Chlorine is a big factor in keeping municipalities, cities, drinking water safe. So it's everything from the goods and services that we buy and purchase at stores to grocery stores, you know, grain. Freight is the lifeblood of our country. I think I was reading a statistic today, 28% of the goods and services we get are carried and travel on freight lines. So it would be significantly disruptive to the country. And I think that is why we are seeing both parties get on board with this legislation here.
Yeah, Chris, just from the statement yesterday from Biden, he says, let me be clear, a rail shutdown would devastate our economy. We'll keep track of those negotiations there on Capitol Hill. Chris Welch with Fox 5 New York. We appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Anytime.
And if you're just now joining us, let's go out live to this live press conference that we have been waiting for the past hour or so. We have the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg. He's speaking on a wide range of international topics, including Russia's war on Ukraine and the global economy.
This shows once again Romania's strong commitment to our alliance. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
We'll go to New York Times in the middle there.
New York Times, Mr. Stoltenberg, you and other Western leaders keep saying that Ukraine is fighting for our values, it's defending our democracies, it's defending our borders. Hasn't Ukraine earned NATO membership? Hasn't it earned now more than vague promises of membership sometime over the horizon? Thank you.
The most immediate and urgent task is to ensure that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent, democratic nation in Europe. And to do so, we need to mobilize as much as we can when it comes to military, economic, financial, humanitarian support to Ukraine. And that's exactly what we do. If Ukraine does not prevail as an independent sovereign state, then of course the membership issue is not at the table at all, because then we have no candidate member anymore in Ukraine. So whatever you think about when Ukraine can become a member, a precondition for that issue to be at the table at all is that Ukraine prevails, and we are helping Ukraine to do so as we speak. Allies made it clear throughout the meeting that they are ready to sustain the support with advanced military equipment, with ammunition, with fuel, with all the other stuff that the Ukrainians need to defend themselves. And that's the urgent, that's the immediate, most important task for allies. Then we also have to understand that there is a lot between nothing and full membership, meaning that we need to develop closer and closer partnership, both political partnership but also practical partnership with Ukraine. This will strengthen their institutions. It will help them to move from Soviet-era equipment standards to modern NATO standards, equipment doctrines. This is good for Ukraine. It's good for us. It will increase interoperability, but it will also help Ukraine move closer to membership. So I think it's important now that we take it step by step. The most important and urgent step is to ensure that Ukraine prevails, and that's exactly what we are doing.
We'll go to the radio and television of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General. Mladen Gino, television of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
NATO support of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Bosnia and Herzegovina is undisputable. However, as you said, the country is under Russian pressure. Can you tell me what did you mean by that term, Russian pressure? And it is known that there are in country political forces who are pro-Russian oriented and are against membership of NATO of Bosnia and Herzegovina. How to reduce that Russian pressure? Thank you.
Well, first of all, Bosnia and Herzegovina is important for stability in the whole of the Western Balkan regions, and it's also important for NATO. NATO has a history in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We helped to end a brutal ethnic war there in the 1990s, and NATO is still present in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have the headquarters in Sarajevo, and we work with Bosnia and Herzegovina. I just met with the foreign minister, and I think to be able to resist attempts of Russian interference and influence in Bosnia and Herzegovina, one of the most important things that should be done is the formation, to complete the formation of a government after the elections, and also to realize that everything that can strengthen the institutions, the government institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina, will also make Bosnia and Herzegovina more resilient against any type of foreign influence on malign activities. NATO is committed to further support Bosnia and Herzegovina, including through our defense capacity building program and the NATO HQ or headquarters in Sarajevo, and to help build strong defense and security institutions, including by helping to implement democratic reforms.
Okay, we'll go to Imedi TV, Georgia. Lady at the back, yeah.
After Bosnia Herzegovina, Georgia, we are in the same group, aspirant countries. Mr. Secretary General, how the commitments made again in Bucharest and new decisions help Georgia on the road to future membership, as this is the main goal of Georgian people and Georgian government? And also, can you tell us more about the meeting with the Georgian Foreign Affairs Minister and the challenges ahead of us because of the war in Ukraine and ongoing occupation of Georgia by Russia? Thank you so much.
The Foreign Minister of Georgia was very much welcomed by NATO allies, together with the Foreign Minister of Moldova and Bosnia and Herzegovina in our last session, where we expressed our solidarity with all three partners. I think if there's one lesson learned from Ukraine, is that we need to support them now. The more support we are able to provide to these countries, being different, but under Russian pressure, influence in different ways, it is much better to support them now than when we have seen developments going in the absolutely wrong direction, as we saw with the invasion of Ukraine earlier this year. So that's one of the reasons why, for instance, in Georgia, we have the Training and Evaluation Center with dozens of NATO trainers. Allies made new commitments, announcements for further support, because we need to build a long-standing partnership with Georgia, and we use the office, we use the training center to do exactly that. All allies also expressed their strong support for Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
The time is now 6:45 a.m. We're taking a listen into this live update from the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, speaking on a few international topics, but mainly addressing Russia's war in Ukraine. We'll get back into the international headlines in just a bit, but in the meantime, let's go ahead and take in our Fox 5 New York colleague, Briella Tomosetti. Briella, we know that many people are in the holiday spirit, and tonight we can expect and watch yet another holiday Christmas classic. I thought I could see the tree behind you, but break it all down. What's going on tonight in New York City?
Yeah, Rain, good morning to you. And I'm so sad we can't show you the tree. We had a nice view of it. I mean, it's still dark out here, so you can't see it all lit up really until later. But it is a beautiful tree, as we have every year. And today is actually the first of 3 gridlock alert days here in the city this week. If you're not a New Yorker and you're not familiar with that, the city basically names them to give people a heads up when there's going to be a lot of congestion in the area. We've got 9 more of them this year. And all that traffic is coinciding with, as you said, the city's most quintessential holiday moment, that tree lighting. While some would consider Thanksgiving to be the start of the holiday season, many New Yorkers wait for this. The Rockefeller Center tree lighting ceremony, which signals the beginning of the holiday season here in the city. This year's 82-foot Norway spruce arrived in Manhattan a little over 2 weeks ago. The tree measures 50 feet in diameter and weighs 14 tons, soon to be dressed up in 50,000 lights and a dazzling crystal star. Another sign the holidays are here, congestion. If you plan on driving, it certainly won't be easy to get around. A citywide campaign called Fifth Avenue for All will transform the bustling Midtown thoroughfare into a pedestrian-only zone for 3 days next month. Mark your calendars on Sunday, December 4th, 11th, and the 18th. From noon to 6 p.m., Fifth Avenue from 48th Street through 57th Street will be completely car-free. And on days Fifth Avenue isn't designated an open street, barriers will be used to block off a lane of traffic on each side of the road to accommodate more walking space. Crosstown buses will also be impacted by street closures, bypassing all stops between 48th and 52nd Streets. On open street Sundays, they'll be rerouted to southbound avenues. All right, and tourism is expected to pick up this holiday season. It's finally bouncing back after the COVID-19 pandemic. There are going to be a lot of people in this vicinity here in Rockefeller Center. According to the city's tourism board, 6.5 million people, in fact, are expected to visit the Big Apple between Thanksgiving and New Year's Eve. So, you know what they say, that cheesy news line, pack your patience if you are visiting New York this holiday season.
People are going to be in Midtown just to watch the lighting of the Rockefeller Christmas tree. But what about folks like myself who are joining from across the country? How can we take part in the action?
Yeah, well, the lighting is going to be on 8 o'clock tonight. I know we're a Fox affiliate, but it's going to be on NBC, so you can check it out there. I hate to promote them, again, because we're Fox, but go check it out. If you're here, if you're in New York, you can see it in person. I do want to talk about the hours that the tree is going to be lit. So daily, it's going to be on from 6 a.m. through midnight, and that's through mid-January. So well after the holiday season, the tree is still going to be lit. Now, there are 2 exceptions to those hours. Christmas Day, the tree will be on around the clock, 24 hours, and then New Year's Eve, it'll be on from 6 a.m. through 9 p.m. Again, if you're not from here, you might want to come check it out because it is a beautiful sight to see every single year. Rain, back to you.
Amazing. All right, Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomosetti. Always a pleasure to have her on the show. The time is now 6:49. Let's take a quick commercial break, but when we return, we'll bring you all up to speed when it comes to that severe weather that we're seeing across the South. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Class is back in session at the University of Idaho Monday morning, more than 2 weeks after 4 students were stabbed to death at an off-campus house. Authorities are continuing to receive hundreds of tips, but they have not found the killer, and many students have chosen to take classes online with fears that the killer may still be in the college town of Moscow. So the community is still reeling from the tragedy that took the lives of 4 close friends, and the University of Idaho will host candlelight vigils throughout the next few weeks at Moscow and Boise campuses to remember the students. We also heard from the governor of Idaho, but the big key is that many people still have many unanswered questions. So Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft caught up with our Fox colleagues who's bringing us a little bit more on the ongoing investigation.
Let's go out now to a story we have been following from the very beginning in Moscow, Idaho. Those 4 students on campus who were found stabbed to death. Police still don't have a suspect or suspects in custody. We're going to be joined now live from the campus of the University of Idaho by Fox 13 Seattle reporter AJ Janavel. And AJ, thanks so much for being with us. And you just got there. You're gearing up for this vigil on campus tomorrow night. What more do we know?
Andrew, so many questions still remain. A concerning situation as students started getting back to campus following Thanksgiving break. They got back this week. You can see behind me right at one of the entrances of the university this memorial here with the names of the 4 students who were murdered. 2 weeks later, they still don't have a lot on what happened. The big question is looking for suspect information, but there is a large effort that is going on in the town of Moscow to try and find answers. There are dozens of local as well as state police investigating. There's also 40+ members of the FBI who are a part of this investigation. But as those students make their way back this week, and the people who live in this community are still waiting for answers, there are a lot of questions that do remain. 4 students murdered. The tragic and heinous attack happening where they should feel most safe, at their home. The deadly home invasion happening sometime in the early morning of Sunday, November 13th. This map breaking down the timeline and locations of key events, police say. Investigators saying the attacker stabbed the young adults to death, likely while they slept. However, autopsy data shows some of the victims had defensive wounds. 21-year-old Kaylee Conclaves, 21-year-old Madison Mogan, 20-year-old Xana Kernodle, and 20-year-old Ethan Chapin, a young man from our area in Skagit County, were killed. Fox 13 News hearing from Chapin's mom earlier this month.
Ethan Chapin, one of the most incredible people you'll ever know.
More than 2 weeks out with no weapon and no named suspect, Moscow police continue the investigation.
This crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension.
State police and the FBI are now working alongside the local department. 488 tips have been submitted to the FBI, according to the Moscow Police Department. But with the information also comes confusion and fear. Police spending a lot of time addressing rumors that continue to pop up, including conspiracy theorists on Reddit focusing on a red Mustang on South Deacon Street. However, police say the car is not connected to the case. One lead police are looking into is reports Conclaves had a stalker. Following investigations into this possibility, police have not verified if this is true. Officials are calling the murders a targeted attack, but not saying why they believe this to be the case. On the night of the murders, 2 other roommates and a dog were in the home and unharmed and unaware of the violence happening just feet away. Students of the university now deal with uncertainty as they return to campus.
No one would have ever imagined something slightly like this could happen in Moscow, Idaho.
So even though police believe that this is a targeted attack, that killer is still out there somewhere, and police are asking this community to remain vigilant. They're also asking anyone that might have any information that leads to answers to contact them. Andrew?
You know, AJ, I was also kind of curious, this community, very, very small. They haven't even seen a homicide for, almost 10 years. Let's talk about the vigil being planned for tomorrow. How many people are they expecting? Who's going to be speaking? Have we heard also, local, state, federal elected leaders? Will they be there tomorrow?
Andrew, I think that this incident has impacted not just the community here in Moscow, but a short way from where we are is the city of Pullman, where Washington State University is located. So you have two big colleges, two big universities with a lot of young adults. What happened here is a terrifying situation. We've heard from so many leaders through so many different departments, law enforcement, city leaders over the last few weeks, just speaking about how heartbreaking this situation is, how terrifying this situation is. You have a campus here with more than 10,000 students. I think that you can expect a large turnout tomorrow, especially with what we've already seen and heard and the effects that this tragic incident has had on so many people. Andrew?
AJ, just last question for you. You were based in Seattle. It's some 300 miles away, but it just shows how much this story has affected not only Idaho, but Washington State in particular. Why?
Well, I think that any parent, any student, any family who hears that 4 young adults, 4 students essentially in their home right off the campus deal with such a terrifying situation is really anyone's biggest fear. But for us in the Western Washington area, in the Seattle area, Ethan Chapin was a part of our community out of Skagit County, a member of Western Washington, and this murder, his murder, has had such a big effect on the people who live in the area where we work and cover and work to give a voice to the people in that community. Andrew?
All right, we do thank AJ Jabno there outside of the University of Idaho campus. We're going to continue with this story right now as well, because we want to head out to outside of the Moscow Police Department. That's where we find Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano. We spoke to her earlier today. Let's check in with her yet again. I know it's cold out there, Ashley, but this vigil is going to be held tomorrow night. What more, though, are police saying? They've had to kind of swat down some of these rumors about their investigation. Give us a sense.
Hey there, Andrew. That's exactly right. On that vigil tomorrow, there will actually be one across 4 of the University of Idaho's campuses. And that just goes to show you how important this is to the entire state and the university system. As for some updates, police have actually earlier this afternoon, they towed some of the victims' vehicles from the parking lot right in front of the house where they were killed. And that is a new development. It's been over 2 weeks since they were killed, and those cars have largely remained just parked there, but they have towed those vehicles to collect some evidence. They're also dispelling rumors about a possible connection to some other stabbings. Police have said they found no evidence connecting these killings in Moscow to a 1999 double stabbing in Pullman, Washington, and another in Salem, Oregon in 2021. The City of Moscow Police Department has taken to Facebook quite frequently to dispel some of these rumors that are running rampant on social media. So that is the best place to find those updates. We haven't had a news conference and heard from police since last Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving. But again, they just continue to update on social media. Andrew.
Okay. Ashley Soriano there live for us outside the Moscow Police Department. Ashley, thanks so much. We will definitely be checking in tomorrow.
Thanks, Andrew.
So this investigation remains ongoing. And again, the 4 University of Idaho students, Ethan Chapman, Zaina Cardoodle, Madison Mogan, Kaylee Scaliff, maybe getting the pronunciation of these names just a little bit off, but they were stabbed to death while likely sleeping on early Sunday morning between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m. in Moscow, Idaho. This is, again, a college town, according to police, but information and clues as to who could have possibly did this still very limited. Live now from Fox's Josh Breslow caught up with Joseph Scott Morgan, a forensics expert, who says that this is the story of nightmares.
Let's get back to a story that we have been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. It's been 2 weeks since 4 University of Idaho students were found stabbed to death in their rooms. While police and federal agents have said they are following up on hundreds of leads, no suspects have been named, and there are still so many questions. I do want to bring in Joseph Scott Morgan. He is a forensics professor at Jacksonville State University and does have a hit podcast. Thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Joshua. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, your thoughts on this case that so many people are paying so close attention to.
Well, I think the first term that comes to mind is complex, and just the sheer volume of physical evidence that's going to be found at the scene could be quite daunting for all of those involved. The biological evidence, specifically as it's related to blood evidence, and of course from that springs DNA, and so it will make matters very difficult to weed through. The trick is how well are you planned in advance for an event like this, and what resources do you have at your disposal? The rub is, however, when you're talking about a smaller jurisdiction, they're not used to handling a case of this magnitude. It's not a knock against them. That's the reality of it. It's rural America, and they don't deal with quadruple knife-related or sharp force injury-related homicides. Not many people do, actually. This is kind of an outlier statistically.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of the questions come into play, because you don't have that many quadruple homicides that are happening in Idaho, let alone in Moscow, Idaho, involving 4 university students that are murdered there. From a forensics perspective, what might make this case a little bit more difficult or different than other murder cases?
Well, one of the things, going back to this idea of biological evidence, is what we refer to as commingling of the sample, where, they've talked at length, and you've heard a variety of different things stated relative to the weapon of choice. Hunting knife, somebody used the term Rambo knife, military-style knife. Either way, if it is the same weapon, just imagine, if you will, where you have 4 victims and the same weapon is being used over and over. The first victim that you have will kind of be the standalone, where you will not have DNA from the others. But if the same weapon is being utilized, and this is just the weapon, we're not talking about DNA that the perpetrator may have left behind or anything like that. You're moving from victim to victim to victim to victim. And when this happens, there's a commingling of DNA. And so to try to unspool that and in the lab is difficult. And I just hope that nothing has been compromised at the scene. I don't have any reason to believe that it has. But just that alone makes this complex. Not to mention the fact this house has been identified on several occasions as a location where people gather. So you've got this big collective of people that kind of come in to hang out. Let's face it, everybody in college, might have had an off-campus location they went to and, met with their friends and that sort of thing. So those individuals that have inhabited that space, whether it's in just kind of a superficial way or maybe a more intimate way, have left some essence of their self behind. When you talk about things like touch DNA, which comes about as a result of sloughing dead skin cells. We slough thousands of these things every day, and so you get a partial strand from that. The really rich DNA that you're looking for is going to come from blood evidence. And in my experience, I worked for the coroner in New Orleans and for the ME in Atlanta for many, many years. And one of the things that happens every now and then with sharp force injuries, particularly where it's a frenzied event and they're talking about multiple stab wounds, is that the perpetrator will actually injure themselves. Might not even be aware of it at the time because they're in such a heightened state. And if that happens, now you've got the perpetrator's DNA commingled in there as well.
And it does sound like there were people coming in and out of there, not just in general, but maybe over the hours after the killings actually happened. Could that have contaminated anything at the scene? I know that's kind of a general question that you necessarily can't speak to as far as this specific case, but overall, could that have tampered with anything?
Well, yeah, anytime you introduce another person into this environment, they're bringing along with them their DNA. And just to wax kind of academic for a second, we have to understand, kind of our godfather within forensics is a gentleman named Edmond Lacard, and he came up with something called his contact theory. And it basically states that every contact leaves a trace. Now, he came up with that over 100 years ago. It's pretty fascinating when you think about it nowadays. But he understood even at that point in time, before we had DNA technology, that every time an individual introduces himself into what we would consider to be a pristine scene, they're bringing something with them. Even if it's the police officers, you might have mud on your shoes. You might have some other trace evidence that's coming from your car, even maybe a fiber from the seat of your car or from your home that you introduce in there. So you've got kind of all of these issues that when you start to look at it from a mathematical perspective, it kind of builds out like that exponentially, and it's something that you have to factor into everything that you do, and that's what they're doing right now. It does not surprise me, Joshua, that it's taking them this long. I think that they're being very careful. They've got fantastic resources at their disposal with just the folks at the FBI lab, not to mention the people with the Idaho State Police as well.
Why do you think so many people across the country are paying such close attention to this case? It is high profile now, and I mean, there's articles released about it pretty much on an hourly basis. People are talking about it on social media a lot. Why might that be?
It's the stuff of nightmares. And I think that, when you begin to think that you're sending your child off to college, and then suddenly you have this mysterious perpetrator that comes through the door and wipes out, certainly 3 of the 6 people that are permanently domiciled there, 3 of the 5 that are permanently domiciled there, and then you've got this one young man who happened to be there as well. It is the stuff of nightmares, and that, I think, from my experience with true crime, that's one of the things that fascinates people, because this is not something that happens necessarily in a vacuum. It's something that, many people, particularly those that have kids, can identify with, and they're thinking, is my child safe wherever they are? And the fact that no one has been caught, it's, when you look at the pool of potential suspects, this is not a big metropolis, right? People know one another up there. And so you begin to think, do we know this individual that has perpetrated something that is so markedly horrific? If, I think we've heard little snips of this along the way relative to the police, and some of the other people there. I think even the prosecutor, as he's famously walking down the street, he's given this interview kind of over his shoulder, corner. They talked about the level of violence that was there. And, I got to be honest, I was kind of taken back by the fact that they had released that information, that we had that much information, but we do know that the scene is quite ghastly. So I think that kind of captures the imagination of the people out there that are following this case and cases that are similar to it, Joshua.
In your opinion, any mess-ups here, any problems that investigators might have caused in this case? Because as you mentioned, they're not necessarily used to dealing with such a high-profile case in Moscow, Idaho. Have you seen anything that stuck out to you?
There was something that was mentioned along the way that, kind of piqued my interest, I think, as a former medical legal death investigator, which means, you work for the medical examiner and the coroner. You're the eyes and the ears of the medical examiner out in the field. For me, what it was I think that the coroner was not allowed access to the body for some time. That's not an uncommon practice. Where the problem is this: one of the things that we try to do at scenes when it comes to the examination of remains is to begin the measurement of what's referred to as postmortem interval. So, and that's things like that everybody's heard of, like rigor mortis, okay? And then there's some other things like postmortem lividity, which is the settling of blood, and algor mortis, which is another term for the cooling that takes place after death. And we have these kind of measured scientific benchmarks that we look at, depending upon the environmental conditions that you're in. You have to examine the body within that. And so the further down the timeline you move, you lose that data. And one of the key things here, Joshua, is the fact that timeline is an issue, isn't it? They want to try to understand. So, we can judge things like the rigidity of human remain. To what degree has fixation began in the joints relative to rigor mortis and settling of blood. And so any delay in the time that the coroner may have had to get there and examine those elements could be problematic. Of course, we don't fully understand what type of trace evidence she would have encountered making her way to the body. So they have to do this balancing act. Is it worth it to have the evidence, the physical evidence, compromised because of the position of the body to allow her to do this, or is it better that we just allow her to get to it after we've collected everything that we possibly can? Again, back to Lacarde's, every contact leaves a trace, and so that can certainly be an issue as well.
All right, Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Anything else that you want to make sure to mention before we let you go?
I think I plead with everybody to please be patient with these folks out there. They're doing everything that they can at this moment in time, and it's important that you just take a step back and understand they're under the gun. They're aware that they're under the gun. At least their managers are. I hope that that doesn't make it down to the rank and file officer or agent that's processing this, that they can kind of shut all of that out, really remain focused on what they have to do. They don't need any further outstanding distractions and that sort of thing, because the more their little world is compromised in this violence that has taken place, it's going to impede their ability to move this case forward and try to identify who did this and get them off the streets.
And before I let you go, do you think they do already have a suspect or suspects in mind and probably know who did this?
I have no way of knowing. I would hope that they would have gone through, and I would imagine they would have, say for instance, like the CODIS database, locally, just to identify anybody that might be in that environment, that might be identified as a predator. If they have that already ramped up, if they find an unknown DNA sample, they can plug that into the database and see if they come back with a hit. And not to mention, it's good old-fashioned shoe leather on the part of the investigators, where they're going door to door. And one of the problems that are, as a college professor, I can speak to this. One of the problems that arises is, and this is quite striking, is the fact that, remember, as this horrific slaughter took place, kids had already been eyeballing, the students had already been eyeballing.
All right, that interview there, courtesy of LiveNOW from Fox's Josh Breslow. We are getting this live update from the United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He's speaking from Romania, discussing foreign affairs. Let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
For all the skill that they demonstrated on the field, as well as their dignity off the field. Having watched our team play in Qatar a week or so ago, then watching the match last night with my colleagues and friends, Foreign Minister Kuleba from Ukraine and Foreign Minister Cleverly from the UK, I'm reminded again of how soccer is such a powerful unifying force. It's a common language that virtually the entire world speaks. I'm looking forward to the exciting round of 16 that's coming up. We'll be watching it closely, and so many others around the world will be doing the same thing. Now, we have just concluded 2 days of very productive meetings here in Bucharest with our NATO allies. Let me start by thanking our Romanian hosts for their incredibly warm hospitality, and also recognize their many contributions over this difficult past year. And I especially thank NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg for his leadership, leadership that has proven to be decisive in what is a challenging time for our alliance. We're meeting at a critical juncture. As Ukraine continues to seize momentum on the battlefield, President Putin has focused his ire and his fire on Ukraine's civilian population. Over the past several weeks, Russia has bombed out more than a third of Ukraine's energy system, plunging millions into cold, into darkness, as frigid temperatures set in. Heat, water, electricity, for children, for the elderly, for the sick. These are President Putin's new targets. He's hitting them hard. This brutalization of Ukraine's people is barbaric. We are clear-eyed about the difficult winter that lies ahead. We know President Putin's playbook: freeze and starve Ukrainians, force them from their homes, drive up energy, food, and other household costs, not only across Europe, but around the world, and then try to splinter our coalition. President Putin thinks that if he can just raise the costs high enough, the world will abandon Ukraine, that will leave them to fend for themselves. His strategy has not and will not work. We will continue to prove him wrong. That's what I heard loudly and clearly from every country here in Bucharest. We know that standing up for Ukraine means accepting difficult costs, particularly for our European allies. But the cost of inaction would be far higher. Caving to Russia's aggression, accepting its brazen attempts to redraw borders by force, to tear up the rule book that has made all of us more secure, that would have repercussions not only in Europe, but quite literally around the world. And so the message coming out of our meeting is this: our collective resolve to support Ukraine is and will continue to be ironclad, now, throughout the winter, and for as long as it takes for Ukraine to succeed. We will maintain and bolster our security, humanitarian, and economic support for Ukraine. NATO allies and partners have provided $40 billion in arms to Ukraine. More is on the way. The United States has contributed more than $19 billion in security assistance and nearly $15 billion in direct economic and humanitarian support. We'll also continue to ramp up costs on the Kremlin and those enabling President Putin's war. We welcome the European Union moving forward on its ninth sanctions package that will further curtail the Kremlin's capacity to wage its brutal war when that package is passed. When Russia began to accelerate its attacks against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, the G7 foreign ministers acted swiftly and acted together. We agreed to create a new coordination group to synchronize our defense of Ukraine's energy grid, just as the Ramstein process has coordinated our provision of the weapons that Ukraine needs to defend its territory. When we convened that group yesterday here in Bucharest, I announced that the United States will commit over $53 million to send equipment to help stabilize Ukraine's energy grid and keep Ukraine's power and electricity running. We've also submitted a request to Congress for $1.1 billion to secure Ukraine and Moldova's energy sector and restore their energy supply. And we will take strong, coordinated action to ensure that President Putin cannot hold the rest of the world hostage to weaponized energy. In the spring, the European Union committed to fully phasing out Russian natural gas. The United States is helping to speed up this transition, sending 53 billion cubic meters of LNG to our friends in Europe so far this year, more than double last year's amount, to help provide a bridge to a clean energy future that's also free from Russian influence. The united response of our allies and partners to Russia's aggression has given Ukraine momentum in the fight. We agree with President Zelensky. Diplomacy is ultimately the only way to definitively end Russia's war of aggression. We support the need for a just and durable peace. Russia's savage attacks on Ukrainian civilians are the latest demonstration that President Putin currently has no interest in meaningful diplomacy, that short of erasing Ukraine's independence, he will try to force Ukraine into a frozen conflict, lock in his gains, rest and refit his forces, and then, at some point, reattack again. That tactic cannot possibly lead to a just and durable peace. President Putin must be disabused of the notion that it can succeed. The best way to actually hasten the prospects for real diplomacy is to sustain our support to Ukraine and continue to tilt the battlefield in its favor. That will also help ensure that Ukraine has the strongest possible negotiating position and hand to play when a negotiating table emerges. Short of Russia ending the aggression it started, that is the only path to a peace that is both just and durable. The collective strength and resolve of NATO in this crisis have demonstrated that alliances and partnerships are our most important strategic asset. And that strength will soon grow with the addition of Sweden and Finland as our newest NATO allies. Their participation in this meeting here in Bucharest shows their readiness to bring their strengths to bear in our alliance. Even as we remain focused on maintaining a unified, coordinated effort to support Ukraine, we're also working to increase NATO's resilience for the future as it faces new challenges, including those posed by China. In June, allies met in Brussels and agreed that China's stated ambitions and assertive behavior prevent systemic challenges to the rules-based international order and to areas relevant to alliance security. The members of our alliance remain concerned by the PRC's coercive policies, by its use of disinformation, by its rapid, opaque military buildup, including its cooperation with Russia. But we also remain committed to maintaining a constructive dialogue with China wherever we can, and we welcome opportunities to work together on common challenges. The 7+ decades since NATO's founding have proven that fundamentally its strength lies in the reality that we're a living, evolving alliance, one that is built not merely to endure crises, but to use them to emerge stronger, more united, better prepared. This past year has been a powerful reminder of who we are as an alliance, of our capacity to adapt and evolve, of our unity in the face of threats, and of the sheer force of our collective commitment to the values and interests that we came together originally to defend. And seeing that, I'm confident that NATO will continue to meet the challenges of this moment as well as the challenges to come. Now, before I close, as we would say back in Washington, a moment of personal privilege. I'm soon going to be losing from my team Evan Glover, who's been my trip director and very close aide to an exciting opportunity with our embassy in Jerusalem. It's often said of close colleagues that they're always by your side. In Evan's case, that happens to be almost literally true. Evan's been by my side essentially all day, every day, these past 2 years, whether in Washington or around the world. He's a close advisor. He keeps my team and me prepared, on track, on time, well, on time-ish anyway. But his duties have gone well beyond those in the job description. He's had to wake me up in the middle of the night, listen to me occasionally strum a guitar, my apologies, and greet me upon returning from all too infrequent jogs in various capitals around the world. In short, Evan's been subjected to a lot, but he's met every challenge with unrelenting determination, smarts, and good humor. I could not be more grateful. Evan, if you're out there somewhere, thank you, my friend. And thanks to all of you.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, how does the U.S. ensure and commit to Ukraine that the energy infrastructure support that you and allies and partners are providing will not just be rapidly destroyed, as we know that those civilian infrastructure elements are among the most vulnerable? Are the U.S. and your allies and partners pairing the energy assistance with protection such as Patriots or other air defenses, or simply conceding that you will have to replace the same infrastructure again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, you're exactly right. These are flip sides of the same coin. Even as we're working in a very coordinated way with countries around the world to help Ukraine repair and replace as necessary the infrastructure, the generators, the transformers, the grids that are being destroyed. We're also trying to be very deliberate, and this is primarily the Pentagon and others, in trying to establish the best possible defense for critical energy infrastructure in Ukraine so that we don't have a process that keeps repeating itself. Stuff gets replaced, it gets destroyed, it gets replaced again. So we have to do both, and we are doing both. I'll leave it to the planners and the strategists on the military defense side to speak more specifically about that. But yes, a part of this is making sure that not only are we getting Ukraine the weapons that it continues to need to defend itself and ward off the Russian aggression, but that some of that is used in a very deliberate way to, as best possible, protect the energy infrastructure. But it's also critical that even as we're doing that, we, of course, help Ukrainians get things back online that have been taken offline by Russian bombs and missiles. That's where this very coordinated effort that we've been engaged in comes in, primarily through the G7 and a number of other countries, but also in close coordination with what the European Union is doing, and also institutions like the World Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And what we've established is very akin to what was done on the military equipment side in Ramstein. The same kind of process to make sure that Ukrainians are getting as quickly as we possibly can get it to them, everything they need to keep their electric grid going.
Henry Foy, Financial Times. Thank you, Secretary of State. We know that the US and other allies, particularly the UK, are keen for NATO to move on from just assessing the threat and challenge that China poses to actually addressing it. After the discussion you had this morning, are you confident that all of your allies see the challenge posed by China the same way that your administration does? And what concrete measures have you asked your allies to think about in terms of addressing that? Thank you.
Thank you. First, let me step back to say that much of what we've done over the last couple of years has been to re-engage, reinvigorate, re-energize our alliances and partnerships, recognizing, as I said earlier, that in many ways they're our most powerful strategic asset, because the more we can address challenges collectively, the more effective we're likely to be. And I think some of the fruits of those labors are evident here at NATO, including with regard to the challenge posed by China. What I've seen, not only at NATO, but also, for example, with the European Union, as well as in other parts of the world, is a growing convergence in the approach to the challenges that China poses. We start with a recognition that the relationship for all of us is complex, as well as incredibly consequential. Complex because we see it as competitive. We're very much at an inflection point in the world where we've moved beyond the post-Cold War world, and there's a competition on to shape what comes next. There's a recognition of that. There's a recognition that there's also, in many ways, what the Europeans call a systemic rivalry between China and many of our countries. But there's also a recognition that wherever possible, we have to find ways to cooperate on the really big issues that affect not just people in our respective countries, in China and the United States or in European countries, but literally people around the world: climate, global health, macroeconomics, etc. And so we are acting on all of those fronts. And the more we're able to do that together, again, the more effective we're going to be. But evidence of that convergence is that, first, everything that I heard around the table today in Bucharest. We had a discussion this morning about China and the challenges that it poses. You saw it before then in a joint statement emanating from our first G7 leaders meeting last year in the United Kingdom, and again this year coming out of Germany when the G7 leaders got together. We've restarted a dialogue between the European Union and the United States on China. That's actually meeting again in the coming days. And here at NATO, the strategic concept that the leaders put out at the last summit refers to China for the first time. And it calls out the systemic challenge that it poses and our collective responsibility to address that challenge. And again, I heard that convergence loud and clear this morning. And what we talked about today is, again, making sure that we are working to adapt in concrete ways to meet the challenge. Let me be very clear, though. as we've said repeatedly, we do not seek conflict with China. On the contrary, we want to avoid it. We don't want a new Cold War. We're not looking to decouple our economies. We're simply looking to be clear-eyed about some of the challenges that China poses. And again, as I said, to make sure that in addressing those challenges, we're doing it with others. Everything that I heard today just reinforces the convergence on that point.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'd like to follow up on the China question. And you just mentioned that you talked about the need to address China in concrete ways. Can you give us some more detail on exactly what that means? And given the fact that a lot of the issues you and your aides are bringing up, mainly infrastructure issues, port usage, technology issues, these are all trade issues. And how do you expect officials in NATO to discuss very much trade-related issues when those are negotiated in other fora?
Sure. So what we're seeing and what we're doing across a number of institutions, as well as in our relationships with individual countries, is to look at the areas where China poses a challenge to our interests and to our values, and to take appropriate steps accordingly. And so, for example, what you've seen over the last couple of years is growing convergence and action together on things like investment screening mechanisms to make sure that when China is making investments in our countries, something that, again, we want to sustain, we also need to be careful that in particularly sensitive areas, strategic industries, companies, infrastructure, that we take security considerations fully into account before allowing any investments to go forward. We want to make sure, and we are, that when it comes to exporting sensitive technologies to China that could go to further its own military capacity, that we're cautious about that, and that, again, we're acting wherever possible together to make sure that if we have export controls, we're doing it in a coordinated manner. So that's a part of what we're doing. Countries want to make sure that when products in China are made using forced labor, that they can't come into our countries. We're sharing information and coordinating on that. And when it comes to NATO, NATO is, of course, a military alliance, but it's also a political alliance where we try to develop common perspectives on challenges. We share information, and as appropriate in the NATO context, we look at what we can do effectively together. This is not about taking NATO to Asia or, in the parlance of NATO, acting out of area. This is about some of the challenges that China poses in area to countries that are members of NATO, and making sure that, for example, we're building resilience around our infrastructure. We've seen the fragility of critical infrastructure in a variety of ways, including from the Russian attacks on Ukraine. We want to make sure that it's resilient as possible to face all potential future challenges. In that and many other ways, we're working, again, not only in NATO, but across institutions and in our relationships with individual countries.
Thank you. ICTV Ukraine. In Ukraine, there is not a single power plant that was not damaged as a result of Russian attacks, and it will take months to restore it. However, winter is coming, so how the United States will help Ukraine to protect this infrastructure from future attacks? And Ukraine needs not only air defense systems, but also other weapons and equipment, as well as rounds of munitions. Fighter jets could help to protect Ukraine's sky and civilians. So will Ukraine get it, and how quickly can Ukraine get it?
Thank you. First, on the energy infrastructure. As we've discussed, what President Putin is focused on right now is trying to destroy as much of that infrastructure as possible, literally across the country. If you look at a map of the attacks that Russia's undertaken since October 10th, when it began this very deliberate campaign to destroy the electric grid and the energy infrastructure, that map shows attacks on that infrastructure in every part of Ukraine. So in many ways, the front lines are not simply in eastern Ukraine and southern Ukraine, they're nationwide. So we've taken that fully into account in everything that we're doing. And as I said before, we're acting urgently to do two things. One, to make sure that in a coordinated way, we are getting to Ukraine as much as we possibly can, as fast as we can, to repair, to replace, to build resilience in its energy infrastructure. At the same time, the other side of that coin is trying to make sure that that infrastructure is as effectively defended as it possibly can be, so that we don't get into this cycle of repairing and replacing equipment, having the Russians destroy it, doing the same thing all over again. And that's something that the military and other planners are focused on. So even as we're providing and continue to provide Ukraine with air defense systems, Ukraine is thinking about the most effective way to deploy them, not just to protect civilians and cities, but to protect the infrastructure, and that work is ongoing. As I mentioned earlier, the United States has just provided $53 million in new equipment, transformers, generators, spare parts. That's going to get to Ukraine not in a matter of months, but in a matter of days or weeks, again, to make sure that we're helping get the electric grid back and functioning. At the same time, and this goes to your second question, what we have done from day one, in fact, before day one, when we saw the aggression mounting and we were warning the world that it was coming, we didn't simply warn the world, we took action to make sure that Ukraine had in its hands the weapons that it would need to defend itself if the aggression actually happened. So going back more than a year ago, we did the first drawdown of military equipment, including things like Stingers and Javelins. There was another very significant drawdown a year ago, last Christmas, again, before the Russian aggression. And every week since then, we have continued to adapt to what's happening to make sure that we could get Ukraine the systems that it needs to deal with the particular threat it was facing at any given time. That threat has evolved over these months. As the initial focus was on Kyiv, it shifted east and south. The nature of the terrain changed, the nature of what the Russian aggression was doing changed, and so we evolved with that. And that is a process that's going on every single day. Throughout, we wanted to make sure that not only are we getting weapon systems to Ukraine, but that Ukrainians can use them effectively. Sometimes that requires training, that they can maintain them effectively. All of that requires work, but what I can tell you is it's happening every day, and it's evolving every day, and it's based on what Ukraine needs to most effectively deal with Russia's aggression.
Washington Post.
Thanks very much. Hi, Mr. Secretary. You and other NATO leaders have stressed the historic cohesion and unity that characterizes the alliance at this moment. But at the same time, alliance countries remain divided on the proposed oil price cap. And also, despite some progress, they have not been able to finalize the accession of Sweden and Finland, despite initial hopes that that could be done by last year's Madrid summit. How do you square that? And also, given Turkey's continued reservations about Finland and Sweden and the lack of any apparent substantive resolution on that, would the United States be okay with Turkey holding up those countries' accession until after the Turkish elections next spring? Thank you.
Thanks, Missy. So sometimes it's easy to miss the forest for the trees. The forest is dense, strong, substantive, and that is convergence among allies and partners on all of the critical issues, and not only convergence, unity of purpose and unity of action. And we've just talked about everything that we've been doing and have been doing for months to help Ukraine defend itself, and now to help it sustain and defend its energy grid. And you know, at every step along the way, there have been suggestions that that unity would fray, would disappear, would be diminished, and thus far at least, that's simply not been the case. And as I said earlier, everything I heard here in Bucharest just reaffirms a shared determination for when it comes to Ukraine, but not just when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to many of the other issues that our leaders have been talking about and acting on for the last couple of years, many of which are in the new NATO strategic concept. When it comes to the accession of Sweden and Finland, first, all NATO countries have ratified signed the protocols of accession. 28 of the 30 have actually ratified. So, and that's happened with remarkable speed. I think if you go back and look at previous enlargements of NATO, when it's brought in new members, it has taken a lot longer than that to go through this process. So this is happening in record speed. Turkey, Sweden, and Finland are engaging directly, as well as with NATO, to make sure that Turkey's concerns are fully addressed, including concerns about its security. That process has been moving forward. And I'm very confident, and again, based on what I've heard these last couple of days, that Finland and Sweden will soon be formally new members of the alliance. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Right, and that was the latest from United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressing Russia's war on Ukraine. Blinken making the remarks in Romania, where NATO ministers are meeting to focus on their efforts to defeat Russia, tweeting out this message a few moments ago, saying that the United States stands with Ukraine and is procuring over $53 million in additional energy infrastructure equipment, with more to come. We will work with our G7 counterparts on support for Ukraine as Russia brutally targets Ukraine's civilian energy system, imperiling millions. So again, this is a topic that we have been covering since day one. We heard earlier from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who had the same sentiments about Russia's war on Ukraine. We're also staying on top of several other top stories this morning. If you're just now joining us, welcome. Here's a recap of the major headlines that we plan to bring you all throughout the duration of today's show. So happening at 9 a.m. Eastern time this morning, the House is expected to vote on a replacement for party leader Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi stepped down from her leadership role earlier this month after Democrats lost control in the House and the midterm election. So Representative Hakeem Jeffries, a familiar face, is expected to take her place, becoming the first Black American to head a major political party in Congress. House Democrats are expected to rally around the 57-year-old New Yorker who has vowed to, quote, get things done. Also today, the chairman of the Federal Reserve is set to speak this afternoon at the Brookings Institution. It's the last major scheduled speech for federal officials before the next policy meetings on December 13th and 14th. Traders will be paying very close attention to what Powell says, as it could provide insight into the Fed's next rate hike. An official with the Fed said earlier this week that more hikes should be expected until 2024. So again, Powell is set to speak around 1:30 Eastern time. We'll stream it all for you all right here at LiveNOW from Fox. And let's go ahead and bring up a live image of our XRAD weather radar, because we are again continuing to track pretty severe weather spawning across the South. There were reports of at least 25 tornadoes as a powerful system moved through the southern United States over the last 24 hours. The severe weather outbreak spawned likely tornadoes in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. No injuries have been reported, and the extent of the damage remains unclear, but the threat of the damaging storm continues as the same line of storms sweeps east this morning. That threat from the Gulf Coast to the Carolinas. So let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll have a live conversation with Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez, who's there on the scene as the sun is beginning to rise. We are getting a better look at just how bad the damage there in the South is following this spawn of tornadoes. So we'll have that story in 2 minutes.
What I'm very concerned about here is many times when it has rained, you may not realize that the road is slippery. You then move over, that wet roadway, you hydroplane, and then you get into an accident. So, Britta, we're very hopeful that people there across Georgia will will drive slow there.
Just coming home, got sent home early from work because of the snow, and was taking it real easy on this road because it was real snowy. And got to this corner here and, going 1 mile an hour, I spun out.
So while one part of the country is seeing some severe weather in terms of rain, the other part of the country over in the Seattle area, which is the foothills area, was slammed with some snow. Now, this region isn't able to always handle the snow over in the Seattle area because they don't have as many of the plows. But as you get into some of the mountainous regions like Snoqualmie County, like we've been seeing right there, they have some of those bigger trucks there. But because of the winter weather that's been moving across there, we've seen numerous spinouts.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox Weather colleagues bringing us an in-depth look at that severe weather that we are continuing to track. Make sure that you all take out your phones and scan this QR code. It will prompt you to download the Fox Weather app. But in the meantime, we've got you covered. We have Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez joining us live from Mississippi. Nicole, I can see some of the damage behind you. Unfortunately, the sun is rising and we're waking up to extensive damage following this spawn of tornadoes in Mississippi.
To you, and the wind is still blowing here all across portions of central Mississippi. We are in Caledonia, Mississippi, which is right near the state border of Alabama, and I need to show you what you're seeing here behind me. This power pole has just completely gone right through this mobile home here. You're taking a look at now insulation and wood siding, and all of the sheets of metal that were once covering this home are now just stripped off of the side here. And to my left is just so much debris, an entire tree uprooted, now lying on a boat back there. I mean, these are the things that these folks are waking up to this morning after reports of 25 tornadoes all across the deep south, extending from Louisiana all the way over to Alabama. The area I'm standing in saw some of the most and really the significant storms that moved through during the evening hours yesterday, and I can only imagine it was a night of terror as those tornadoes were ripping through these communities under the cover of darkness, and that's what really was key, and why emergency officials at least 24 hours ahead of that storm were warning folks to get out of their homes if they lived in a mobile home like this one. Find a safe shelter or get under to near your basement or anywhere that you felt you could put you and your family to really ride out the worst of that storm. In terms of injuries, we have heard of some in states like Louisiana and Alabama. Thankfully, no reported injuries or deaths in the state of Mississippi, which is really, really good news, and we hope it remains that way. It will, of course, be a challenge, not only physically, but emotionally for these families who are going to likely return to their homes today to see everything they own scattered across their yard, across roads even. So many still without power. In the state of Mississippi alone, more than 13,000 people without power. In Alabama, that number is surpassing 40,000. And so you're talking about several challenges that these victims really still have to face today. And unfortunately, temperatures are also dropping quickly here, so they're going to be dealing with those conditions while trying to clean up, find out what's left, really dig through that rubble. Not an easy task here, and again, just heartbreaking to know that this is happening just after a holiday and leading into the month of December. I know this is going to be a really challenging and painful month for so many all across the South.
Yes, unfortunately, today did end hurricane season, but we're now seeing an increase in tornadoes during the winter months of November and December across the South. So we'll definitely keep in touch with you, Nicole, and our Fox Weather team. Thank you so much. And make sure that you all download the Fox Weather app by scanning this QR code or visiting your Apple Store or Google Play Store. Live Now from Fox returns in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The Coast Guard captured this spectacular video of the world's largest active volcano in Hawaii. We're taking a look at aerial footage taken by a Coast Guard crew on Monday, which shows red glowing lava and white smoke rising from Mauna Loa. It's the first eruption in nearly 40 years, and an expert with the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory said that the eruption began late Sunday night following a series of fairly large earthquakes. So this eruption was not threatening any local communities, but local officials have been telling people living on Hawaii's Big Island to be ready in the event of a worst case scenario. Here's more from Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow.
Thank you very much for having me.
So start off by explaining the significance of this volcano eruption. I know that it has been decades, I guess, in the making.
Yeah, Mauna Loa is actually the largest volcano on Earth. Most of it's underwater, so we often don't think of it that way. If we measure it from the bottom of the ocean to its tippy top, it's actually taller than Mount Everest. And the last time it erupted was in 1984. And that eruption was large. It created a lava flow that was tens of miles long. It didn't stop till it got to the ocean, but nobody was hurt. Much of the flanks of Mauna Loa are not inhabited, and we have a lot of monitors watching this eruption. So if lava flows look like they're going to start heading toward inhabited regions, people will be asked to evacuate.
And that's what I want to make sure to get across, because you've heard, okay, volcano erupting. People there in Hawaii are thinking, you know, is this going to affect me? Am I going to be evacuated? But from what we're hearing from the USGS, it's not really posing a danger to people as of right now.
That's correct. Right now it is being well behaved. It's staying fairly close to the summit, and it is not sending lava flows toward any populated areas. And so if it stays small, everything will be just fine.
What is so significant about this? This is something that so many people are paying close attention to. Why do you think that is?
I think it's a couple of reasons. One is that it hasn't erupted in almost 40 years, and it comes at a time that's right on the heels of when its sister volcano, Kilauea, really just stopped erupting. And so perhaps there was a moment when folks there thought they could just take a breath and relax, and now Mauna Loa is waking up and reminding them who's really in charge over there.
For somebody who pays close attention to these volcanoes, is this something that you would expect to happen? Do you expect that after all these decades, you're going to see a volcano like this erupt?
Expect, yes. Predict, no. There's a difference. We can't yet really accurately predict the date, time, and place of a precise eruption. But Mauna Loa is an active volcano. We've been watching it. We knew it wasn't done doing its business, so it's not surprising that it's erupting.
And you said you can't really predict it. What would cause something like this to happen? What causes an eruption?
Basically, it's a buildup of pressure. I'm smiling because I always think about trying to squeeze that last blob of toothpaste out of the tube. You just have to squeeze really hard and it'll come out. The Earth is doing its own squeezing underneath the volcano, and that pressure is usually caused by actually someone squirting more magma beneath the volcano so that the space that the magma has available to it isn't enough, and so it squirts out the top, like stomping on a tube of toothpaste.
That's a very good analogy, I guess. I love that. I'm sure you've used that before. So at this point, I'm sure you are going to be tracking this closely as well. The fact that the USGS is holding these news conferences several times a day, what does that say to you about their knowledge of what's going on and the importance and significance of this?
Oh, the folks at the USGS are experts experts on the Hawaiian volcanoes. The truth is that Kilauea, its sister volcano, was erupting almost constantly from 1983 until just a couple of years ago. And so that's a volcano that the people at the USGS know intimately. Mauna Loa has held her secrets a little closer, and so it's really important that the volcanologists at the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory carefully watch Mauna Loa. We're just not as familiar with its behavior as we are with Kilauea, and we definitely want to be on top of any changes that the eruption might be showing so we can keep people safe.
All right, Dr. Tracy Gregg, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. But before we let you go, is there anything else that you want to make sure to add?
Just that volcanoes remain very powerful and challenging to predict, so we all need to keep our eyes wide open on this one.
For sure. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you so much to that volcanologist for speaking with us. A lot of great information there about this ongoing situation. So many people are paying such close attention. It is now 8 o'clock if you are joining us on the East Coast and 5 o'clock over on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you some new video just coming in from the USGS here. This is their volcano section that does show Mauna Loa. You can see this new video showing all of that magma, and look at that, spewing up into the air. So many people, as we mentioned, paying close attention. Fox's William Lajeunesse breaks it down.
Erupting lava from Hawaii's Mauna Loa reaching heights of up to 200 feet. The molten rock is leaking from vents near the top of the volcano along the northern rift zone. Rivers of lava have flowed downslope since late Sunday night. While the current conditions do not pose a threat to homes or communities, officials still urge caution.
We've taken the threat of Mauna Loa eruption seriously every time that it's escalated.
On Tuesday, the lava's edge remained about 6 miles from Saddle Road, which links the Big Island's two major cities, Kona and Hilo. Hawaii's health department says the eruption currently poses the biggest risk to air quality as Mauna Loa spews sulfur dioxide and other volcanic gases. Officials urge people to cut back on outdoor exercise and other activities.
Volcanic gas and possibly flying ash and Pelosi hair may be carried downwind.
Paley's hair is volcanic glass made from cooled lava stretched into thin strands. The state opened up 2 emergency shelters just in case evacuations are necessary. Some residents say they're not taking any chances.
Pele is very unpredictable, so I wouldn't want to misjudge her.
Scientists say Mauna Loa eruptions historically last several weeks. Closure of that State Route 20 would present a major inconvenience, but again, no life or property threatened, and travel from the mainland should not be affected. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
All right, William, thank you so much. Taking a live look here at the U.S. Capitol. Unfortunately, a rainy start to the day, as it is going to be busy there over in the Capitol. We could now just be hours away from action in Congress to avert that possible railroad strike. The House expected to vote on a forced agreement to end an impasse that could devastate the national economy. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more from Capitol Hill.
Well, there is a bipartisan deal brewing here on Capitol Hill, but that doesn't mean this is going to play out the way the White House is hoping.
Mr. President, are you confident you can avoid a rail strike? And what's your message?
President Biden says he's confident as he met with congressional leaders from both parties. Republicans and Democrats breaking bread at the White House and talking about moving forward to impose a labor agreement to prevent a rail strike and oppose some of the unions that already voted to reject the deal.
In the House, we will bring up the legislation, send it over to the Senate.
And Leader McConnell and I agreed we'd try to get it done ASAP.
As soon as possible, if it is possible. One of the unions shot back at Biden for calling for congressional action in the first place. Unfortunately, the most labor-friendly president has opted to side with big business, said Railroad Workers United. And already there are at least 2 senators that could stand in the way.
I'm not voting for a deal that the workers themselves have rejected.
A Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio finds himself, oddly enough, on the same side as Vermont's Bernie Sanders, who says that the deal Congress is on the verge of imposing doesn't adequately address sick time for workers.
The Senate is where it gets even trickier because they're trying to move this quickly. And if you know Congress, it's pretty rare when things actually do move quickly.
And the way the Senate works, just one senator could gum up the works here and prevent Congress from passing this at a time when congressional leaders from both parties are trying to work fast. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, we do expect to be joined in just about 10 minutes by our Fox 13 Tampa team. They are going to break down for us the impact this could have not just on the state of Florida, but globally, internationally. We expect that this could have a major impact. Well, landmark legislation to protect same-sex marriage. The Senate passing that legislation that would codify federal protection for marriages of same-sex and interracial couples. The Respect for Marriage Act was approved at 61 to 36 with unanimous support from Democrats and a dozen GOP votes. The bill now returns to the House for a final vote before it can go to President Biden, who has already said he looks forward to enacting it. Biden releasing a statement that reads, quote, "The U.S. is on the brink of reaffirming a fundamental truth. Love is love, and Americans should have the right to marry the person they love." The legislation came about after the conservative Supreme Court overturned the constitutional right to an abortion, sparking fears that the justices may also revisit marriage rights for gay and interracial couples. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill planning for a busy sprint, a final sprint to the end of the year. They took that step forward on one Democratic priority yesterday, but others may not be so easy. Here is Fox correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
3, 2, 1.
On the lawn of the U.S. Capitol, the Christmas tree lit up, while inside,
the bill, as amended, has passed.
What a great day. What a great day.
the Senate approving the Respect for Marriage Act with 61 votes. It protects the rights of same-sex and interracial couples. The House will take it up next, where there is less compromise. How to avoid a government shutdown on December 16th. Leaders are trying to see if they can come to an agreement on a year-long deal.
I think the way forward is to continue to discuss it and to see what's in the best interest of the country.
Top brass at the Pentagon say lawmakers must do more than buy themselves more time through a continuing resolution, also known as a CR, or else risk national security.
The people who will really bear the burden of this disastrous mistake of doing a CR are the men and women of the military forces.
Next Friday is the deadline to avert a rail worker strike, something President Biden said would be unacceptable. He called on Congress to force the terms of a previously negotiated deal between the labor unions and management. But that is getting pushback from the progressive wing of his party.
It's a pretty difficult moment for the Democratic Party. They've got a choice between really damaging the economy or really hurting their union friends.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Wednesday the House will take up the rail legislation, and she believes they have the votes to pass it. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And we should find that out later on this morning. So I do want to get to some other news that we are following right now this morning. House Republicans say they're going to make the nation's fentanyl crisis a major focus of their crime prevention efforts once they take control of the House next year. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff tells us where things stand as of this moment.
Found stuffed inside appliances and a gas tank, 1.9 million fentanyl pills were seized in 5 stops by Customs and Border Protection agents in Nogales, Arizona. And that's just since Thanksgiving Day.
Every city today is now a border city.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was among congressional leadership who met with President Biden today. He brought up the loads of fentanyl that have made it into the United States.
We had an in-depth conversation about the security of the border and fentanyl coming across, killing our younger generation.
According to the White House, an increase in drug seizures at the border means the administration is doing its job.
We're stopping fentanyl before it even makes it to the streets
of the United States. So we have a plan. McCarthy has no plan.
But there is a plan, according to the incoming chair of the House Oversight Committee, Congressman James Comer. He says that come January, combating the synthetic opioid will be the Republican-led House's #1 crime-fighting priority.
I think we're going to have to hold their feet to the fire. We're going to have to use the power of the checkbook. If you want certain levels of funding for different non-essential areas of the government, you're going to have to get serious and work with Republicans on securing the southern border.
According to the CDC, fentanyl is now the leading cause of death for people age 18 to 45.
It's terrible what's going on at the southern border, and it's something that we believe is fixable.
And this month, Pennsylvania became the latest state to decriminalize test strips that can detect fentanyl hidden within recreational drugs. According to the American Medical Association, the tests are only explicitly legal in 22 states. This largely has to do with varying drug paraphernalia laws. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Taking another live look here at the U.S. Capitol, a rainy start to the day there in Washington, D.C. Well, there's a little more than a week until that potential rail strike could wreak havoc on the economy before the holidays. Now President Biden gathering congressional leaders to give them a to-do list and see what they want before the end of the year. Fox's Lauren Blanchard with more from Washington.
We're going to find other areas of common ground, I hope.
With Republicans set to take over the House in the new year, President Biden gathered congressional leaders at the White House to figure out where both sides can agree right now, especially on the looming rail workers' strike next week.
And Congress, I think, has to act to prevent it. It's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk.
Fertilizer and some chemical manufacturers announced they will have to stop moving their products on Sunday. President Biden has called on Congress to force the terms of a tentative deal reached in September. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Wednesday the House will vote on that agreement, and she believes it will pass her chamber before the December 9th deadline.
Weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike. Jobs will be lost, even union jobs will be lost.
I think it will pass, but it's unfortunate that this is how we're running our economy today.
There's also a potential government shutdown mid-December. Leaders Schumer and McConnell say they will try to find a deal to fund the government for one more year.
We hope it can be done this year, and we know that each side is going to have to give in order to send an omnibus to the president's desk.
A group of budget experts sent a letter to leaders in Congress asking them not to borrow any more money for the rest of the year. They say it would only make inflation worse. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Taking a look at just some of the cameras that we do have across the country and across the world. This is a beautiful live view showing Gatlinburg, Tennessee. You can see the Christmas tree is up. Another location that's seeing quite a bit in the way of rain. We're going to talk more about that weather that's impacting really the eastern part of the country coming up in just a bit here on Live Now from Fox. I actually want to give you a live look at our X-RAD radar system that shows that line of storms. We are told by our Fox Weather associates as breaking news here. We've just learned that at least 2 people may be dead as a result of these storms. Again, we'll have much more on that coming up later on this morning. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:15 if you are joining us over on the East Coast and 5:15 over on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines now, and Congress working to prevent this looming U.S. rail workers strike, attempting to stop what would deliver a devastating blow to the nation's economy. Let's bring in Matt McClellan with our Fox 13 Tampa team, joining us live with more on that potential strike and the possible impacts. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Good morning. Great to be with you. So what you have here is Congress in a few short hours getting ready to sort of avoid the threat, hopefully, of this potential railroad strike. And this comes after the president earlier this week really called on Congress to take this up, take action on this, force through an agreement so that there's not this railroad strike that's been expected. This is something we've been talking about for quite some time. If I take you back to Monday, this is where the president made those appeals to Congress, asking them to step in and avoid a potentially crippling freight rail strike before Christmas. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi meeting with the president Tuesday, calling a vote on the contract agreement today, even if it means handing a defeat to Democratic allies in the Labor Department. The legislation would impose a compromise labor agreement brokered by the Biden administration. The deal was ultimately voted down in September by 4 of the 12 unions that represent about 115,000 workers at the freight railroads. So why ask Congress to take action now? By urging Congress to impose this deal union leaders agreed to in September, you have the president pushing an aggressive option that would immediately resolve an impasse between freight railroads and the unions over paid sick leave. That's really what's at the heart of this, that threatened this rail stoppage starting a week from Friday, December 9th, sort of the deadline here. And as we come back out here live, if this rail traffic stoppage were to take effect, it would freeze almost 30% of U.S. cargo shipments by weight. It would also stoke already surging inflation that we talk about here all the time. And it would also cost $2 billion a day to the U.S. economy. So a really wide-reaching ripple effect if this is not stopped by Congress with this vote that they're taking today.
Matt, and of course, you are over there in the Tampa, Florida area, and this is already going to have possible impacts on Florida as well. Can you speak about those specifics?
Yeah, so it really would only have those impacts if this strike were to happen, but those impacts we already know would be, the supply chain shortages that we've seen over the last 18 months, something we've talked about at length. We would see more of those. We would see delays. You would see any of the, and this is not just specific to Florida, by the way, we'd see it here certainly, but also in other states across the U.S. You'd also see pharmaceuticals and other goods that are shipped by freight. If those were to be moved onto trucks, for example, another way to get them around, that industry is already seeing increased demand. That industry is already under strain. Those workers working very long hours as it is, they would be the ones bearing the brunt of this demand if the freight industry were to be taken offline for any amount of time.
All right, Fox 13 Tampa's Matt McClellan, thank you so much for joining us. A lot of great information there, and we'll definitely keep in touch for the latest.
You bet.
8:18 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 5:18 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to get to this live view that does show the Atlanta, Georgia area where traffic is moving along very slow right now. This is, of course, the result of that heavy rain that is now moving through that location. Much of the Atlanta area and a lot of the eastern part of the country looks a lot like this. We will have much more on that severe weather, including some video just coming in to the Live Now from Fox newsroom. But for now, let's step away for that quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We have a lot of different stories that we are covering this morning, and I do want to get you to kind of a summary of those top stories here. Coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern time, so in about 40 minutes, the House is expected to vote on a replacement for party leader Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi stepped down from her leadership role earlier this month after Democrats lost control of the House during that midterm election. We do know that Representative Hakeem Jeffries is expected to take her place, becoming the first Black American to head a major political party in Congress. House Democrats are expected to rally around the 57-year-old New Yorker who has vowed to get things done. And the chairman of the Federal Reserve set to speak this afternoon at the Brookings Institution. It's the last major scheduled speech for federal officials before that next policy meeting on December 13th and 14th. Traders will be paying very close attention to what Powell says, as it could provide insight into the Fed's next rate hike. An official with the Fed did say earlier this week that more hikes should be expected until 2024. Jerome Powell set to speak around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And there were at least 23, possibly 25 reports of tornadoes as a powerful storm system moved through the southern U.S. over the last 24 hours. That severe weather outbreak spawned likely tornadoes in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. No injuries have been reported, and the extent of any damage does remain unclear. The threat of damaging storms continues as the same line of storms is sweeping east this morning. That threat from the North Gulf Coast over to the Carolinas. And this video coming in from Yazoo City, Mississippi, and that is what appears to be a tornado touching down. I do actually want to get back into the headlines right now and talk a little bit about some economic news. Christmas right around the corner, and more people are gearing up for the big day. Fox's Stephanie Rothman spoke with some of the customers who are already hitting the stores for this year's gift exchange.
'Tis the season to spend money. Black Friday, Cyber Monday, people tracking down the hottest deals on clothes, electronics, and so much more. And following the consumer craze, there's a push for people to also give back, to help people out who are less fortunate. The day after Cyber Monday, called Giving Tuesday.
And Giving Tuesday reminds us that it's a good idea and an opportunity to step forward a little bit and help a friend or neighbor who you don't really know, but who needs your support.
It's coming at a rough time for a lot of families. Inflation has impacted food, housing costs, gas.
The folks in our community who have been hit with these increased expenses are in a tougher spot than they've ever been before. And so greater generosity certainly would be wonderful. And we'd love to think that our friends here in Tampa will be even more generous than usual.
Some nonprofits went into this holiday season concerned they'd receive fewer donations because of inflation, while demand for their services is at an all-time high. But Feeding Tampa Bay President and CEO Thomas Mance is optimistic.
Sometimes when the economy is better, folks can be more generous, but it's interesting. There's a reverse thing that always happens. The tougher it is for people in our community, the more generous others are. Because I think everybody looks at it and says, hey, I understand that right now it's difficult, therefore I'm going to give more sacrificially.
Inflation didn't stop millions of Americans from taking advantage of those Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals. And regardless of the state of the economy, Mance says the spirit of giving remains strong. Justin Matthews, Fox 13 News.
All right, thank you for that report. That was our Fox 13 Tampa team providing a little bit more about the holidays. Taking a live look right now over at the beautiful aquarium. I'm going to say it's the best aquarium in the entire country. Some people in this newsroom say otherwise. They call it the second best. Either way, it's amazing, and it's over there in the Gatlinburg, Tennessee area. Notice the Christmas tree is up as we are just weeks away from the Christmas holiday. And as it's right around the corner, people are gearing up for that big day. Fox providing more information about what to expect during this holiday shopping season.
'Tis the season for something small.
I got a bunch of little ornaments for some of my coworkers.
Or large.
And it's just really cute. Winter white.
No matter the gift of choice, customers came out to support and shop small.
We've had a really good time and we've bought some pretty gifts, and
We're kind of anxious for it to get dark, because it's beautiful when the lights are all on at night.
The long Thanksgiving weekend kicking off a big holiday season for stores across the St. Louis region, especially for those on Main Street in St. Charles.
We're having a Cyber Monday sale there, and we've been seeing sales all day long, but really it's been so beautiful. People have just been coming out today, so we've been seeing a lot of foot traffic.
Now that Thanksgiving is over, Main Street is finally looking forward to Christmas, their biggest time of year for Christmas traditions, wasting no time getting up all their festive decorations, which has been a big draw for visitors who've come, especially out-of-towners who are looking to shop.
Usually the weekend after Thanksgiving is pretty hectic, and it was pretty crazy.
Many of the small businesses who bank on big spending to last them through the new year saw record sales in recent days.
We are very optimistic about this season for a lot of reasons. I think we've really just moved past a lot of things, and we're energized, and we're reset, and we're ready.
Loaded shopping bags, festive displays, and decking the halls.
It's like a Hallmark movie.
And it's only just begun. Reporting in St. Charles, Stephanie Rothman, Fox 2 News.
All right, thank you so much for that report. They're taking you right back to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, where it is off to a rainy start here. I also want to pull up another camera that we do have. This is Charlotte, North Carolina, where, yeah, it's raining as well. And that is because that storm system that we have been tracking is also moving through that area. It's going to lead to possible flooding all throughout that portion of the U.S., so keep an eye on that. And we will continue to track that. Let's see if we can pull up our XRAD radar system that gives you a better look at the system that we are tracking there. You can see it's a pretty serious one, already responsible for reports of about 25 different tornadoes across several states. Fox Weather reporting at least 2 deaths have now been confirmed. So as we do get any updated information, we will make sure to bring that to you on air and here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines, though, and a story that we have been following over the past several days and honestly over the past few weeks. Judge Jennifer Dorow gained national attention for her role during the Darrell Brooks trial, and she even got fan mail. That name recognition worth millions in the political world, and the implications of the state Supreme Court race go far past that Waukesha trial. We do know that our Fox station there has been providing multiple reports about an interview that they did going in depth about everything that happened during the Waukesha trial and her political future. I want to play their latest report here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. Brooks,
the state
you need to stop.
The
way Judge Jennifer Dorow handled the trial of Darrell Brooks gained her national attention. She even got stacks of fan mail.
She's gotten $1 million worth of publicity. In fact, if you want to measure it by public opinion and by exposure on TV, she's probably gotten $20 million worth of exposure.
UW-Milwaukee political science professor Mordecai Lee says that name recognition can be the difference on Election Day.
If they say, I heard of that person versus the opponent, they vote for the person they know.
These are the current 4 candidates. We thought we'd ask people if they've heard of any of them.
Have you ever heard of Janet Protasewicz?
I have not. No.
No.
Do you know who Daniel Kelly is?
No, I don't.
That name sounds a little familiar.
No.
Everett Mitchell?
That sounds familiar-ish?
No.
Are they singers?
How about Jennifer Dorow?
That sounds familiar too.
Yes, I believe so. I believe she's the judge, a judge, if I'm not mistaken, maybe for the Waukesha case.
If I say Judge Jennifer Dorow?
Oh, wait a minute. The Waukesha parade trial.
But the implications of this race go far past what people think about the Waukesha case. The April election will decide whether conservative or liberal-leaning judges have the majority.
Every important decision that's affected Wisconsin has gone to the Supreme Court.
All right, thank you so much. We will continue to follow that story and several others here on Live Now from Fox. We are keeping an eye on several different cameras that we do have. We know Congress is set to vote here coming up in about 30 minutes. House Democrats will likely decide a replacement for Nancy Pelosi. We know that earlier on this month, she did step down from her leadership role, and Hakeem Jeffries is expected to now take her place. As that does happen at 9 a.m. Eastern, we will bring that to you raw and unfiltered if there is a feed from inside, and I'm guessing there likely will be. 8:32 on the East Coast and 5:32 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break and back to the headlines here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look here at our XRAD radar system where you can see the storm that we are tracking still bringing quite a bit in the way of rain over to, honestly, really the entire southeastern portion of the country. We've been checking in with our Fox weather friends over there as they provide more of a forecast, and they also do have Nicole Valdez, who is out live showing us some of the damage. I do want to play that quick report here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
Through the overnight through this morning. Let's take you outside and show you what it looks like. We're going to go to Opelika, Alabama. We've had a lot of rain on this camera. The worst the weather has pushed through, but the rain continues. And if you live in southern Alabama, we still have active severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a squall line that stretches from Louisiana through South Alabama into central Georgia that's been producing a tremendous amount of weather. Jason, nice to see that we don't have active tornado warnings, but strong straight line winds can be a large concern.
Yeah, well, east of there, over in Perry, Georgia, we've been looking at the shot here within the last 20 to about 30 minutes. Not only have the winds also been picking up here, but we've been seeing quite a bit of lightning here as well here. So, you know, for those of you in Perry, Georgia, hopefully you don't have to go to work right now. Let these storms pass you. These storms are going to be quick moving storms. We're talking about maybe an hour or two here, and then they should be moving out of your area. As we take a live look this morning, also at the radar, I mean, there is a long line of seeing all of these thunderstorms. I mean, take a look. That is Columbia, South Carolina right there. And look at how far all of this stretches. This stretches all the way back into New Orleans here. So we are talking about over potentially 1,000 miles between where this storm begins and where it's ending. So it is going to be a very stormy morning for those of you across the south here. So for those of you along the Gulf Coast of Florida right now, you're not really seeing much here. here, but within about the next 15 to about 20 minutes or so, we're anticipating this moving into the Pensacola area, and that's the reason why you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. We're also seeing severe thunderstorm warnings popping up.
And I do want to point out that this was about 30 minutes ago, so these warnings are not necessarily still in effect. It's important, though, to pay very close attention to those as they do track these storms here. But really, what I do want to bring to you is this live report from, again, about 30 minutes ago, Nicole Valdez speaking with Fox Weather here. So let's listen in as they do talk about some of the storms that moved through, again, about 30 minutes ago.
So we got a whole bunch of wind shear that's been moving across the south here, and that's the reason why we keep seeing these quick spin-up tornadoes here throughout the morning hours. Dothan, Alabama, you are also seeing some rain showers. You're going to see the rain showers here increase. So one of the areas hit hard by a radar-confirmed tornado was over in Caledonia, Mississippi, and that is where we find Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez live this morning. And Nicole, quite a bit of damage there behind you here.
Jason, that's right. Good morning to you. Unfortunately, we are seeing some signs of homes that have just been shredded to pieces. We are in Caledonia, Mississippi. To give you some context here, we're not far from the Alabama state border, and this is an area that saw one of the most significant events as those tornadoes really moved through portions of central Mississippi. This is an area where we know at least 2 different tornadoes may have gone through the area. Of the 25 or so we know have been reported as of this morning, but that's not to diminish any other reports of severe storm, whether that was straight line winds or hail. We are still getting reports in from all across the deep south, all the way from Louisiana into Mississippi, all over Alabama as well. Some of the more recent tornadoes being reported there as well. I got to tell you, it is heartbreaking to see what is around me as you look and see everything that was once inside this home that looks like it was a mobile home has just been tossed around the yard. If I can give you a little bit of a view here to my right, I'm still hearing the metal siding here clang against the home as winds are still pretty strong in the area as well. And you're looking at, I mean, everything these people own is just all over the road here. So unfortunately, this is going to be the reality that so many are waking up to. And I'll tell you, Jason, the temperatures are also going to be quickly dropping here today. So as these families try to pick up the pieces of what's left of their belongings, they're going to really be facing some challenges that is dealing with the current conditions, let alone what you see around me. Unfortunately, it's so hard to know that this is happening just after Thanksgiving holiday. So many families getting ready for Christmas time as well. And so to see that they are likely going to be dealing with this for what could be the next several days is tough. And we know there are likely many in this area also without power. So a lot to take in here, Jason.
All right, Nicole Valdez live for us this morning in Caledonia, Mississippi. Thank you. So, Britta, let's talk about what's next for the storm.
Yes, and we still have the potential of severe weather here. Here's a live look at Augusta, Georgia.
And what you were just watching was our Fox Weather team helping us out here. They provide that live coverage. They have reporters all over the area. We did actually speak with Nicole Valdez not too long ago, and she provided us a little more information about what she is seeing. However, according to Fox Weather right now, I can tell you that at least 2 deaths have been reported. This is over in Alabama. As you can see right there on your screen, that banner at the bottom, we know that this deadly severe weather outbreak has spawned more than 24 reports of tornadoes from Louisiana to Mississippi and Alabama since yesterday afternoon. And the threat of damaging storms does continue across the South as the same line of storms continues to sweep east all throughout the morning. The Montgomery County, Alabama Emergency Management Agency confirming to our friends at Fox Weather that 2 people were killed when a possible tornado struck the Flatwood community on the north side of Montgomery. Multiple others were hurt during that storm, which toppled trees onto homes. Search and rescue operations ongoing in that area. Again, that information coming from Montgomery County, Alabama's emergency management. We know an area of rain and thunderstorms is ongoing from the northern Gulf Coast to the Carolinas as we speak. These storms will pose threats of occasional damaging wind gusts and possibly a couple of tornadoes through the late morning hours. We will keep in touch with our friends at Fox Weather to bring you the very latest information. Do want to take you out to a shot right now of the U.S. Capitol, where you can see the rain is pretty much spread all over the eastern part of the country at this point. Again, a live view of Washington, D.C., where the drops are falling, and yeah, they're all over the camera there. It's 8:41 over on the East Coast and 5:41 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to those weather headlines coming up here in just a few. Stay with us. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Well, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at Minneapolis, Minnesota here. So they are dealing with some snow, kind of hard to see, but if you look very closely there, you can see it is gathering on top of buildings. I do want to head over to Cody Matz with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team, joining us live here from the airport with a look at how things are shaping up there and the possible impacts. Thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning. It is, well, I don't want to say it's business as usual this morning, but with about 8.5 inches of snow here officially in the Twin Cities, the MSP Airport, the official climate site, things were a little rough yesterday. In fact, rough enough that the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport closed all of their runways for just short of 3 hours Tuesday afternoon from about 2 to 4:30, give or take. As a heavy band of snow pushed its way in, snowfall rates topping 1.5 to 2 inches an hour for a couple of hours. And that doesn't sound like a lot. It doesn't seem like anything big for the Twin Cities area. We get a lot of snow, but we just don't get a lot of intense snowfall rates. The grounds crew here, amazing crew. They do a wonderful job, but even that is a bit too much, so they had to close the runways, canceling more than 100 flights on Tuesday here and delaying more than 350 others. So that's more than 50%, more than half of the total flights in and out of the Twin Cities yesterday were actually affected by the snow around here. What's amazing, if you're not from here, MSP Airport, it's rare that runways are actually closed, either due to some weather or any other variables. As the snowplow crews, you'd imagine, they're really good at their job. So that was kind of an unusual event. MSP Airport actually posts some of the best on-time arrivals and departures for any major airport in the United States. So it was unusual yesterday, and you can kind of see the result today. Now, some of this is business as usual. Others, maybe not so much. The agent assist line a bit longer than it otherwise would be, as folks are arriving early and trying to, to get to where they need to go. We actually talked to somebody earlier who had a connection here in Minneapolis, was on her way to Atlanta, and got delayed here, but she realized, you know what, I'm not going to make my connection. I'll be stuck in Atlanta. She actually had a friend here, and so she just spent the night here, which was a great idea. It made it far more comfortable than it otherwise could be. Obviously, the thousands of travelers that either are from here that had to stay here or got stuck here will try to get out as we go through the day today. Now, according to the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport's website, 34 canceled flights so far today. Now, most of those are early morning flights, planes that couldn't arrive last night because of yesterday. So obviously there isn't a plane to take off today, so they just cancel those flights. Right now, 25 delays so far. Chatting with MSP Airport officials in past events. I have not chatted with this event, but things get back to normal pretty quickly, and hopefully they'll be able to catch up through the day today, and hopefully it's more business as usual as we head through the rest of the week and this upcoming weekend. There are a few flakes. I know you mentioned those as you were tossing out to me. Today, we're done with accumulating snow. We've seen our 8.5 inches. It's just some flakes and flurries, a whole lot of wind, and wind chills near zero, which I don't think many of us appreciate.
I mean, I don't know that you're wearing enough of a jacket for that. That seems unbearably cold, and I'm here in Florida where it's a little different.
It is a little different. So I have a sweater on. We're inside. It's actually really warm in here. But hang on. Let me show you the jacket I wear. There's about, well, let's just say it's thick. And of course it's got the alpaca hood on it. So we stay warm here. We know how to dress here in Minnesota. We do this every winter. But you wear this inside, you're going to do some sweating. So you kind of have to shed the layers and put them back on as you walk outside.
If we walk outside here in the Orlando, Florida area, it's 80 degrees, not to make you jealous or anything, but that's what we have going on.
You know what? And you'll learn this very quick if you spend any time with me. Considering it's almost December, 80 degrees sounds miserable.
Ooh,
I love
okay.
the cold. I love the snow. That's why I live here. So granted, wind chills below zero is tough to handle, but it sounds a whole lot better than 80 degrees does for me. I know there are very few of us out there, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. I like that way of thinking. Fox 9 Minneapolis's Cody Matz, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, want to head out to that shot once again that does show Minneapolis. The camera kind of shaking around as we speak here because, as you can see, it appears to be windy. But as I mentioned, if you look very, very closely at the top of the buildings, you can see the snow that has accumulated as we did just here. Not really expecting much more, just some flurries at this point. And a lot of people there in Minneapolis are very used to seeing that snow come down. Not necessarily, though, 8.5 inches. It is 8:49 on the East Coast, and it is, 5:49 over on the West Coast. I do want to stick with weather here. Climate advocates in California are taking a stand and telling oil companies that enough is enough with the high prices. Fox's Alyssa Harrington explains.
Climate activists calling for a cap on big oil profits gathered outside this Oakland Chevron station on Telegraph Avenue. They accuse oil companies of taking advantage of Californians by artificially driving up prices at the pump.
They've raked in tens of billions of dollars by simply price gouging and showing Californians that they don't care about how much Californians have to pay at the pump. They're going to line their pocket.
Monday's protest was organized by Last Chance Alliance. Demonstrators waved signs, wrote messages in chalk, and performed street theater to get the attention of passing drivers. They accuse big oil of being a threat to the economy and the environment. Activists with Extinction Rebellion dressed up to represent effects of climate change, including crop failure, melting glaciers, and drought.
What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now!
California has some of the highest gas prices in the country. AAA has the Golden State with the second most expensive gas prices after Hawaii, with an average of $5.04 a gallon.
The oil industry is driving a cost of living crisis for most Californians right now.
According to Governor Gavin Newsom's office, the oil industry made $63 billion in profits in just 90 days.
Once half free and polluter free.
Demonstrators are calling on legislators to pass a cap on oil company profits and say Monday's protest was just one way to stand up to big oil greed.
Letting them know that we will not stand for this as Californians, because we deserve a good future, and we also deserve to not be paying the salaries of big oil execs.
All right, want to stick with California here. You are taking a live look out there as we speak. Of course, it is still dark outside, the sun yet to come up. Well, the ongoing teacher shortages continue straining districts nationwide, but California is among the states hurting the most, with many students not having teachers at the front of their class. Hard to believe here. Fox's Mason Morrow has more.
When teachers have to fight for everything, it gets fatiguing.
After 2 school years teaching through COVID-19 and another year fighting for higher pay and working conditions, California teachers are once again scrambling to fill gaps this fall semester.
We kind of knew going into this year that it was going to be a lot worse.
National education research firm Scholaroo collected new data to determine which states had the worst teacher shortages. California ranks 3rd on its list, behind Florida and Oregon. According to Scholaroo, there are about 7 teachers for every 100 students in the state of California.
Sac City Unified is feeling that shortage more than any other district, we believe, more than any other district in the state of California.
Last November, Sacramento City Unified School District publicly implored people to apply for hundreds of classified and substitute teaching vacancies. Since the start of this school year, district officials say they filled more than 300 spots. But the teachers union says students sometimes still show up to class without a teacher being present.
It happens all the time, unfortunately.
Nikki Malevsky, vice president of the Sacramento City Teachers Union, says right before Thanksgiving break, 5 classes at Hiram Johnson High were forced into the cafeteria since they didn't have teachers. Often, the union says, teachers are forced to take on students from other classrooms and instruct them on the fly.
All of a sudden you have 5 new kids put into your classroom for a couple of days and you don't have books for them, you don't have supplies for them or plans for them. Sometimes they're in a different grade level.
No one wants to put up with that.
Stress piled as high as her stack of graded papers. 2nd grade teacher Ingrid Hutchins says it's anxiety often not worth a teacher's salary. She's seeing more and more teachers opt for opportunities outside of education.
I wholeheartedly, understand every teacher that needs to leave, but it does leave us with huge holes to fill.
A teaching gap matched by a potential stunt in student learning.
All right, taking a live view here of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. as the rain is coming down here. We've been telling you throughout the morning, but coming up in just about 6 minutes, give or take a few, the House is expected to vote on a replacement for Party Leader Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi stepped down from her leadership role earlier this month after Democrats lost control of the House in the midterm election. Representative Hakeem Jeffries expected to take her place, becoming the first Black American to head a major political party in Congress. House Democrats expected to rally around the 57-year-old New Yorker who has vowed to, quote, get things done. As that vote happens, we'll bring it to you raw and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's step away for a quick commercial break and we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:57 on the East Coast and 5:57 over on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. What you are looking at right now is a live view showing Caledonia, Mississippi. That is just one area that was hit by possible tornadoes overnight, as the weather does continue to be not the best toward the southeastern part of the country. We are getting a look during the daytime at just some of that extensive damage. We have also learned from our friends over at Fox Weather that at least 2 people have died so far as a result. This is over in Montgomery County, Alabama, where emergency management has confirmed to Fox Weather that 2 people were killed when a possible tornado struck the Flatwood community on the north side of Montgomery. What you're looking at right now is Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather. She is getting set up for a hit here where they are going to provide a little bit more information about what they know so far. I do want to check in, though, on just some of our other top stories. So as we wait to get an updated report from her, let's talk more about this ongoing possibility of a rail strike here. You can see a live look at the U.S. Capitol right now, and it's something that so many people are talking about as Congress is working to prevent a looming U.S. rail workers strike, attempting to stop what would deliver a devastating blow to the nation's economy. We're going to talk with experts all throughout the morning, but I do want to send it over to a report from our station over in New York, providing more information here about that possible strike and the impacts that would occur.
So important to not just those of us who might be traveling on a train, but also in terms of our economy.
I would much prefer us not to intervene, but at the same time, for this to shut down will be horrendous for Kansas as well as for Kansas agriculture.
An effort to avoid a potential nationwide rail strike. Back in September, President Biden and his team celebrated a tentative deal, a 24% pay raise, bonuses, and improved health care benefits. But in early November, 4 of the unions expressed concern with the lack of paid sick leave. Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she was reluctant to bypass the unions, but that the House would take up legislation with the original tentative agreement. While neither party wants Congress to step in, at this point, it may be the only way to avoid a strike among the 100,000 U.S. railroad workers.
Including resolving the train strike.
Yesterday, President Biden met with congressional leaders in both parties, asking them to come together on legislation that would avert a strike. In a statement, the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employees Division writes, a call to Congress to act immediately to pass legislation that adopts tentative agreements that exclude paid sick leave ignores the railroad workers' concerns. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she doesn't disagree.
It's not everything I would like to see. I think that we should have paid sick leave. Every developed country in the world has it. We don't.
But says a strike could be catastrophic.
Water will not be safe. Product will not be going to market. It is, we could lose 750,000 jobs, some of them union jobs. That must be avoided.
All right, we will have an expert here joining us in just about an hour to help break down everything we know and the possible effects this could have on Americans nationwide. This is going to be a major issue if Congress is not able to step in and prevent this from happening. In other news, American lawmakers condemning China's crackdown on protesters demonstrating against the government's COVID policies and the government itself, while the Pentagon warns of a new military threat. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins has more from Washington.
Still no end in sight to those massive protests in China. Thousands of people hitting the streets across the country to demonstrate against COVID lockdowns and restrictions. But they're increasingly calling for democratic reforms as well. prompting a major crackdown by security forces. The White House says it's standing behind the protesters, a sentiment echoed by most lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Human beings don't like to be locked up, and in every country in the world where that's been tried, people have rebelled. Even in a totalitarian state like China, we're now seeing that play out.
The Chinese government is pushing back hard against that criticism, claiming the lockdowns are designed to keep people safe. Tweeting in part, quote, "The price of freedom in the U.S., 1 million COVID deaths plus 40,000 gun deaths per year. The American people deserve something far better than that." But a growing number of Western allies are joining the calls for reform in China. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak saying the violent crackdown shows the so-called golden era of relations with Beijing is over. An assessment shared by the Pentagon, which released a new report alleging the Chinese Communist Party is now turning to the military to support its ambitions around the world.
Our focus is on working with our international allies and our partners in the region and elsewhere to deter that from happening in the first place.
According to the Pentagon, China's main short-term goal is building a military that's capable of invading Taiwan by 2027. In Washington, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
Griff, thank you so much. I do want to get to another story that we've been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox as it does develop. A man accused of destroying an entire family and has an entire neighborhood in California stunned. Fox's Haley Winslow has more on the devastating story where a former state trooper is accused of catfishing a teen girl and murdering her family.
This son of a bitch that did this, he just has no clue what he took away from this world.
For more than 20 years, they were next door neighbors, and the best kind.
Every neighborhood needs a Winnick family because they just were the all-American, loving, caring, supporting family that you can ever ask for.
Early afternoon, the day after Thanksgiving, Riverside police say Sheriff's Deputy Austin Lee Edwards out of Virginia brutally murdered Mark, Sherry, and their 38-year-old daughter, Brooke Winnick, then set their Price Court home on fire.
It was a very disturbing crime scene. This guy is, or was, a monster. This guy's a pedophile. He's an online predator.
Detectives say he was after Brooke's 15-year-old daughter, home at the time. He'd met her online and drove his car across the country to meet her with ill intentions. They say he was catfishing, pretending to be somebody else. In this case, a teenage boy when in fact he was 28.
The online deception, catfishing, other techniques happens daily. It's probably going on right now somewhere in the country, in our county. As much as being a parent isn't fun sometimes, I have been there, you've got to check their devices, put filters, have parental controls on these things.
Parked in another neighbor's driveway, they left. That woman, who described the girl as in distress, gave police his license plate. Officers tracked them down halfway to Vegas and say during the pursuit, Edwards lost control while shooting at police and their chopper. The girl managed to escape to safety, and police returned fire and killed him. Edwards had worked for 2 law enforcement departments in Virginia with no priors or marks against his name.
We don't even feel comfortable affiliating him with law enforcement because that's not what someone in law enforcement is about.
He left a community torn apart, 3 family members dead, and a young girl who will likely never be the same.
This bastard come out here and did this to them unnecessarily. There's no reason for it, none. I just can't make sense of it. I'm gonna miss them so much. I'm really gonna miss their love and their compassion for people.
The teenage girl is in the color guard at Arlington High School. She's currently in protective custody. Her grandfather was a softball coach at that same school. If you'd like to help out the Winnick family, you can do so through a GoFundMe that we've linked to on our website, foxla.com. And the other really disturbing part about all of this is that Riverside police think that there very well may be more teenage victims, and that's something that they're looking into because they say it's not usual for somebody with this bad of intentions to suddenly go from 0 to 100. Reporting in Riverside, I'm Haley Winslow, Fox 11 News.
A horrible story there, and I do want to give you a warning because this next story is also horrifying. You can see right there on your screen. We do know that police are saying several bodies of infants were found in a freezer at a Chicago apartment. Our Fox 25 Boston team takes a closer look at that investigation and breaks it all down for us.
Boston police say this is still an active homicide investigation, but we now know police found the remains of 4 infants inside this South Boston apartment. Police responded to this apartment on East Broadway Street on November 17th. That's when police found what appeared to be a human fetus or infant. Then the next day, homicide detectives returned to the apartment to find additional human remains. Boston police now confirmed the medical examiner performed autopsies on 2 infant males and 2 infant females. Those autopsies are still being conducted and no cause of death has been released yet. But again, Boston police and the Suffolk County DA's office is still investigating this as a homicide case. At this point, no charges have been filed. If you have any information related to this case, you should call Boston police. In South Boston, I'm Lisa Pappas for your local station, Boston 25 News.
And my apologies, I said Chicago, but it was actually over there in Boston. Thank you so much to our Boston Fox 25 team for filing that report. I do want to head over to Philadelphia, where a nightmare is finally over. This is for a father who had his car stolen with his child inside. That left to an ongoing search, and now that is over, and that child and car have been located. Our Fox Philadelphia team with that story.
Tonight, police are still looking for the man who took off in that car, but we can tell you the child is safe and reunited with his parents tonight. This is the emotional moment when police pulled up at the Brown Sugar restaurant around 8:40 this evening with the 4-year-old child they say was asleep in a car seat in the back of his father's car when a male jumped in and took off. Police say the father had gotten out, left the car running while he delivered items to the store to stock shelves. It happened just after 6:30 tonight at 52nd and Chancellor in West Philly. After police put out the call around the city, a police helicopter was in the air and police from every district began searching, and with good information from a witness.
The witness actually ran up to the vehicle and started banging on the driver door window, saying that there was a child inside the vehicle. And the vehicle with the child in it were both located about 2 miles from 52nd and Chancellor at University Avenue and Curie Boulevard in a parking lot. The person who stole the vehicle is no longer with the vehicle.
This is Sky Fox video of the car in that parking lot. Police say the child was still in the vehicle and again is okay. Police also say the suspect was with a second person, an 18-year-old male who was walking with the suspect toward the car but didn't get in. A witness stopped him. Police say they got info from him on the suspect, who they are still looking for. Police say SBU is handling this investigation since it is an abduction, but they also tell me it is likely the suspect did not know the child was asleep in the back of the car, only saw the engine running and took the opportunity to take it. In West Philadelphia, Shawnette Wilson, Fox 29 News.
An update now to a story that we have been tracking very closely here on Live Now from Fox. It's been 2 weeks and still no suspect has been identified in the murders of 4 students at the University of Idaho. Investigators now turning their attention to 5 vehicles from where the students were killed. Those cars removed just yesterday, and it's unclear who the cars belong to or why they were removed. Police have increased security and students have the option to finish out the semester online. Still, authorities are urging residents to be on alert. This is still considered to be an active investigation, and again, no suspects have been named and no arrests have been made. Investigators could possibly hold another news conference at some point soon, so once they do, we'll play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9/11 on the East Coast and 6/11 over on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Do want to take you to just one of the live cameras that we do have all across the country here. This is showing a beautiful New York City, and there in the distance, that is Lady Liberty. And again, we are about 20 minutes away from the stock market opening. You can already see the board. It is ready to go here. Once those stocks open, we'll tell you how things are shaping up and bring you the latest. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then we'll get right back to the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at our XRAD radar system, where you can see we are still tracking this storm that we've been looking at for more than 24 hours. Last night, we know at least 25 tornadoes were reported touching down in several states. And unfortunately, we have learned from our friends over at Fox Weather that this is now deadly. I do want to go over some of the latest information we have. This deadly severe weather outbreak spawning more than 24 reports of tornadoes from Louisiana to Mississippi and Alabama since yesterday afternoon. And the threat of damaging storms continues across the South as the same line of storms sweeps east all throughout today. The Montgomery County, Alabama Emergency Management Agency now confirming to Fox Weather that 2 people were killed early this morning when a possible tornado hit the Flatwood community on the north side of Montgomery. Multiple others were injured during the storm, which toppled trees onto homes. According to EMA, search and rescue operations are still ongoing in that area. We did hear from Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather a bit earlier as crews are working to clean up some of the mess behind. Again, we're talking several different states impacted. In Louisiana, we've also learned that 4 people were seriously injured and several animals killed in Caldwell Parish after that possible tornado hit the county last night. That's according to a photojournalist with Live Storms Media. An area of rain and thunderstorms ongoing from the northern Gulf Coast to the Carolinas. These storms are going to pose threats of occasional damaging wind gusts and possibly a couple of tornadoes through the late morning hours. We did mention a bit earlier we were waiting on the House to convene to talk about replacing Nancy Pelosi. That was set to begin at just about 9 o'clock. It does appear possibly that it's now getting underway here. I do want to listen in over on the House floor.
Subsection B, and the chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B, A measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of November 29, 2022, November 30th, 2022, December 1st, 2022.
And just to update you here, of course, they will talk about replacing Pelosi, but at this point, they are also talking about passing some legislation to help prevent the rail strike. So again, let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Pursuant to subsection A, concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. Section 6. Notwithstanding Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on a vote by the yeas and nays on the question of adoption of a motion that the House suspend the rules offered on the legislative day of November 29, 2022, may be postponed through the legislative day of December 2, 2022. Section 7. House Resolution 1495 is hereby adopted. Section 8. House Concurrent Resolution 118 is hereby adopted. Section 9. During the remainder of the 117th Congress, it shall not be in order to offer a motion under Clause 7C of Rule 22 with respect to H.R. 4521. Section 10. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House a concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 119, providing for a correction in the enrollment of House Joint Resolution 100. All points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution are waived. The concurrent resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the concurrent resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 10 minutes of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
So, Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1499, providing for consideration of 5 measures, H.R. 3372, H.R. 6878, H.R. 8876, H.J. Res. 100, and H.Con. Res. 119. The rule provides for consideration of both H.R. 3372 and H.R. 6878 under structured rules with 1 hour of debate, each equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary, self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairman Nadler for each bill, makes and order 1 amendment for each bill, and provides 1 motion to recommit for each measure. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 8878 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and provides a motion to recommit. The rule provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 100 under a closed rule with 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule provides for consideration of H.Con. Res. 119 under a closed rule with 10 minutes of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. The rule provides the majority leader or his designee the ability this week to en bloc requested roll call votes on suspensions. The rule also provides roll call votes on suspension bills considered on November 29 may be postponed through December 2nd. Additionally, the rule deems as passed House Resolution 1495 and House Concurrent Resolution 118, and provides that during the remainder of the 117th Congress, it shall not be in order to offer a motion to instruct with respect to H.R. 4521. Madam Speaker, before we begin, I just want to take a moment to honor the life and service of our colleague, Congressman Donald McEachin, who passed away earlier this week. I've known Don for many, many years. We were both in the College Democrats when we were at American University many years ago. He was an exceptional public servant, fighting for the people of Virginia's 4th Congressional District since 2017, and having served on Virginia's General Assembly before that. Don was a fierce champion for social justice and a protector of the environment. He will be missed, and our prayers go out to his family, his friends, and his staff during this difficult time. Madam Speaker, we are here. Before us today are three bills. One, to improve the current support system for formerly incarcerated individuals. One, to ensure pregnant women in custody get the care that they need. And one, to reauthorize a critical program that provides American families life-changing aid. We are also here to consider two resolutions that will help us avoid a catastrophic shutdown of our national railroad system. Let's talk specifics. First, we have H.R. 3372, the One-Stop Shop Community Reentry Program Act. Getting folks back on their feet after incarceration should involve more than a $10 bus ticket and the hope that they won't reoffend. But critical reentry programs and other lifelines for formerly incarcerated individuals are often located in different places, making it challenging to obtain comprehensive services. Studies show that these kinds of barriers to reentry support put individuals returning to their communities at risk of returning to the criminal justice system. The One-Stop Shop Community Reentry Program Act authorizes grants for community organizations to create centralized reentry intake and coordination centers. These centers would provide resources for housing, employment, education, and medical and mental health services all under one roof. This common sense bill will better support those who were formerly incarcerated and reduce reoffense rates. Second, we have H.R. 6878, the Pregnant Women in Custody Act. Roughly 58,000 pregnant women are admitted into prison every year. Unfortunately, many facilities fail to provide pregnant women with the necessary care, including an appropriate diet and medical care. They may even be shackled or put in restrictive housing for extended periods, which could threaten their ability to have a healthy and safe pregnancy. Incarcerated women deserve access to prenatal and postpartum care that can help prevent maternal health complications and ensure that newborns have a healthy start in life. The Pregnant Women in Custody Act establishes care standards for how federal facilities treat pregnant and postpartum women in custody, including requiring federal facilities to provide pregnant inmates access to medical and mental health services. We also have H.R. 8876, the Jackie Walorski Maternal and Child Home Visiting Reauthorization Act. This bill reauthorizes the transformative maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting program that provides in-home services to improve maternal and child health, family safety and stability, child development, and school readiness. The program will be reauthorized for 5 more years and will receive a significant increase in funding so that the services the program provides can be made available to more mothers, to more families, and to more children. In my mind, there is no better way to honor the memory of our dear colleague, Congresswoman Jackie Walorski. She was an incredible friend of mine who worked tirelessly to improve the lives of children. And then we have H.J. Res. 100, legislation to provide for a resolution with respect to the unresolved disputes between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference Committee and the National Railway Labor Conference and certain of their employees. H.J. Res. 100 adopts the tentative agreement that unions and railroads negotiated in September to avoid a rail shutdown. I am proud that our pro-union and pro-worker President and Labor Secretary, Joe Biden and Marty Walsh, fought hard to get a fair deal for railroad employees. This agreement secures significant advances for workers, including a 24% raise, no changes in copays, deductibles, or coinsurance costs, and increased safety protections. I want to be clear that this agreement is not perfect, which is why we will also bring to the floor H.Con Res. 119, a separate resolution that we will debate and vote on today right after we consider the rail shutdown bill. This resolution would amend the rail shutdown bill to add paid sick leave for workers, an important policy that should be a fundamental right for all working Americans and that many of us have advocated for. Quite frankly, the fact that paid leave is not part of the final agreement between railroads and labor is, in my opinion, obscene. It should be there, and I hope it will be there at the end of this process. Democrats are putting people over politics to fight for workers, Every worker ought to have the security of fair wages. Every worker ought to be able to take a sick day if they need to. We saw that during the pandemic. This is an issue of basic fairness, but it is also an issue of public health. I mean, this is basic common sense stuff. The labor movement built America, and after decades of stagnant wages and declining benefits, I'm proud that the workers of this country are once again standing up for their rights and demanding changes. Their management ought to listen, and this Congress ought to listen too. By sending it as a separate resolution, we are giving the Senate the ability to take it up in addition to the main bill. If they don't have the votes to pass it, they can still send the bill averting a rail strike straight to the President. But the Senate ought to do the right thing and adopt this amendment. Democrats are going to continue to fight like hell, just like we have been doing for all of our workers, so they can have good wages, safe jobs, and paid sick leave. But we also need to listen to our labor leaders and rank and file. This underlying agreement was approved by labor and management negotiators in September, and since then, the majority of the unions in the industry have voted to approve the deal. So while I and others are reluctant to override standard ratification procedures, President Biden has called on Congress to act without delay to avoid what would be a catastrophic shutdown. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. The passage of H.J. Res. 100 and H.Con. Res. 119 would be a win for workers across the country. And I strongly urge the Senate to approve both resolutions so we can swiftly get them to the President's desk. I further urge all my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman is recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I'd like to share the thoughts of sympathy for the family and friends of our colleague, Mr. McEachin, that my colleague from Massachusetts did express. Madam Speaker, I thank the representative from Massachusetts for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Today, we are here to consider a rule providing for a number of bills and resolutions. H.R. 3372, the One-Stop Shop Community Reentry Program, will improve public safety and help individuals reentering society from after incarceration by reauthorizing two types of...
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered on the House floor in Washington, D.C. The House set to discuss legislation to prevent that rail strike that we've been talking about. It is looming at this point and would have a massive impact on many people across the country. I also want to call your attention over to the left side of your screen because it shows you the other stories that we are following here. 2 people are dead in Alabama and 4 seriously hurt in Louisiana after that severe storm outbreak. We also know that the House Democrats here are expected to vote to replace Nancy Pelosi with Hakeem Jeffries. When we're talking party leadership, Pelosi did step down from her leadership role just weeks ago after we did see the House Democrats lose control of the House. It's likely that will happen right here on your screen. And coming up several hours from now at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed Chair Jerome Powell is expected to speak amid the possibility of more interest rate hikes. We'll bring that to you also live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
A strong start to the holiday shopping season. The National Retail Federation says 196.7 million Americans shopped between Thanksgiving Day and Cyber Monday. That's nearly 18 million more than last year and a new record. Investors, on the other hand, were not in a shopping mood Tuesday. The Dow eked out a small gain, but the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq closed lower for the third day in a row. Well, fears about inflation, possible recession, and recent layoffs seem to be slowing down the so-called Great Resignation. More than 3 in 4 full-time workers now tell the company Insight Global they plan to stay in their current job because of the current economic environment, and 61% say they're willing to take a pay cut to avoid being laid off if there is a recession. And if you're looking for love, forget hitting the gym. You might want to hit the voting booth instead. That's because 53% of people who use the dating app Tinder say that knowing a potential match as a regular voter makes them more attractive. That's business. I'm Jackie DeAngelis.
All right, thank you so much for that report. I know it's dark, but I can promise you that we are taking a live look over at Qatar, or Qatar, depending on who you ask here, and it's time to talk all about the World Cup. You've probably heard a little bit about it over the last week or so. Just yesterday, Team USA defeating Iran and remaining there in the competition. A lot of people very excited about that. I know someone who is very, very excited. So let's bring in World Soccer Talk's content editor, Kyle Fansler, to talk more about all of that excitement. Thank you so much for being here.
Appreciate you having me on.
Of course. So what were your thoughts yesterday when you saw that USA won?
I think, like a lot of other Americans, it was a very long second half because they had that lead going into halftime, and really all they had to do was just win 1-0, which is what they ended up doing in the end. But like I said, it was a very long 45 minutes, but a very deserved result, I think, is what can be said for the United States in their defeat of Iran. And like you already said, it was enough to get them into the knockout stages, which for a lot of Americans was not just a goal, but I think it was the expectation to get into the knockout stages of the World Cup. You look at things like their FIFA World Ranking, which is number 16 in the world, which, you know, mathematically speaking, would be enough to get into the last 16. So a big achievement, but, you know, an expected one for the U.S.
Of course. So Team USA's chances of going all the way and winning the whole thing?
Slim. I think it's good to be optimistic and good to celebrate the United States, but there's a lot of good teams out there, especially when you look at the next possible opponents for the U.S. We do know that they will be playing the Netherlands in the round of 16, and the Netherlands has a great team. They have a lot of talent from the back to the front. You look at someone like Virgil van Dijk. He is a world-class player, someone that the United States is going to have a very tough time matching up against. Then looking at the other teams that have already clinched a spot in the round of 16, you got the likes of Portugal, the defending champions France, the World Cup favorites Brazil. There's a lot of great teams out there. I'm not saying the U.S. cannot make a run, but it would be a tall task for them to get into that final stage, get to the semifinals maybe. But, you know, who are we to deny the U.S. after what they've done already?
We are nobody to do that. We're still just going to hope that it does happen. Unfortunately, though, it looks like there was a pretty serious injury, I would say, during that match.
Yeah, the injury to Christian Pulisic, who got injured scoring the only goal of the match, is a major one, and I think that's understating it. This is a player that's been their most important player, both in terms of talent and leadership, for really since 2017, when they missed out on qualifying for the 2018 World Cup. Christian Pulisic is among the top leaders in goal scoring in the history of the U.S., and he's still just in his early stages of his career. So the loss of Christian Pulisic, and we don't really know how the extent of the actual injury. The United States came out and said that is an abdominal injury and that his status is day to day. So like I said, we do not know the extent of it and whether or not he will be able to play against the Netherlands. But as it remains, that loss is a major one, especially when looking at the other talent up top. It's a spot where the U.S. kind of struggles, especially when you look at someone who is able to take on defenders like Christian Pulisic. And obviously he is perhaps the United States' most famous player in the world, not just right now, but in history.
The possibility of winning against the Netherlands, everyone has their thoughts. They'll say, okay, well, they can win this. They won the last one. What are your thoughts?
I actually like the matchup of the Netherlands for the United States a lot. I think when you look at the other options they could have played, you know, like I already mentioned, Brazil, France, Argentina, Portugal, I think those teams are a lot better than the Netherlands. And I'm not saying the Netherlands is just some pushover, but the United States, they've really performed well against good teams already. They were able to go into a draw against England, who is already one of the World Cup favorites. The performance against Iran was enough to get them over the line. And what you notice about the United States is that their first half performances are all excellent. They really dominate the game. They're able to score goals. They've only scored 2 goals in the World Cup, sure, but both of those goals came in the first half of their game. So looking at the Netherlands as their opponent, I actually think it's a favorable matchup for the United States. I think the Netherlands will still be the overall favorite to win the game, but it's a game that the United States certainly can win, and they have the talent across the pitch to do so.
During the World Cup, you always see people who are excited to watch it, but it just feels for some reason that so many people are paying close attention to it this year. What do you think that is?
I think there's a lot of factors that could contribute to people being interested in this World Cup. For one, soccer is growing rapidly here in the United States. There's certain reports that say it's the 4th most popular sport in the country. I know a lot of people consider it the 5th most popular sport behind hockey, basketball, baseball, and football. But soccer is growing, and we've seen the youth movement in soccer, and that's contributing to the current popularity of the sport and its broadcast today. But on top of that, I think the timing of the World Cup, I know it's a major talking point, specifically among soccer fans, because it's smack dab in the middle of the holiday season as opposed to its normal time in the summer. I think the timing has gotten a lot of people interested. And another thing to keep in mind is that the opponents the U.S. played in the World Cup this year have rivalries with them. I mean, Wales is one thing, not necessarily a rivalry there, but England and the United States, they have a long-standing rivalry going all the way back to the Revolutionary War, as people like to point out on social media. And then Iran have that rivalry, not just in the terms of the geopolitical world, but also in terms of soccer. You look back at the World Cup in 1998 when they two played each other, and it was a massive game for Iran, able to pick up a win in that game. So I think these rivalries that the United States is playing in this World Cup is contributing to the popularity of it, and it's contributing to having people from across the United States talking about it and just getting involved with it and wanting to support the U.S. And it helps that the team is probably at its best state in terms of talent and production in its history.
Yeah, I heard it mentioned that it's possible that the ratings could actually be higher than the Super Bowl, which is interesting to think about because, I mean, you're talking about Americans watching it, and Americans love their football.
I think it'll be hard to compete with the Super Bowl. Now, that being said, this current World Cup is setting records for U.S. viewership of the World Cup. I think the game against England had 20 million total viewers, which is the most for a men's World Cup or men's soccer game in the history of the United States. Now, like I said, the Super Bowl would be a tall order to compete with, but let's say the U.S. does advance all the way to the final. I think everyone will be interested. Like I said, who knows if that's going to happen? A lot to take in for Greg Berhalter, who's the manager. But if they do get that far, I'm sure millions upon millions of people will want to watch that game.
All right, World Soccer Talks content editor Kyle Fansler, a huge Team USA fan. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Not particularly. I will say that the World Cup is going on. It's not just about the United States. I mean, there are a total of 32 teams competing in the tournament, and the games are actually happening in just a couple of minutes here. And you can find out how to watch all of those games, all the schedules, and all the brackets for the future World Cup games over on worldsoccertalk.com.
Yeah, follow them on Twitter, Facebook, every social media platform. And while you're searching, follow us as well. Search LiveNOW from Fox. Kyle, thank you so much for being here with us.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, taking a live look here at Qatar, or Qatar, depending on how you want to pronounce it here. You can see it is beautifully lit up. And as we mentioned, we are just minutes away from more of those matches. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but we will be right back to talk more about the World Cup and all the excitement. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:43 over on the East Coast and 6:43 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A big one that we've been talking about for days and more than a week now, the World Cup. Yesterday, we got some good news for Team USA as they did defeat Iran and will remain in the competition. I want to bring in the expert here, Alex Hogan with Fox News, who is live over in Qatar covering just about everything going on. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Hi, Josh. Well, it is such an exciting day for American fans who have traveled all the way here across the world to see their team play on the world stage. I've met some Americans who have taken as many as 2 weeks off, some even changing their flight so they could stay here and see the match last night. They were able to get that win, that victory that they were hoping for, to see the U.S. move forward out of the group stage into the round of 16. The next match we will see is on Saturday, December 3rd, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So a really exciting change of events after the U.S. just earlier in the week said that they were calling themselves the underdog as they went on to take on England. That was a tie, 0-0. And then after this win against Iran, 1-0, the coach said this is the first time in 92 years that the U.S. has managed to have 2 shutouts, meaning no goals scored against them at the World Cup. And the coach is paying a lot of tribute to this team. They are the second youngest team here at the World Cup. The U.S. had played Iran twice before, losing once and tying the other. And there's a lot of different attributes of what could have caused this team to be able to get the win against Iran. Of course, there is the patriotism and all the support that this team has seen from fans coming here all the way from the U.S. But also, a lot of these athletes actually play soccer internationally at club teams in England, all over Europe. And they say that some of those skills have enabled them to know their opponents a little bit better. That definitely helped them in the match that we saw in Game 2 against England. Now, they will take on Netherlands next week, and they'll likely have to look back at this last match of what went well and what they can do better. So the big moment that we saw last night was minute 38 when Christian Pulisic scored a goal, but he did so and ended up injuring himself while doing that. So he collided with the goalkeeper, and he was actually later taken to the hospital. We know that he has some severe stomach bruising. He was in the hospital, but he was able to be back at the hotel when the rest of the team arrived, welcoming them with quite the celebration. He also posted on social media saying that he will be gearing up and he will be ready for Game 4 on Saturday. So there's still a lot of lineups and a lot of other teams from around the world who are vying for their spot to move forward as well. In about 10 minutes, we will see the first 2 matches of the day. That will be Tunisia taking on France, and then Australia playing Denmark. And then later this evening, we will see Poland take on Argentina, and then Saudi Arabia take on Mexico. So a lot of excitement for fans who are here from all over the world. One thing that we thought was interesting while we watched the U.S. play last night, there were a lot of fans from different parts of the world here supporting Team USA, even though it wasn't specifically their team, but they were still rooting them on. So, Josh, we will likely continue to see that as those Americans who traveled all the way here, I imagine some of them will be extending their trips just a little bit longer.
I mean, for sure. That's history in the making there. So I was just showing some video from here in the U.S. as fans were jumping for joy when they saw Team USA win. You're actually there. What was it like to see people? How did they celebrate when the U.S. won?
Yeah, just an eruption of cheering and chants, the USA chant that we hear all over the world. That was playing here. It was quite the intense and fun scene outside of the Fox Sports set. There were some camels here. There were street performers, people on stilts, a mariachi band, as I mentioned, people from other countries supporting the U.S., this mariachi band from Mexico coming here to support their neighbors to the north. So a lot of people continuing to come out. You can watch all of these matches on Fox Sports, and there are screens here along this beautiful waterfront in Doha, Qatar, where people can walk around. There are exhibits and photo opportunities because, again, 1.2 million people are coming here from different countries across the globe. This is a chance for this small country in the Middle East to showcase their nation and bring more people just the cultural awareness that so often is associated with international sport on this level. So this is an opportunity for the Middle East to do that. It's an opportunity for travelers to learn a little bit more. They came here, of course, for the sport, but it's also a cultural experience. And it's also just a way for people who are coming here to support their team to meet other people. And that's something that we've talked with a lot of Americans about what this experience has been like for them. They said sometimes it's their first World Cup, but it's also encouraging them to take on that chance and take on that creativity of wondering where else in the world they could travel and where else they could learn from. So it's a great part of sport that we do see this this group of people that can come together, even though they don't speak the same language, but they get to learn a little bit more about each other.
All right, Alex Hogan there with
Josh.
Fox News. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, want to take a live look here at Qatar there, where you can see the buildings are lit up. And as Alex mentioned, the game's about to get back underway here. The big story for us right now, Team USA defeating Iran to remain in the competition. And up next, we'll head to play the Netherlands. We'll keep you covered with everything you need to know. And don't forget, as Alex also mentioned, you can stream those on Fox. It is 9:49 on the East Coast and 6:49 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Let's head to a commercial break, but we will be right back with more of your top stories from all over. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. A lot going on the House floor this morning. There's going to be a vote, first off, to replace Nancy Pelosi in the party leadership, where Hakeem Jeffries likely to be the one to take over. They're also going to take up some legislation in the hopes of stopping this rail strike. I do want to dip in as of right now because that vote is underway. There's probably no audio, but let's listen in just to see if there is. And as I thought, there is not. So I do actually want to talk a little bit more about that possible rail strike. This is something that so many people are paying very close attention to because the impacts could be drastic for just about everyone across the country. So let's head over to Doug Luzader with Fox News, providing a breakdown of what could and might happen.
Well, there is a bipartisan deal brewing here on Capitol Hill, but that doesn't mean this is going to play out the way the White House is hoping.
Mr. President, are you confident you can avoid a rail strike? And what's your message?
President Biden says he's confident as he met with congressional leaders from both parties. Republicans and Democrats breaking bread at the White House and talking about moving forward to impose a labor agreement to prevent a rail strike and oppose some of the unions that already voted to reject the deal.
In the House, we will bring up the legislation, send it over to the Senate.
And Leader McConnell and I agreed we'd try to get it done ASAP.
As soon as possible, if it is possible. One of the unions shot back at Biden for calling for congressional action in the first place. Unfortunately, the most labor-friendly president has opted to side with big business, said Railroad Workers United. And already there are at least 2 senators that could stand in the way.
I'm not voting for a deal that the workers themselves have rejected.
A Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio finds himself, oddly enough, on the same side as Vermont's Bernie Sanders, who says that the deal Congress is on the verge of imposing doesn't adequately address sick time for workers.
The Senate is where it gets even trickier because they're trying to move this quickly. And if you know Congress, it's pretty rare when things actually do move quickly.
And the way the Senate works, just one senator could gum up the works here and prevent Congress from passing this at a time when congressional leaders from both parties are trying to work fast. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. Landmark legislation to protect same-sex marriage. The Senate passing legislation that would codify federal protection for marriages of same-sex and interracial couples. The Respect for Marriage Act was approved 61-36 with unanimous support from Democrats and a dozen GOP votes. The bill now returns to the House for a final vote before it can go to President Biden, who has already said he looks forward to enacting it. Biden releasing a statement that reads, quote, "The U.S. is on the brink of reaffirming a fundamental truth. Love is love, and Americans should have the right to marry the person that they love." The legislation came about after the conservative Supreme Court overturned the constitutional right to an abortion, sparking fears that the justices may also. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look from Qatar, or Qatar, depending on how you pronounce it here, as the World Cup is now back underway. We did talk with Alex Hogan not too long ago. She's with Fox News and has been out there covering these matches. So much excitement, she said, as U.S. defeated Iran just yesterday and now will play the Netherlands. Exciting stuff for Team USA. Unfortunately, one injury that could be fairly serious We are waiting to hear an update on that. So as we do get that, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. Something else that we have been tracking right here, there are several votes going on here in the U.S. House. We know they will vote to replace Nancy Pelosi in the leadership role there for the Democrats. It is likely Hakeem Jeffries will be the one to take over. It appears they are talking once again. It's been kind of silent as they are doing that voting here, but we will get back to that once we do hear more talking going on. I do want to get to the latest here on another story that we are tracking very, very closely, and that, of course, does include this possible rail strike. Our Fox New York station putting together this information here to help break it all down for us.
The rail is so important to not just those of us who might be traveling on a train, but also in terms of our economy.
I would much prefer us not to intervene, but at the same time, for this to shut down will be horrendous for Kansas as well as for Kansas agriculture.
An effort to avoid a potential nationwide rail strike. Back in September, President Biden and his team celebrated a tentative deal, a 24% pay raise, bonuses, and improved health care benefits. But in early November, 4 of the unions expressed concern with the lack of paid sick leave. Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she was reluctant to bypass the unions, but that the House would take up legislation with the original tentative agreement. While neither party wants Congress to step in, at this point, it may be the only way to avoid a strike among the 100,000 U.S. railroad workers.
Including resolving the train strike.
Yesterday, President Biden met with congressional leaders in both parties, asking them to come together on legislation that would avert a strike. In a statement, the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employees Division writes, a call to Congress to act immediately to pass legislation that adopts tentative agreements that exclude paid sick leave ignores the railroad workers' concerns. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she doesn't disagree.
It's not everything I would like to see. I think that we should have paid sick leave. Every developed country in the world has it. We don't.
But says a strike could be catastrophic.
Water will not be safe. Product will not be going to market. It is, we could lose 750,000 jobs, some of them union jobs. That must be avoided.
All right, we are following this very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox, and we love to bring in our experts who can help kind of break it all down and explain what could possibly happen here as this does get closer to possibly becoming a reality. I do want to bring in Dr. Nada Sanders, a distinguished professor of supply chain management at Northeastern University, here to talk a little bit more about this ongoing situation. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm really happy to be here.
Of course. So at this point, is this a reality? Is this possibly going to happen?
I honestly did not think we would get to this point. I fear that it possibly could happen. The consequences would be so dire that I honestly thought something would occur to stop us to get to this point. It's one of those things that if you remember how bad things were when we had empty shelves during COVID, we are looking at something that is horrendously devastating to the economy and something I think the average consumer really doesn't understand what could potentially come and hit them.
And I think that's what I wanted to help kind of break down for people, because you hear all the time that this could be a big deal for Americans, but a lot of them don't understand just how big of a deal it could be, especially when you're talking about supply chain issues.
It's correct. So I think most of us think of products in terms of finished goods, right? The your laptop, your car, the food that you buy at the grocery store. We don't think about all the inputs that go into it. Rail is not sexy. Rail isn't cool. Rail is annoying, right? I mean, it kind of stops us, we have to stop our car. But actually, rail is the main artery that moves bulk of items that feed into other things. So ethanol, that is used to make the gasoline at the pump is moved via rail. Chemicals for water treatment plants, lumber that is used to make furniture, feed for animals. If we think about all the things that would be impacted, manufacturing plants for cars, for example, get their parts via rail. So you would suddenly see stoppage in terms of manufacturing plants' ability to work. This is where the layoffs would start to come in. You could potentially see agricultural products go bad because they have to be moved fairly quickly. So it would have this massive cascading effect where I think the average consumer would suddenly see prices at the gas pump. So you and I would be impacted in that kind of way, in a very real way, in a very tangible way that we usually don't think about, because again, rail isn't something that we think about, but it's moving all those items that are going to feed into other things. Like I said, gasoline, food, lumber for furniture, for, cars.
Yeah, and that's just something that a lot of people don't think about. And rail is not sexy is the best thing I've ever heard, because it's the best way to describe it. It doesn't catch people's attention and they don't think too much about it. And the worst part is right now, for so many people, we are so close to the holiday season.
I think the holiday season is not going to be impacted because most of the goods are already where they need to be. So as far as stores, warehouses, we've got those goods moved. But I actually think the consequences are more severe. So, we're talking about the holidays, presents, all of it. I actually think about families. I think about, what's happening to prices right now. And so to me, the bigger picture is really what is going to be impacted when it comes to fuel prices, when it comes to coal, when it comes to energy, when it comes to food, the kinds of things that we need for everyday life. So I think the holiday season won't be impacted that way, but it would be impacted in terms of living costs. And that is actually much more dire. And again, I think most consumers don't think about all the inputs that go into all the products that they buy. This would come to a screeching halt. The other part that is that it has to be considered, even if we're down, if the rail stops for a day or two, we all know you can't just press a button and have things ramp up again. So it would take days to get things running again. This isn't just a kind of a thing that you stop for a day or an hour and then it's back to normal. There's a cascading effect. So the consequences for the average person would be really significant.
And like you said, it's not just going to be a one-day type of thing. It doesn't just pick back up. This may be a difficult question to even think about at this point, but if this does happen and it ends pretty quickly, could there potentially be impacts on the future here as a result?
The future meaning the economy?
Far in the future.
Right now, what we're looking at restructuring the entire infrastructure here, because we really see frailties across the board. As you know, we have seen them, right? And we are seeing companies, government really pushing forward to really improve our overall manufacturing infrastructure, incentives to produce here in the U.S. But it's going to take us a few years to really get there. We are really vulnerable. We have not bounced back, from COVID. So we are very, very frail. We are looking at, obviously, you and I are talking about rail today, but if we look at, transportation, as far as truck drivers, I mean, we have frailties across the board. And the average person, again, feels it when they go to the store, when they buy, food items. So I think that we are in a pretty frail position and will be for a few years. And we really need to change overall so we can improve. And again, it's going to take time.
Of course. Dr. Nada Sanders, thank you so much for being here with us. Anything else that you want to add about this before we let you go?
I know people don't want to hear this, but I would actually stock up a little bit. I know there'll be eyebrows that are raised out there, but I really care about the average person. So I would have a little bit of water on hand. I would fill up my gas tank. I would get a few food items. And as I had mentioned, yes, I know the holiday season, presents and all this, but I think in the bigger picture, we have to care about make sure that there is food on the table, that we have our gas tanks, we can go to work. So I know hoarding is not a good thing, but the average person have a little bit on hand.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this doesn't lead to a hoarding type situation. And I know we're not encouraging that. We're just saying, like you said, stock up.
Just a little bit, because, we forget that we're talking about families. We're talking about babies. We're talking about children. We're talking about people being able to go to work. And so the other thing, too, and I saw the headlines today. So we hear, what can Congress do? Is it good? Is it bad? It's really not Congress against the workers. There are actually three parties here, right? There is railroad companies. So, I hope they can agree on something fairly quickly. But what's really being held in the balance is all of us, ordinary workers that are trying to feed their, go to work, function. And so I think that I really think pressure will come in terms of getting to the table, but even 24 hours is going to put things on hold, and we're going to feel it. We are all going to feel it.
All right, Dr. Nada Sanders, thank you so much. We appreciate you taking the time to join us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Of course. I do actually want to take you right now to some breaking news that we are tracking out of Savannah, Georgia. That is where there's a heavy police presence at Savannah High School. Unconfirmed reports of a gunman. It appears a news conference is underway, so let's listen in.
Unification, we are in the process of working that plan up. Information should be going out to parents on where to meet their students in the next 10 minutes or so. And I will give you that update as soon as I'm cleared to do so. We just don't want everybody swarming an area where we're trying to get the students through and into a building so that they can reunite with their parents. This appears at this point to have been some kind of hoax. There were similar calls that came in to Glenn County and Wayne County. So from what we have been told, they are dealing with very similar situations. It could have been some type of hoax to draw the law enforcement resources to one area, but nothing else has happened. We do know that we have had parents calling schools all across the district worried because they're hearing rumors that something's happening at the other schools. That is not the case. This is an isolated incident as far as we know, an isolated phone call. And all the schools, though, in the district were put on a soft lockdown, basically restricting movement just as a precaution. And that is all I can tell you right now until we are ready to go ahead. Let me check and see if that's come in. No. Until we are ready to go ahead and release those reunification details, but it should be in just the next few minutes. Do you guys have any questions?
I heard from a few parents that the rumor that was swirling around was it was somehow connected to a conflict that happened in an athletic game last night. Has there been any validity or anything to that?
I have not heard anything to that effect. And since this doesn't appear to be isolated to just Chatham County, I would tend to doubt it. Because from what I understand, it's a very similar phone call that came into two other counties in the area. So.
And then one more question, this trend of swatting, as it's called, calling in, reporting these, having a huge law enforcement come out. It's a trend that's happening across the nation, first time for Savannah Chatham, but is this going to make you guys rethink policies over these types of calls or this type of response?
I don't know that it will change the response because you always have to send all resources in, even if you may have a feeling that something is a hoax. You can't go with that. You never know when something's going to be an actual incident, and you have to send all your resources whenever a call like this comes in. Obviously, once we are done with this incident today, and we will sit down and we will do an after-action meeting and talk about what went right, what went wrong, what can we improve upon if this should happen again, which hopefully, of course, it will not.
Kids were calling their parents saying that there was shooting inside the school. Have you guys? So you're saying it's a hoax?
There were no There was no shooting inside the school.
Sheila, was anybody arrested?
No. There was apparently, when the call came in, there was a description given of someone, and from what I understand, the first arriving authorities on the scene did see someone matching that description and did pull them into the back of a police car. That person has not been arrested, and obviously there hasn't been an incident, so I at this point would not expect that to be the case, but I'm sure that they will, question this person and make sure that there wasn't even any involvement in this phone call, because obviously that is a crime as well. You make a phone call like that, that's, a crime.
What agency will be handling the investigation into the call?
I would believe that would be our campus police department, because it was on campus. Now, like I said, the FBI is involved, and they will try to determine, obviously, where that call came from. So if it came from somewhere off campus, that may bring other jurisdictions into the investigation.
And a lot of concerned parents saying they're being told to go one way, go another way to get their children out of the school. A lot of them didn't even know what was going on until Facebook, Twitter, or social media handles.
Mm-hmm.
What do you all, as a Savannah Chatham County Schools, think that you all could do in order to give parents a little bit more of comfort, or a little bit more resources or information prior to them having to get it on their own?
Well, when parents started gathering over there, SPD asked me to go over and talk to parents, and I did go over. We tried to get on a PA system to talk to them more widely, but the rain was kind of shorting it out. So I went around and talked to a few groups. They were sending out messages district-wide to let the parents know who were bombarding the other schools with calls that there's nothing going on at your school, everything is fine. We do have an incident going on at Savannah High, but no injuries. As far as the call to parents here, I'm not sure, since it was being handled back at the office, what may have gone out to them earlier, but I know that they have been working for the last 20 minutes or so on getting a call ready to go out to parents, telling them where they can pick up their students. Anybody have anything else?
Anything else you can tell us?
Not at this point, unless...
Was there any commotion inside the school from students who probably heard this report while they're in class?
That I do not know. They seemed, the ones that I saw coming out of the school when I first arrived here, because they were evacuating students, seemed to be coming out fairly calmly. Most of them looking around, not really sure what was going on, and teachers and campus police were all letting them know to get away from the building, and they gathered them all over on that side of campus.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening into a news conference. This is all related to that heavy police presence over at Savannah High School in Georgia, where there were calls of a gunman. But as you can see there, the district now saying there was no shooting, there was no gunman, and this was all a hoax. So again, this was related to that heavy police presence over at Savannah High School. The district holding this brief news conference and answering questions, as there has been a lot of concern in that area. The district also saying that similar calls came into other schools also in Georgia. If we get any sort of update, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines right now and talk more about the World Cup. So let's take a live look here from Qatar. This is where the World Cup now back underway here. Those games kicking off not too long ago. The big story for a lot of people in the U.S. is going to be the fact that Team USA has defeated Iran. They will remain in the competition and go to play the Netherlands. So many people excited about that. I do want to bring in Eric Goff, a professor of physics at the University of Lynchburg, to talk more about the excitement and, as always, the science behind all of this soccer. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Great to be with you, Josh.
Of course. So first off, how exciting is it that Team USA moved on? Did you expect it? What were you thinking was going to happen?
I thought we had a great chance to move on. I think England was the clear favorite, but I definitely thought between Wales and Iran, we had a great shot to move on. Yep.
Perfect. And it happened. A lot of celebrating yesterday. Were you among the people who were just cheering and screaming?
I was probably among millions of people watching, hoping our 1-goal lead would hold up all the way to the end. Yep. It was pretty exciting.
Awesome. All right. And I asked you this last week when we spoke, but what do you think all the excitement is about? So many people do pay close attention to the World Cup, but this year, for some reason, it seems like even more people are paying attention. What do you think the reasoning is behind that?
Well, it's the first time the World Cup is in a Middle Eastern country. First time we're playing outside of the summer months in the Northern Hemisphere, so that the temperatures will be a little bit cooler in Qatar, so that the players don't have to overheat too much while they're playing. And then, of course, there's all the controversy surrounding how Qatar was chosen. The U.S. played Iran, and there was some controversies associated with the flag there, civil rights violations, all kinds of things that are going into this World Cup that make it rather different from some previous World Cups.
Does Team USA have what it takes to go all the way and win this whole thing?
I think we're young enough and that we can believe we can do it. I think we've got a lot of talent. The Netherlands is definitely going to be a very tall order to beat, but I'll be there with everyone else watching it this Saturday.
Oh, I'm sure. All right, let's talk about physics, because soccer is a lot of science. It's a lot of physics. So explain to me how all of this works, because obviously it's not just about luck. It's not just about skill. It's about science.
So some of the great free kicks and corner kicks that you're seeing will show the ball rotating around, and the ball will start to curve once it's leaving the boot of the kicker. And that curving is due to the air flowing around the ball being whipped off to one side and the air pushing it off in the other direction, as Newton's third law would tell us. But there's all kinds of great new technologies that are taking place at this World Cup. You have the video assistant referee. You've got the check for offsides. It's taking place very quickly within about 20 seconds with these 12 cameras that they put around the stadia. And then you've got 29 points on all the players, and they're being tracked at 50 frames per second. Then this ball has a sensor in it that's measuring its acceleration that's synced with the cameras, measuring that at 500 times per second. And the virtual reality is then overlaid onto the actual images from the video cameras to determine whether an offsides takes place, as we all saw with the U.S. right at the end of the first half against Iran.
All right, so we talked about this last week as well, but the ball that is chosen, it's not the same ball every year, every time they do play, but it's an important aspect of it because there are a lot of different features to the ball, and the players have to get, I guess, accustomed to that ball before they hit the field and play.
That's right. Every 4 years when the World Cup comes out, Adidas releases a new ball. This ball might be $150, $160. So there's a great financial incentive for having a new ball for every World Cup. And the patterns on here, the panel shapes, the surface texturing, all have to give the same kind of aerodynamic flights for the ball that the players are used to playing in their club sports.
All right, as always, Eric Goff, professor of physics at University of Lynchburg. We love having you on. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Just soak up all that lovely science, enjoy the soccer and the athleticism, and then take a moment to think about all the lovely science and especially physics that went into making it happen.
Awesome. All right, thank you so much. We'll be watching the match with the Netherlands, and hey, we'll call you again and bother you and make you come back on here.
Absolutely. Love to do it again, Josh.
Awesome. All right, well, let's take a live look here at Qatar, or Qatar, depending on who you ask, as the city is lit up and so many people excited for those matches now underway. Don't forget, you can stream them right on Fox. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back with a live look at everything making news here in the U.S. and across the world. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. This is a live image, believe it or not. This is not from last winter here. This is Spokane, Washington, where it is going to be very hard to get around if you're in that area. The flakes coming down, and it's building up on the roadway here. It looks like there might be a snowplow working down there to help clear the path, but hey, if you've been in an area where there's snow, you know, after you clear it, more snow comes down and you got to do it all over again. But yeah, hard to believe that that is what we are dealing with right now. And it is just the end of November. That means it, yeah, might get a little more active. You just never know. So I do want to get back into the headlines here and update you on several different stories that we are following right now on Live Now from Fox, as there is a lot going on across the country and across the world. So let's get right to it here. And these are just some of the stories that we are following on Live Now from Fox and will follow throughout the day. So today we do expect the House to hold that vote to decide who will replace Nancy Pelosi as party leader. Pelosi stepped down from her leadership role earlier this month after Democrats lost control of the House in the midterm election. Representative Hakeem Jeffries is expected to take her place, becoming the first Black American to head a major political party in Congress. House Democrats are expected to rally around the 57-year-old New Yorker who has vowed to get things done. The chairman of the Federal Reserve set to speak this afternoon at the Brookings Institution. It's the last major scheduled speech for federal officials before the next policy meetings on December 13th and on December 14th. People paying close attention, and traders will be doing the same. They're going to listen to what Powell has to say, as it could provide insight into the Fed's next rate hike. An official with the Fed said earlier this week that more hikes should be expected until 2024. Powell set to speak around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. There were at least 23 reports of tornadoes and unfortunately 2 deaths in Alabama as this powerful storm moved on through, leaving behind a trail of destruction. We're talking about damage in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Again, we know at least 2 people have been killed in Alabama and 4 seriously injured over in Louisiana. We are expecting to get more information from emergency officials, and we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That's what we do here at Live Now from Fox. There appears to be more going on the House floor right now. We just talked about replacing Nancy Pelosi, but they are also speaking about how they can avoid this rail strike. I do want to dip into the House floor right now to see if there is any conversation that can be heard.
Between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference Committee of the National Railway Labor Conference and certain of their employees.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1499, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extemporaneous material on the joint resolution 100.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the Speaker of the House, Ms. Pelosi from California.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his leadership on the very important subcommittee of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Rails, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials. So the subcommittee of jurisdiction for the legislation that we're considering today. And I thank the chairman of the full committee, Chairman Peter DeFazio of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, for his just outstanding leadership for over 30 years in the Congress of the United States. He's been a champion for America's working families. He's been a person about the future. We have been blessed by his leadership. And I want to commend Chairman Jim McGovern of the Rules Committee for steering this urgent and necessary legislation to the floor in such an expeditious and effective manner. Madam Speaker, under President Joe Biden, we've had the most pro-union administration in history. Indeed, he chose a labor secretary, and Secretary Marty Walsh, who has deep personal roots in organized labor, joining Laborers Union Local 223 at age 21, and eventually rising to serve as the head of the Boston Building Trades before he became mayor of Boston. Together, the White House, the administration, and the Congress, we have proudly stood with working people. Under President Biden and our pro-union Democratic majority, we were able to protect pensions, promote the PRO Act for collective bargaining, and create good-paying Davis-Bacon jobs in the infrastructure bill, in the CHIPS and Science law, and additional legislation. Because we believe that the middle class is the backbone of our democracy, and we believe that the middle class has a union label on it. Madam Speaker, today we are here to safeguard the financial security of America's families, to protect American economy as it continues to recover, and avert a devastating nationwide rail shutdown. We all know that for too long the railroads' ownership have made obscene profits on the backs of workers, selling out to Wall Street and its outrageous precision scheduled railroading. They've slashed jobs, increased hours, and cut corners on safety while demanding more and more from the workers. And rather than reinvesting their profits into the workers, over the past decade, they've given $150 billion in handouts to their corporate executives and wealthiest investors. It's just not right. That is why relentless labor leaders like Dennis Pierce and Jeremy Ferguson, whom I saw close up and watched them fight for their union members, among others, alongside our pro-union President Joe Biden and Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, as I referenced, fought furiously to negotiate a fairer deal for railroad workers. And thanks to their months of determined leadership, the tentative agreement that was reached has secured important advances. A 24% pay raise and a $5,000 bonus, no charge changes in co-pays, deductibles, and co-insurance costs, and protecting the two-man crew. Protecting the two-man crew, very important. But we know much more needs to be done for railroad workers. It is outrageous that every developed country in the world has paid sick leave except the United States of America. No one should be at risk of losing his or her job by staying home when sick, needing to see a doctor, or getting life-saving surgery. So it is progress that the agreement provides some time off for routine, preventive, and emergency medical care. But what we need is paid sick leave for railroad workers and for every American. I hear this every place I go, not just with the railroads. But these railroad workers, they're very skilled. Their work is challenging, has some danger. They need to have these very talented workers, and yet they're willing to let them go if they miss a few days of work because having to get a checkup or something. Going to see a proctologist is not a reason why people would take a day off. They do that because they have to. So today the House will take two important actions. First, we will pass shutdown averting legislation to adopt the tentative agreement as negotiated by the railroad companies and labor leaders, and again with the administration at the table. Then we will have a separate up or down vote to add 7 days of paid sick leave to the tentative agreement. This had always been our intention to do. We're doing it on the same day because of the end of session. Doing so fulfills our authority and responsibility under the Commerce Clause of the Constitution to ensure that the uninterrupted operation of critical transportation services and fight for fair, that's our responsibility as we fight for a fairer future for our workers. Let me be clear, a nationwide rail shutdown would be catastrophic. A shutdown would grind our economy to a halt and every family would feel the strain. As many of 765,000 workers, including many union members, would lose their jobs in just the first 2 weeks. Experts project it would cost the economy up to $2 billion a day and raise prices on consumers' products. Families wouldn't be able to buy groceries or life-saving medications because it would be even more expensive, and perishable goods would spoil before reaching shelves. That's why so many members were saying we've got to avert a shutdown because we've got to get produce to market in our farm communities. Communities wouldn't be able to get chlorine to keep their water safe and clean, and small businesses wouldn't be able to get their products to market. Many of them, as I say, farmers. Time is of the essence. We must act now. I urge a strong bipartisan yes vote on both adopting the tentative agreement and securing additional paid sick leave. In doing so, we will give our families and businesses confidence that the American economy will remain resilient and strong, and will move to enhance the dignity and economic security of many hardworking Americans who keep our nation on the move. Our nation's hopes really are riding on this vote. I urge a very strong yes on both bills, on both votes, and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank, I want to give myself such time as I may consume, and I want to thank the Speaker for the comments. Today we're here because of a failure by the Biden.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:36 over on the East Coast and 7:36 on the West Coast. You are listening in on the House floor as we are hearing from several different sides in the House discussing how to possibly prevent this rail strike that could happen in the coming days and really in the next week or so and would impact many, many Americans. I do want to listen back in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Enacted the Railway Labor Act, and this legislation helps to ensure that collective bargaining rights for rail workers. It created processes, including congressional action, which we're doing, to ensure the prompt settlement of labor disputes that could interrupt interstate commerce and damage the economy. When an agreement was not reached this past August, President Biden appointed or a PEB. It's called a Presidential Emergency Board, and it recommended a very robust package of pay and benefits for railway workers. Salary increases of 24%, starting retroactively, by the way, in 2020, which goes through 2024. There was very generous health benefits with employee contributions capped at 15% of premiums and additional paid day off. But it should be noted that the Biden administration's PEB recommendations did not agree with the union's demand for additional paid or sick leave. And I'm disappointed that the Democrats in the 11th hour altered the items, these particular items, to cater to the demands. This is an extreme and an unprecedented version of the necessary congressional intervention. As the original September deadline for a strike approached, President Biden's Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh, negotiated a tentative agreement with the railroad companies and all 12 of the rail union leaders. President Biden hailed the agreement as a win for rail workers, and Secretary Walsh and other union leaders, they praised it as well. We all saw that in the news. But it's now clear that the administration cannot close their own deal. 8 of the 12 unions voted to ratify the tentative agreement. 4 voted it down, and a rail strike is now possible at midnight on December 9th as we approach a very busy holiday season. So it now falls on Congress to avert a railway shutdown that would literally devastate the economy, which is already coping with the disastrous consequences of the administration's economic policies. And a rail shutdown would severely disrupt supply chains and add to a 40-year high inflation that we're already seeing. It would lead to higher energy costs as winter weather raises energy demand, and it's going to disrupt global food supplies. Estimates are that America's economic output could decline by $2 billion a day. For these reasons, organizations representing just about every industry in the economy have called on Congress to avoid a crippling rail strike. And it shouldn't have, it never should have come to this. But I encourage my colleagues in this process to avert a strike. I do encourage my colleagues to support House Joint Resolution 100. This is, while the rail strike is imminent if something isn't done, what folks need to understand as well is the railroads will have to start shutting down a lot of the critical, particularly hazmat, hazardous material movement. They're going to have to shut that down earlier, in fact, a week earlier, and it's absolutely going to cripple the economy. Anhydrous ammonia is one of those.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in on the House floor as Democrats and Republicans discuss the possible looming rail strike and how to prevent it. We're going to listen in more a bit later on, but for now, let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. And on the other side, we're going to talk about just one of those headlines off to the left side of your screen. The Fed chair expected to speak later on today amid those interest rate hikes that we've already seen throughout the year. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1043 on the East Coast, and it is 743 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. As we've been telling you throughout the morning, the chairman of the Federal Reserve set to speak this afternoon over at the Brookings Institution. This is going to be the last major scheduled speech for federal officials before their next policy meetings. I do want to bring in Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence. He is the expert and always helps break this down for us. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, Chairman Powell is going to speak not far from where I'm standing right now at the White House later on this afternoon. It should be an interesting speech. The market is trading down on his comments as of right now, kind of hesitant to see where he's going to fall, whether being more hawkish or more dovish, meaning are we going to see more aggressive rate hikes or are we going to see a slowdown in hikes?
Yeah, and that's the question, is exactly what will he be focused on? His speeches, for the most part, are not fairly lengthy. He seems recently especially to just be kind of getting right to the point and saying what he has to say and walking away. Is that what we expect today?
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Federal Reserve Chairman is trying to do. He's trying to be more direct with the market to sort of set expectations that this is going to be a very tough economic period for a lot of Americans. There's going to be a lot of economic pain, and that's what we do expect to hear from him again today, a very direct speech about where he believes they should go in the future. Now, the market is indicating, 70% of the market is indicating that they believe the Fed will slow down and just go a half a point at the next meeting. Now, we've had 4 75 basis points or 3/4 of a percentage point hike in a row, 6 hikes altogether this year. This next meeting in December will be 7. That's a huge stretch of hikes, but the market is now thinking that it possibly could be a 50, at just a half a point, which is the reason the market's sort of waiting to see what happens. If that indication comes true, you're going to see the stock market later today take off and there's start to be a rally in it. Now, if the Fed chairman comes out and is more hawkish, says, no, we're going to keep this restrictive, aggressive stance, then you could see more of a sell-off in the market today as market traders watch to see what the Fed is going to say.
I know that next meeting is going to be mid-December. Do we expect that after that meeting's over, we're going to have another interest rate hike?
Yeah, December 14th. Yes, it's almost 100% sure that there will be a rate hike of some size on December 14th. The question now is whether that rate hikes are going to continue into next year, or is there going to be a pause? The Federal Reserve has started to talk about this lag effect. So when the Fed makes a decision, for instance, a rate hike, it takes about 6 to 9 months for that to trickle into the economy and start to see that slowdown. And the Federal Reserve is looking for that slowdown right now, and they haven't really seen it. You still have CPI inflation overall at 7.7%. That is more than 4 times what the Federal Reserve wants it to be. So inflation is much too high. They're not seeing it come back down. They're also not seeing yet the job growth slow down, which is what the Federal Reserve wants to see. They want to bring that balance back to where you have the job openings and the people getting jobs more back in balance. They also believe that the unemployment rate should be around 4.1%. It's below that. So all of those indicators show the Federal Reserve, hey, we've got enough room in this economy to sort of slow it down even more without causing massive damage.
And a lot of people will hear interest rate hike. They hear a lot of numbers, a lot of figures, percentage points. What does this all mean for Americans who are at home watching this, watching Jerome Powell speak and going, how does this impact me?
Yeah, you probably looked at the interest rate you're paying on your credit cards to say that bill, that number you're having to pay on interest is going up, and it is. When you talk about 3/4 of a percentage point, that is a huge increase when you talk about credit card debt. So credit card companies take those increases and they just pass it on to the customer. So you're going to see your percentage, your annual rate on credit cards jump. In some cases, credit cards are now 30% is what people are paying on the debt they're holding. If you're trying to buy a home, mortgages are the most expensive they've been in a decade almost, because the price of money is more expensive. If you're trying to buy a car, same thing. You're going to pay more to get that loan. And if you have an adjustable rate mortgage, that's a tricky spot because that has just kept going up and up and up, meaning your monthly payments will continue to go up. So all of this hurts the consumer and sort of is meant to slow down the spending on other items for the consumer. And that's what the Federal Reserve is looking for.
All right, Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence. As always, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, it should be a very interesting meeting, and to see not just what the decision is, but where the projections are. So we're going to get the Federal Reserve data at this next meeting where they believe the inflation rate will be next year and the year after. And it's going to be very interesting to see if that projection has gone up because inflation is proving to be more sticky and harder to get rid of.
All right, Edward the expert, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, 10:49 on the East Coast and 7:49 on the West Coast. We will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:51 on the East Coast and 7:51 on the West Coast. I want to dip back into the House floor as they discuss how to possibly prevent this looming rail strike.
For House Joint Resolution 100. The agreement is supported by our railroad shippers and 8 of the 12 unions, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Every major industry, from automobiles to agriculture to energy, will be severely impacted if we fail to act. These are some of the largest drivers of inflation and will directly increase the prices for American consumers. In conclusion, I would just like to point out that this deal is a great deal for the railroad workers. By the end of this deal, the average wages for rail workers will reach $110,000 per year, with total compensation averaging $160,000. It's unthinkable that the 4 railroad unions are holding the nation economically hostage. With that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I'm glad that you pointed that out to the gentleman on the other side. This just appears that it's going to be a President Biden bashing opportunity. But we're here for very important reasons. And for all the reasons the gentleman just stated, is the serious nature of why we're here, for all those reasons. So we have to act. And it is our responsibility, it's come to us, as much as we might not like it, to have to negotiate this. We are standing right in front of a looming work stoppage, and we have to act for the millions and millions of Americans that would be impacted by these measures. And, Madam Speaker, my friend from the other side of the aisle continues to mention how wonderful this package is. And it was fairly generous. It was right they hadn't had a deal in 3 years. So, 24% sounds like a great increase, but over 3 years, it is divided by 3, it's 8%, which is a relatively fair increase. So I think that, let's deal with the issues at hand, not make this about bashing the president, and do the work that we need to do. The railroads have said that workers already have sick time. Is that true? Well, let me answer that. It is not true unless what the railroads want you to believe is that when people get sick, they should use their vacation time. Their vacation time for sick days. Now, I'm not sure how on the other side of the aisle their offices are operated, but I thought we're all one Congress, so it's done in the same manner. All my staff has sick days. I believe most of the people that work for this body have sick days. I don't know if they don't have sick days on the other side. I would think that would be reprehensible, but that we're fighting for people not to have what we have is unfortunate and unjust. And so we're just trying to do the right thing for the country and for these workers that have not been able to get the railroads, who have had profits out of the stratosphere in the last decade, to get them to do the one thing that the labor unions asked. They didn't ask for the large raise, the benefits, which are all good. They wanted to deal with sick pay, and the railroads refused to do it. And with that, I wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in as the House is discussing possible legislation to prevent this looming rail strike that will impact a lot of Americans, many Americans, if it does happen in the coming weeks. It is now 10:57 on the East Coast and 7:57 on the West Coast. We know that we also told you that the House Democrats are expected to vote to replace Nancy Pelosi with Hakeem Jeffries at some point today. That vote was scheduled to begin sometime around 9, and as of right now, we have not received any word as to whether that has happened, and it's not clear, though, if that will happen anytime soon. We do have a live camera, though. This is considered to be a stakeout there of Capitol Hill, where the House Democratic leadership is voting right now as we speak. So this is that live view. If we do get any information out of there, we will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. But again, we are expecting the Democrats there to replace Nancy Pelosi with Hakeem Jeffries, who appears to be the only real choice that has been mentioned so far. It's about 10:58 on the East Coast and 7:58 on the West Coast. I want to step away for a quick commercial break, but we will be right back.
Good morning, and thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. It is a new hour, and we wanted to start things off giving you a look here at the big board. Of course, right now, we're down in the red, down more than 190 points, but we have a lot of trading day left. You saw we started in the green, just barely, but we were in the green earlier here today, so we'll continue to pop our eyes on and off here, especially as we do have a possible rail strike happening. The House is speaking from the floor. We've shown you some of their remarks that have been made as they're trying to avoid that rail strike from happening. So thank you so much to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, and we want to continue bringing you the top stories happening all across the country. Going to take you actually out to another event that just took place moments ago. It was with Vice President Kamala Harris. She was sitting down with the French president, and they were at the NASA headquarters speaking about the relationship that they all have. Let's go ahead and head out to that event right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
France is a vital ally to the United States, and this visit demonstrates the strength of our partnership, our friendship, and our cooperation, and truly all as the background to an enduring relationship between the United States and France, and one that is based on shared democratic principles and values. I want to thank NASA Administrator Bill Nelson for hosting us today and for your very impressive year of leadership of NASA. During your leadership, we redirected the trajectory of an asteroid. We successfully launched Artemis 1, the mission, which is orbiting the moon as we speak, in partnership with our French and European allies. In fact, the administrator was able to show the president a mock-up of Artemis 1, and it truly is quite impressive. And, of course, we showed the world incredible images from the Webb telescope, which was launched from French Guiana with a French launch vehicle. So, Mr. President, today we have the occasion to celebrate the cooperation of our two nations in space. You and I have discussed this topic many times, including my visit in November in France, in Paris. And as a result of that meeting, a number of things happened. One, the United States agreed to join the Space for Climate Observatory as a result of that meeting that you and I had. You and I created the Comprehensive Dialogue on Space, and we agreed to advance specific rules and norms in space, international rules and norms. And the United States, of course, welcomes and is elated that France and the European Space Agency will continue operations at the International Space Station through 2030. Today we build on the progress that we have made, and today we will also identify additional areas of collaboration and cooperation. Regarding the climate crisis, something you and I have discussed at length and which we agree is an existential threat, satellite technology and the data that it provides are critical to our efforts to combat and address the climate crisis. In Paris, I made a commitment that the United States would join the French-led Space for Climate Observatory, which we formally did in June. Through this work, we will develop tools for decision makers to better prepare for and respond to climate disasters such as wildfires, floods, and changing agricultural patterns. And in 2 weeks, the United States and France will launch a satellite from Vandenberg in my home state of California, which will conduct the first ever global survey of the Earth's water surface, the surface on the Earth of water. It's very exciting because this innovation will actually help us to improve water management and better inform agricultural decisions, and it will also help coastal communities around the world prepare for rising seas. During my visit to Paris, we also agreed to create the Comprehensive Dialogue on Space, and this brings leading experts together from France and the United States to strengthen our commercial, our civil, and our national security cooperation. And they had a very productive meeting, actually, already this month. Regarding rules and norms, we are working together to develop norms for the responsible and peaceful uses of outer space, and this is critically important work. To that end, Mr. President, I thank you for joining the Artemis Accords in response to my invitation during my visit with you. These accords are a set of principles that guide civil use in space. They contribute to a safe and transparent environment for space exploration, science, and commercial activities. more specifically regarding rules and norms and international rules and norms. In April, I made a commitment on behalf of the United States not to conduct destructive, direct ascent, anti-satellite missile testing. And I called on other nations to join us. I thank you, Mr. President, for your commitment, which was announced yesterday, to adopt this norm. And finally, I believe space remains a place of undiscovered and unrealized opportunity. And for that reason, there is so much potential in terms of the work that nations can do there, and in particular when we work together, based on shared principles and values. To seize these opportunities as the head of the National Space Council in the United States, I have focused on 3 priorities in particular, which is to expand our STEM workforce, to address the climate crisis in every way that is about building on the innovation and also creating a workforce to do that, and establish rules and norms to govern space activities in close partnership with the private sector. In this mission, we are so very proud to work with France. The United States and France have partnered on space exploration for more than 60 years. In this time, we have made great strides, and yet in so many ways, we are beginning a new journey together. And so with that, again, I welcome you, Mr. President, and I look forward to our ongoing work in this matter, including the work that we will do today. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Vice President. Thank you for hosting us and having this meeting all together. Dear ministers, ambassadors, and administrators, I want to thank as well NASA Administrator to welcome us in this NASA headquarters. Thank you so much. And thank you for the great commitment and our cooperation. I mean, you said everything, and I don't want to repeat because I want us to be engaged in a common discussion. But speaking about space is obviously speaking about both science and having this journey you mentioned. But this is as well a story of a great cooperation between our 2 countries. And we did a lot during the past decades together, and I think we can do a lot. And we have a lot of projects together. And I want to thank you personally because, indeed, when you came 1 year ago in Paris, and we had this very long discussion, we decided together to strengthen this cooperation and to launch a strategic dialogue on space. And we did it, and we already delivered concrete results based on the past experience between our research leaders, our academics, our astronauts as well, and some of them are on this table, and I want to thank them for this commitment and their achievements. Having said that, we want to work now very closely together, indeed, on climate and environment as one of the key verticals where we do believe together we have a common objective. Argos, launched more than 40 years ago, is 45 years ago now already. Was the best evidence of this strong cooperation between our research agencies. We have, and you mentioned them, on top of that, the surface water and ocean topography, with this launching the 12th of December, which will be the symbol of a new type of cooperation. We will have the Space for Climate Observatory, and thank you for joining it. And I think this initiative was launched 3 years ago, but now our cooperation will accelerate this point, and we have as well the atmosphere observatory system and all this initiative we can launch together. On all these issues, I want to thank our institutions and researchers, and I think our commitment is great. Second, we have indeed exploration. James Webb Space Telescope is obviously one of the best examples of this cooperation and how we can team up and how science made on our side can help and work in common missions with you. And you mentioned Artemis 1, 2, 3, and we are very keen participating, and we have here the French team, and Thomas is very keen on and very excited to be part of it, and it's very important for us. As long as you can propose French leader to fly to the moon quite rapidly, we are quite happy with that. We are quite happy with that. And Sophie is so now selected for participating to this international mission and follow up this common effort. But I saw myself, with your presence, with our discussion with NASA teams and so on, how strong is the partnership and how we can do more for the years to come. And I think from a scientific point of view and a human point of view, all these upcoming challenges regarding exploration, the moon, Mars, and so on, are extremely important for us. And I want to thank you for your leadership and to tell you our commitment to work closely together. My last point is about norms, as you mentioned. Thank you for having launched this very important item. And I do believe, indeed, space is a new place of conflictuality.
Indeed.
And we have crazy players in this space as well, and we have rock states there, and we have new hybrid attacks, and I think it's very important together because we do share this history, we do have the same commitment and attachment to science and progress, but we do share those, as well, the same democratic values. And I think building these new rules and setting them together is, for us, extremely important. This is why we decided to join, indeed, this first set of rules, and we will follow up. My last point is to say that the more we can develop common research program, but as well common training program, is extremely important to us. And this is why our institutions are here. We are very committed. I think our people know each other very well. Yeah. And then this is indeed about very complicated science and physics. I try to be briefed during the past few days by our minister and our experts. And I did my best to understand in the details what was at stake. But at the very end, it's how to educate, train tenants, and how to be sure they work closely together. This is why I do thank the presence on both sides of the table of our teams. So thank you. Thank you for your personal leadership and commitment on this issue.
Thank you. It is wonderful to work with you, Mr. President. Thank you. Okay, I look forward to our discussion. Thank you, Press.
President Macron, are you concerned about the future of Ukraine funding under a House Republican leadership?
We will revert on all these issues during the state visit. I think here we want to focus on space.
But are you concerned about...
All right, some remarks from NASA headquarters again, where France and U.S. are once again partnering up when it comes to being allies in space. Live now from Fox, going to continue bringing you all the top news stories, press conferences from across the country. Plus, we have some cameras out on Capitol Hill as, again, we have some Democratic leadership elections going on. Who's going to replace Nancy Pelosi after she had stepped down from that leadership role for House Democrats? More to come on all of those topics, plus taking out to the House floor where a vote will soon happen on the railway strike bill. More to come here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look here at the House floor, where soon House members are going to be voting on a rail strike bill. But there's been many members who have been walking throughout Capitol Hill, especially inside of the building, where they've been speaking about not only this issue, but also speaking about Democratic future leadership as they're getting ready to elect their new leader, replacing Nancy Pelosi. So let's go ahead and listen to some remarks on those issues right here for us here on Live Now from Fox.
So could you just answer them for the camera? Like, are you happy with where rail ended? Are you a yes to advance?
Well, I'm not happy in the sense that these rail companies have almost doubled their profits in the last decade. They have cut their workforce almost in half in the last decade. They have given something like $142 billion in stock buybacks and dividends to their wealthiest shareholders. CEOs have increased their pay, and yet they don't want to pay a penny, what amounts to about a penny a day for 7 sick days for workers. So I'm not happy about that, and that is why we pushed as the Progressive Caucus very hard to make sure, and we worked hard with leadership, with Chairman DeFazio, with our progressive members, to get into the deal that we will vote on a paid sick days bill. It's called an enrollment. We're doing it in a particular way, but it will be an amendment essentially to add those 7 sick days in, because I think that's the right thing to do. And I think now it's going to be up to the Senate to do that. We've heard a lot of Republicans saying that they think we should be adding this, so let's put their money where their mouth is, vote for this, and we can make sure that these workers get their sick days.
Do you feel that Congress intervening undermined labor at all, or do you feel like labor was well represented in these negotiations?
Well, I wish we didn't have to intervene. I really wish that we could leave. You know, part of this is some of the unions ratified, some didn't. So that it's always more difficult when it's not a complete united vote. But I wish we didn't have to intervene. I mean, the reality is I think this is an issue of national security, the railways operating, and that we should just mandate these sick days. That's what we're trying to do. You know, it should not be that these railroad companies are bottom feeders. You know, they have treated workers so badly. There are so many injuries. There are so many problems. But we are in a very difficult situation where we need the railways to be operating. So, and labor hasn't been completely united on this either. So it just makes it a little more difficult.
I don't want to dominate the questions, but we'd love to ask about House leadership and how you're feeling about House leadership elections today. Yeah. Are you happy with what this means for the Democratic Party going forward, and that your caucus is going to be strong heading into the next Congress?
Well, we've had an incredibly strong trio of leaders, and I think that this is a big day because it is a generational change. It is an opportunity to kind of remind people that the Democratic Party is a big and diverse party, and that there's new representation that is going to be exciting for people across the country. So I'm excited about it. I have had a couple of conversations with Chairman Jeffries, very supportive of him. We've worked on judiciary together for a long time. But I had a conversation with him about the Progressive Caucus, because we are the largest, almost 50%, I think, of the entire Democratic caucus, and I wanted to make sure that that relationship is clear from the very beginning, that progressives are here to help govern, to push for the best ideas, and I was really encouraged by what I heard, and I'm looking forward to a really good relationship.
Congressman, you yourself at one point were considering a potential leadership run. I'm wondering kind of what convinced you to pull back from that, and how important it is that Democrats kind of show a united front with their top leaders at this point.
Yeah, I definitely did consider it, and very seriously. But I think what I realized is my heart. You know, I've spent 6 years trying to build a CPC, and there's a little bit more we need to do before I get term limited out. And I wanted to make sure that as we're in the minority, we have built incredible relationships with the White House, probably the best relationships of any progressive leadership ever. And that's where the opportunity is going to be with executive action and with mobilizing
utilizing the outside movement for victories in 2024. So I have a whole plan of every person, every place matters, where we go and we talk about what we've done, but also what the path forward is. How do we get the rest of the president's agenda? And that, I found that when I checked in with myself, that's what excited me. So that's what I'm going to do for 2 years, and I think I'm looking forward to helping us get back into the majority that way.
Congressman, if you would ask, can you talk about the rail strike and how you feel about the bills going? Or you did, don't do it again.
I did. I just got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got to run in there. Yeah, but go ahead.
Do you think that the Democratic leader should be able to appoint the DCCC chair?
So I haven't taken a position on that as chair of the CPC, but I personally believe that decentralization of power is generally a good thing. And, that certainly there needs to be a good working relationship between the leader, the speaker, and the DCCC chair. But also there needs to be a really strong relationship between members and the DCCC chair. So let's see where that discussion goes today. But, that's generally how I feel.
Do you have a position real quick on Bill Foster's term limits proposal?
Again, not an official position because our members are kind of all over the place on it. So what we did is we tried to lay out the pros and cons, but I think at the end of the day, the idea of, again, decentralizing leadership, of providing more people opportunity. We have so many great leaders here. Needs to be, whether it's this proposal or some other way, it really needs to be at the center of how we remake the caucus.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming to camera.
All right, let's go out live, back out to the House floor where, again, a bill has been introduced to try to avoid that rail strike that's been looming here for us all. Let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
In our country, in order to keep our economy alive, we shouldn't have to intervene, but we must ensure that Americans don't have to pay for the greed of those who've yielded the benefits of record-breaking profits and won't meet their employees' demands for basic human rights. Paid sick time is a basic necessity required to recover from being ill that all of your staffs have. And it helps prevent sick workers from making preventable safety mistakes. Time has proven that railroads are unwilling to settle this dispute despite having more than enough money to pay for these basic benefits. Railroad CEOs' salaries continue to exceed as much as 144 times. 144 times what the average railroad worker makes. Yet still, they're unwilling to bend for paid sick time off. I wonder what they do when they're sick. All the while, they know that their profits are built off of the backs of these dedicated rail workers who deserve so much more. Despite the challenging decisions to intervene, I will continue to press the rail industry to do what they know to be the right by their workers. And once we pass this legislation, we will pass legislation that guarantees paid sick leave for rail workers, since the industry has decided they wouldn't. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has now expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1499, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution to provide for a resolution with respect to the unresolved disputes between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference, Committee of the National Railway Labor Conference, and certain of their employees.
The question now is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The joint resolution.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Yes, the gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Do you ask for the yeas and nays? The gentleman asks for the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will please rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Now, we were expecting this to happen here on Wednesday after President Biden had asked Congress to step in when it comes to avoiding this rail strike.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1499, House Resolution 1495, and House Concurrent Resolution 118 are considered as adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1499, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 119 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 119, concurrent resolution providing for a correction in the enrollment of House Joint Resolution 100.
All right, so again, that bill that they were speaking about earlier today on the floor, lawmakers are considering it would impose a compromise labor agreement brokered by the Biden administration that was ultimately voted down by 4 of the 12 unions representing more than 100,000 employees at large freight rail carriers. Now, the unions, they have threatened to strike if an agreement cannot be reached before December 9th, a deadline that they have set. So again, lawmakers from both parties, they have expressed reservations, but they do say an intervention is it's difficult for some of these Democratic lawmakers who have traditionally sought to align themselves with politically powerful labor unions. So this is definitely going to be something we're going to follow here for you today. It's something that we heard from our speakers when they've been walking through the Capitol. We'll continue to keep an eye on all of these shots we have coming to us from Capitol Hill, especially as we're having more lawmakers walk through these hallways and stop and speak with our cameras. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we return, we'll take you out to the Senate floor, where we're going to hear from both Senator Chuck Schumer as well as Senator Mitch McConnell and listen in to what they had to say from just earlier here today. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thank you to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us. I want to take us out to the Senate floor, where we're going to be hearing not only from Senator Mitch McConnell, he spoke about the rise of crime all across the country, but also from Senator Chuck Schumer. He was speaking first about the Democratic leadership. That vote is going to be taking place here today as they look for a new House leader, as Nancy Pelosi has stepped down from that role. So let's go ahead and bring you out to Chuck Schumer's remarks from the Senate floor from earlier here today.
Mr. President, this morning, the House Democratic Caucus, of which we were once both members, but this morning the House Democratic Caucus will make a momentous and potentially historic decision, selecting the next generation of leaders that will propel House Democrats forward in the 118th Congress. Every time the caucus comes together to choose its leaders, it's a big deal. But today's gathering is unlike any we have seen before. For one, it signals the end of a magnificent era, as my dear friend, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has chosen to step down from leadership. We'll never see someone like Speaker Pelosi ever again in our lifetime. But her potential successor will be history-making in its own right. After today's vote, it's largely expected the new House Democratic leader will be my friend and fellow Brooklynite Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries' elevation as House Democratic leader is a turning point in the history of the United States. Is a turning point in the history of the United States. Let me say that again. Hakeem Jeffries' elevation as House Democratic leader is a turning point in the history of the United States Congress. Never before has an African-American leader or any leader of color held the top position for either party in either chamber. With yesterday's vote on respect for marriage and today's vote for House Democratic leader, our representative democracy continues to march forward towards its promise of equality and full representation for all Americans. Now, I've known Hakeem Jeffries for a long time, since before the days he was first elected to the New York State Assembly in 2006. When I first met him, I thought the same thing I thought when I first met Speaker Pelosi. Here's someone who has it all. We've taken similar roads in our lifetimes. We both grew up in Brooklyn, where I was the son of an exterminator. He was the son of a social worker. We both went to New York City public schools and both served in the New York State Assembly before coming to Congress. It's not surprising that House Democrats are turning to someone from Brooklyn to lead the way next year. Because when you're from Brooklyn, you learn quickly traits like persistence and serious mettle. It's a crowded place and a diverse place. You learn how to work with all kinds of different people. You learn how to stand your ground. You learn to not take things personally. Hakeem Jeffries exemplifies all these traits. He is someone who I know will both hold the line on our democratic values while being ready to listen and keep an open mind. I know he can work with the other side whenever it's necessary. Most importantly, he is dedicated to making our country a better, more prosperous place for all people from all walks of life. So today's a very good day for the House, for the House of Representatives, for our party and our country. I congratulate my friend Hakeem on his historic election as House Democratic leader. And I can't wait to talk to my neighbor from Brooklyn 4 or 6 times a day, like I did with Speaker Pelosi. Now, on respect for marriage. Yesterday, our work of making America a more perfect place took a momentous step forward as the Senate passed the Bipartisan Respect for Marriage Act. When the vote closed, the feeling on the floor was jubilation and relief, not just for ourselves and our families, but for the millions of Americans across the country whose rights will be better protected under this bill. The Respect for Marriage Act now goes to the House of Representatives for what I hope is a quick vote, and then it's on to the President's desk. And let's remember, Joe Biden was one of the early proponents of marriage equality, even when it got some others not so happy with him. Passing the Respect for Marriage Act would not have happened without the leadership in this Senate of so many of my colleagues, Senators Baldwin and Sinema and Feinstein, who originally authored this landmark bill, and my Republican colleagues, Collins, Portman, Tillis. I thank them all. The entire process was also a vindication of a central premise Senate Democrats and I have embraced this Congress. I've always said I have a hierarchy. First, try to get things done in a bipartisan way whenever possible. It's far better to find a way to pass legislation that will help Americans than to hold show votes that have no hope of becoming law. And that proved true on marriage equality. My #1 priority in the end is to find ways to get bills passed in the Senate. So I hope that yesterday's vote is a signal that both parties can keep working together on difficult issues in the next Congress. If our Republican colleagues can shake off the MAGA wing of their party that is holding Republicans down, we can get a lot done. And it's obvious to everyone, there are many Republican senators who don't embrace MAGA. And we say to them, we want to keep working with you. It's necessary in order to keep tackling the big problems that face our country. And if Republicans don't follow the MAGA path in the next Congress, it will go a long way to restoring people's faith that Congress can work together and even disagree without being disagreeable. And we don't need to wait for the new year to continue working together. In about 16 days or so, government funding is going to run out unless Congress acts to prevent a shutdown. Yesterday, I sat down with the President, with Speaker Pelosi, with Leader McConnell, with Leader McCarthy, to discuss how we can ensure that a shutdown is avoided and that government is properly funded. For the most part, I was heartened and encouraged by the conversation. Speaking with Leader McConnell, we both believe that we must do everything possible to pass a year-long funding package. And we both prefer an omnibus, though we have different views of what should be in it. And we do need to come together on those. But both Leader McConnell and I have said that an omnibus is the best way for supporting our troops, supporting our allies in Ukraine, and keeping Americans safe at home and abroad. A CR, meanwhile, is horrible news for our troops in uniform, because it will throw their families into great uncertainty and severely hinder their ability to keep America safe. It will also allow some of the countries that are not our allies, but adversaries in many ways, to gain the leg up in so many different new technologies. Do we really want to give the Chinese Communist Party the chance to outcompete and outmaneuver us in the Indo-Pacific? Do we want our troops to protect us with one hide tied behind their back while our adversaries are operating at full capacity? Of course not. But that's the danger we face if we don't pass an omnibus. Everyone's going to have to give something if we want to successfully fund the government for a full year. And while I'm encouraged by the goodwill so far, we have a lot of difficult work to do before both parties reach a final agreement. So, just as both parties cooperated to pass the Respect for Marriage Act yesterday here in the Senate, and just as we've cooperated on CHIPS, gun safety, veterans benefits, and so much more over the last 6 months, let's finish this session by passing an omnibus on a bipartisan basis. Finally, Mr. President, on judges. Later today, the Senate will vote to confirm 2 highly qualified and talented public servants to serve as lifetime appointments to the federal bench. Camille Velez-Reeve to serve as district judge for Puerto Rico, and Ann Nardacci to serve as district judge for the Northern District of New York. An Albany native and one of the first women who would sit on the bench, Ann Nardacci represents upstate New York perfectly. She's the kind of bread and butter candidate that upstate New Yorkers like. And she's built a career on taking on special interests. So people in the Northern District of New York will not have to worry that she won't represent them when others come before the court who are special and powerful but don't have the right arguments. For the last 2 years, one of my top priorities has been making sure we restore a sense of balance, impartiality, and experience to the federal bench. And now that Democrats will keep our majority in the next Congress, that will continue unabated. We've made historic progress so far in the last 2 years. We've confirmed 85 judges to the federal bench, the best pace since the Clinton administration. And those 85 judges comprise perhaps the most diverse collection of new jurists we have ever seen. 75% of these new judges are women. I'm so proud of that. 2/3 are people of color. I'm so proud of that. And many of them come from professional backgrounds we rarely see in judicial nominees. I'm proud of that as well. But we're not yet done. We're going to hit the ground running when the new year begins, and our democracy will unquestionably be better off for it. I yield the floor.
All right, and let's go ahead and listen into Senator Mitch McConnell's remarks from the House floor when he spoke about the rise of crime across the country.
A few days ago, the Washington Post published a major report on the explosion of violent crime that has startled and shattered communities all across America. This terrible trend is familiar to many of us by now, but the tragic human stories are still quite shocking. In St. Louis, 25-year-old Damian Baker was killed in July in an attempted carjacking while escorting a woman to her car downtown. Damian cannot just be some random number of homicide, his mother told reporters. It's got to look different. In New Orleans, this past March, 20-year-old Shane Brown didn't come home from work one day. His body was found 5 days later in a canal, and his family still doesn't know why he was killed. In Birmingham, 13-year-old Jalon Palmore was on his front porch when he was cut down in a drive-by shooting that police say was targeting someone else. The family home now holds so many painful memories that Jalon's parents have decided to sell it and move somewhere else. The national media may just be coming around, but the American people have known for a long time that the erosion of law and order is a terrible and pressing problem. After the nationwide murder rate clocked its largest single-year increase in more than a century in 2020, it climbed even higher last year. A record high majority of Americans report that crime in their communities is getting worse. This is an area where our two political parties, the two sides of the aisle, have totally opposite instincts about the right way forward. Republicans are focused on making American communities safer, and we know that accomplishing that takes compassion for innocent people, not weak justice for violent criminals who hurt them. Meanwhile, Democrats are focused on making it even harder to secure real justice. They spent 2 years doubling down on anti-law enforcement rhetoric and putting radical local prosecutors at the center of their plans to make America softer on crime. Far left special interests have poured massive amounts of money into political campaigns of radical soft-on-crime prosecutors in major cities from New York to Chicago to Philadelphia to Los Angeles. Up to 1 in 5 Americans now live in the jurisdiction of prosecutors a Democrat megadonor has handpicked for their willingness to ignore entire categories of criminal law. This soft-on-crime campaign has gone to such absurd lengths, communities are taking it upon themselves to push back. Early this year, voters in San Francisco showed their radical left district attorney the door for using their neighborhoods as a proving ground for soft-on-crime experiments. And just earlier this month, the Pennsylvania House of Representatives impeached Philadelphia's liberal district attorney for misbehavior in office after violent crime in the city soared. Here in Washington, things are no different. Our colleague, the junior senator from Connecticut, made this crystal clear a few days ago when he kicked off a fresh wave of Democratic calls to defund the police. Senator Murphy says that because, in his estimation, 60% of the counties in this country are friendlier to citizens' Second Amendment rights than Senator Murphy would like, those communities should be punished by defunding their police forces. Fewer resources for police officers, less safety for local communities, unless every county in America kowtows to Senate Democrats' particular view of the Second Amendment. Democrats spent all this past year insisting they don't support defunding the police. But here they go, yet again, proposing to do just that. One wonders how the American people, the people of Georgia, for example, feel about this renewed push to respond to violent crime by defunding local police. After all, the per capita homicide and assault rate in the city of Atlanta is now even higher than it is in Chicago. Working American families deserve safety in their communities. Grieving families deserve the small measure of peace that comes from actual justice. And the people of Georgia deserve a check and balance against Washington Democrats' reckless and radical defund the police proposals, not a rubber stamp.
Senator Mitch McConnell giving floor remarks just a little earlier here today. Live Now from Fox, going to continue to keep our eyes on Capitol Hill, but also we do have coming up President Biden. He's going to be making some remarks in just a bit, delivering them from the White House Tribal Nations Summit. So this happening at the Department of the Interior. Vice President Kamala Harris later going to make some remarks at the same event. But we'll keep an eye on this. Plus, we still have a lot of stakeout cameras inside of Capitol Hill as Democratic leaders are voting on who is going to be taking over the position of Nancy Pelosi's House Democratic leader position. So let's go ahead, take a 2-minute break. We'll bring you more right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox again. Do have some live looks here where we're waiting for President Biden to make some remarks, but I want to show our viewers a press conference we're going to be taking you to in full as soon as it does happen. It is set to take place here at the top of the hour, and this is going to be from family members and representatives of those recent victims in that triple homicide investigation that occurred just last Friday. Now, news conference has been scheduled again at 9 a.m. local time, so that will be coming up here at the top of the hour. But again, there will be speakers of these family members plus Riverside Police as the investigators, again, are going to be talking about not only this investigation, but also they're going to be talking about how they do this online enticement, child exploitation work in their field as well. So we are going to be waiting for this press conference to begin. As soon as it does, this is what we're going to be headed to in full for you here on Live Now from Fox. But we also have multiple other camera crews around all the way from California back out to Washington, D.C. Again, we have had multiple different areas where our crews are set up waiting for more of the Democratic House members to come forward and speak about their election that's happening for their leader of the House Democrats. Now, you heard Senator Chuck Schumer earlier congratulating Hakeem Jeffries. He, of course, is one of those front runners. He is the Democratic representative from New York who's been a voice for the House party for multiple years now. So that, of course, would be one person that could see a major support behind him. So that we'll be keeping track more of this. And then we do have some cameras set up inside of some of these hallways near some of the offices of these congressmen and women. So, of course, we'll be on top of all of this here for you on Live Now from Fox. Plus, we're also keeping a close eye on weather that is happening all across the country. Go ahead and take this live look. This is a driving shot coming to us from Seattle, Washington. Now, there's been multiple snowy, different weather alerts that we've been talking about all across the country, including we just had snow in Minnesota. We had some tornadoes in the south. But this winter storm in Seattle, it did knock out some power to the area. More snow also still on the way. So they had some big gusts of wind. Snow did bring about 4 to 5 inches in the Seattle area. And forecasts are calling for an additional 3 to 4 inches of snow through Wednesday, with these, of course, going to be coming to some of these areas that are used to seeing the snow. But of course, when it's the very first round and bout of it, it can be difficult to deal with. So there is going to be even more winter weather moving in a little bit later this week, lasting even into the weekend in Seattle. Those higher temperatures, they're going to be sticking around to the 30s. And of course, we'll keep a close eye on this here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, though, and take you out to just some more of what the House floor remarks were from earlier today when they were speaking about trying to avoid that rail agreement.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his leadership on the very important subcommittee of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, rails, pipelines, and hazardous materials. So the subcommittee of jurisdiction for the legislation that we're considering today. And I thank the chairman of the full committee, Chairman Peter DeFazio of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, for his just outstanding leadership for over 30 years in the Congress of the United States. He's been a champion for America's working families. He's been a person about the future. We have been blessed by his leadership. And I want to commend Chairman Jim McGovern of the Rules Committee for steering this urgent and necessary legislation to the floor in such an expeditious and effective manner. Madam Speaker, under President Joe Biden, we've had the most pro-union administration in history. Indeed, he chose a labor secretary, and Secretary Marty Walsh, who has deep personal roots in organized labor, joining Laborers Union Local 223 at age 21 and eventually rising to serve as the head of the Boston Building Trades before he became mayor of Boston. Together, the White House, the administration, and the Congress, we have proudly stood with working people. Under President Biden and our pro-union Democratic majority, we were able to protect pensions, promote the PRO Act for collective bargaining, and create good-paying Davis-Bacon jobs in the infrastructure bill, in the CHIPS and science law, and additional legislation. Because we believe that the middle class is the backbone of our democracy, and we believe that the middle class has a union label on it. Madam Speaker, today we are here to safeguard the financial security of America's families, to protect American economy as it continues to recover, and avert a devastating nationwide rail shutdown. We all know that for too long the railroads' ownership have made obscene profits on the backs of workers. selling out to Wall Street and its outrageous precision scheduled railroading. They've slashed jobs, increased hours, and cut corners on safety while demanding more and more from the workers. And rather than reinvesting their profits into the workers, over the past decade, they've given $150 billion in handouts to their corporate executives and wealthiest investors. It's just not right. That is why relentless labor leaders like Dennis Pierce and Jeremy Ferguson, whom I saw close up and watched them fight for their union members, among others, alongside our pro-union President Joe Biden and Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, as I referenced, fought furiously to negotiate a fairer deal for railroad workers. And thanks to their months of determined leadership, the tentative agreement that was reached has secured important advances. A 24% pay raise and a $5,000 bonus, no charge changes in co-pays, deductibles, and co-insurance costs, and protecting the two-man crew. Protecting the two-man crew, very important. But we know much more needs to be done for railroad workers. It is outrageous that every developed country in the world has paid sick leave except the United States of America. No one should be at risk of losing his or her job by staying home when sick, needing to see a doctor, or getting life-saving surgery. So it is progress that the agreement provides some time off for routine preventive and emergency medical care. But what we need is paid sick leave for railroad workers and for every American. I hear this every place I go. Not just with the railroads. But these railroad workers, they're very skilled. Their work is challenging, has some danger. They need to have these very talented workers, and yet they're willing to let them go if they miss a few days of work because having to get a checkup or something. Going to see a proctologist is not a reason why people would take a day off. They do that because they have to. So today,
these remarks being made by Nancy Pelosi from the House floor from just earlier here today. Live Now from Fox going to continue to keep an eye on the potential of that rail strike. Of course, the Congress now trying to step in, avoid that from happening. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. More to come here at the top of the hour.
Good morning, and thank you for coming to our press conference with the Winnick family and the Riverside Police Department for this awful series of events that have occurred. I'd first like to call up Michelle Blandon. Michelle it was her parents and her sister who were murdered. She's going to come up here and read a statement, but she's not going to take any questions. Michelle?
Good morning, and thank you for everyone for being here today. My family and I truly appreciate the love and the compassion that we have received thus far in this trying time. To our neighbors, our friends, and our family members, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the outpouring of well wishes. We have heard all of you, and we appreciate you more than you will ever know. Nobody could imagine this crime happening to my family, to our family, especially it just being one day after Thanksgiving. It was just a few days ago that we all celebrated together that Thanksgiving of blessing and gratefulness. And we recounted many of those blessings that we had in our lives together on that day. We had a family debate, and it got heated, on if the brownies my mom made should be frosted with sprinkles or just left plain. It seemed silly at the time, but that's a conversation and a debate that will forever resonate in my heart. Little did I know on that day that would be the last time that my husband and I would see my parents and my sister again. The next day, while we were out buying Christmas lights for our home, I received a phone call from my parents' neighbor of 22 years. They were best friends. They looked out for each other. She called to tell us that we needed to get there as soon as we could because my parents' house was on fire. This is the home that my sister and I grew up in since we were little. I couldn't get there fast enough. We left everything in the shopping cart at the store and took off. When I had arrived at my house, we had learned that something more tragic had happened. In a time where communities are afraid to report strange sightings, the loving neighbors on my parents' street saw an unfamiliar car, and they immediately reported it to authorities. Ultimately, this is our community, and we need to look out and care for one another. Making that call from that neighbor saved my niece's life. And that neighbor is a hero in our eyes. If something like this horrific tragedy can happen here in our neighborhood, in our community, it can happen anywhere. Sadly, we were too late to save my dad, Mark, my mom, Sherry, and my youngest sister, Brooke, from that vicious crime. They are forever in my heart, and I miss them deeply. In this tragic moment of our family, our grief, we hope some good will come from this. Parents, please know your child's online activity. Ask questions about what they are doing and whom they are talking to. Anybody can say they're someone else, and you could be in this situation, which I do not want for the world. This horrific event started with an inappropriate online romance between a predator and a child. We have some solace that this person will never harm anyone again, especially a minor. But we also want to make it very clear that we do not applaud his death. This was an adult that traveled across the country to kidnap a 15-year-old girl, my niece, our family member, with the idea to kidnap her and kill and devastate our family. He took an oath to protect, and yet he failed to do so. Instead, he preyed on the most vulnerable. When you hear the term catfishing, you think of a long-running dating show or series about a national sports figure, both glamorizing and sensationalizing online relationships. However, in this instance, catfishing led to the deaths of the three most important people in my life: my dad, my mom, and my sister. Please, parents, guardians, when you are talking to your children about the dangers of their online actions, please use us as a reference. Tell our story to help your parenting, not out of fear, but out of example of something that did happen. My sister Brooke was a loving single mom who did her best to raise her two teenage daughters in a loving way. She supported them in their school endeavors and enjoyed watching color guard performances and choir concerts for both of her children. My sister was an avid collector of the famous Starbucks tumblers. Every release day, I would get a text at 4 a.m. from her, wondering why I wasn't waiting in line with her to pick up the newest release. My dad, Mark, the silly old man that I always referenced him to be, was a soft-spoken and humble man who would go out of his way to help a friend or stranger in need. He was known on their street as the one to depend on if anyone needed anything. In 1993, his love for coaching high school athletes began at La Sierra High School, where I had the privilege and the honor of not only calling him dad, but also coach, as he coached all 4 years of my soccer team. He continued coaching high school sports at many schools in Riverside County and ultimately found his home at Arlington High School, coaching the softball and the baseball teams. He was a man with a big and caring heart who unselfishly gave to his student athletes. My mom, Sherry, the matriarch of our family, with the biggest giving heart imaginable, did anything and everything for everyone and never needed or wanted anything in return. She loved my sister and I, along with her 4 granddaughters, with every ounce of her being. She enjoyed baking with us, and the highlight of the year was baking and decorating Christmas cookies. And that is a tradition that I will carry on as we go forward. My mom always said that God puts people into your life for a reason. And in this time of tragedy, he has done just that. He has brought so many great people into our lives and to help us navigate through this terrible ordeal. We are so amazed and overwhelmed and grateful for the amount of affection and support from friends and strangers. Without this assistance, we would be lost. My husband and I are very grateful to everyone who has reached out. We are just ordinary people living with an extraordinary circumstance. There are no words for the gratitude we feel for the outpouring of support that we have received, and I know that we will continue to receive. For my 2 young nieces who are now left motherless, we hope that this community can wrap your arms around them and lift them up. They have the most difficult journey ahead, as they are minors and they don't understand everything that has happened. We hope and we ask that this community continue to shelter them, protect them, and wrap them in their arms and continue to lift them up. Please positively support them. We have started a GoFundMe page in honor of my parents and my sister, Winnick Family Fund, in which it will be used to help my nieces, my sister's 2 children, live their best life and start a college savings. Thank you to those that have already donated and to those that will. We are eternally grateful. Thank you for giving up your time this morning to be here and to support us and honor the lives of my mom, my dad, and my sister. They lived and loved selflessly. And in the words of my favorite New Kids on the Block boy bander, Donnie Wahlberg, spread love, and love will spread. Thank you.
I'd now like to bring up Allison Soros, a close friend and advocate for the family, to make a few comments.
Good morning, everyone. The number of you here is a testament to those parents, those teachers, law enforcement that are all concerned about what transpired that gave rise to this press conference today. My name is Allison Soros, and as I was introduced, I'm here as a friend, a longtime family friend of the Winnick family. I'm here as a parent, and I'm also here as not as their attorney, but I am an attorney. And I'm here because I spent over 15 years as an LA County Deputy District Attorney before leaving the DA's office to kind of shift gears and pursue working with teenagers in the mental health space. I became a licensed counselor, and I worked as a school counselor in the schools for several years before leaving and going into private practice, where I focus on young adults and teens and mental health and criminal cases that involve mental health related issues. And so when this happened, I jumped in to just help negotiate the system. I'm here voluntarily to just do what I can, as all of you are, to help get this family through this horrible, horrific situation. To get here, it took a lot of work on behalf, as all of you know. Not only has the Riverside Police Department gone out of their way, the compassion, the expertise, the dedication that every single member of law enforcement and this agency has shown is unparalleled. And that's coming from someone who has worked with law enforcement agencies for years. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol are to thank for what transpired here. The Riverside Fire Department, the San Bernardino County Fire Department are here and need to be thanked for what, for their involvement today. And the other agency that I believe is here today is the Riverside District Attorney's Office. And as a former Deputy District Attorney, victims of crime is one area that really is emphasized and needs to be addressed from a global perspective. In this situation, the Riverside DA's office did something that you don't really see very often. When there is a crime and it gets referred to the DA for a filing because someone is prosecuted, the District Attorney's Office Victims of Crime steps in order to provide support and resources for those victims of crime. But when there is not a filing, oftentimes it gets missed because law enforcement is not the one handling the victims of crime. And so you have someone who commits a crime, let's say a murder-suicide, and now there's no one to prosecute. Oftentimes we have victims that are left without support or just knowing where to go for support, not because of any malintent, just because of a difference in agencies handling that. I have a client who was the victim of a home invasion robbery when he was in his early 20s, and he was pistol whipped and left for dead and transported to the hospital where he remained in a coma for several months. Afterwards, as you can imagine, he suffered physical issues, but also mental health issues that led him into my office as a client. When he came to me, I asked him if he had received services and help, and he said, no, they never apprehended a suspect. So no one helped him get the support he needed as a victim. Riverside DA's office in this particular case took it upon themselves to independently reach out to Shelley in this case to offer services and support. They did it immediately Monday morning, first thing when their doors opened. When the handling advocate was not available because she was off that day, they had who handles the homicide cases. She handed it off to somebody else who immediately called me. We spoke on the phone, and we have already put in place supports for trauma counseling, for assistance with funeral expenses. So to the DA's office, thank you. I know many of you as members of the press are here today in order to help understand what happened last week. And I'm not here to answer those questions. The investigation is ongoing. But I think the question we all need to ask ourselves isn't what happened that day or the next day, but why? And what can we do as parents, as community members, as educators, as law enforcement, in order to make a difference, to raise awareness for what's going on? Tangentially, I work in conjunction with a nonprofit called I Can Help. It's an organization that was started by a school teacher that helps promote social media safety. For instance, the director explained to me this morning that Snapchat, TikTok, and Instagram all have access to put parental controls on their phones. And this organization helps educate school resource officers and administrators in helping students have these conversations, so that if a student knows that their friend is engaging in conversation with people online that they shouldn't be, they're not afraid to say something, they know where to go and what to do. I know the family is really concerned about this issue, and they are happy to further engage in conversations about this. But at this time, they have a lot of work that needs to be done to bury their family members. And so we ask all of you for privacy while they get through the next couple of weeks so that they can regroup and then help share their story in doing so. I'm here to answer questions with regard to the family. So after we finish, after you hear from the chief, then I will stick around if anyone has any questions that I can answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. I'd now like to have come up Riverside Police Chief Larry Gonzalez to make a few comments.
Good morning, everybody. Larry Gonzalez, Police Chief here in Riverside. I'll be brief. Most of this was covered wonderfully by Michelle and Allison on some of the things I was going to talk about. But I first of all want to say, on behalf of the entire Riverside Police Department and the entire Riverside community, that our hearts go out to the Winnick family during this time of tremendous grief. And like I said, it's really a tragedy for all of us. Early on in this investigation, our detectives learned that the suspect was, in fact, a law enforcement officer out of the state of Virginia, where you heard before, traveled all the way from Virginia to commit this heinous crimes. And just to kind of let you know, when these type of investigations are ongoing, you've heard this a lot from us, that it's still ongoing, it's going to be lengthy. Similar to physical crime scenes like we have at the home, detectives also have a digital crime scene to investigate and comb through evidence that could help us learn more of the details about this online relationship that you heard earlier about, and maybe possibly what some of the intentions he may have had. This is still a very active and extensive investigation that will take time to continue to unravel. We believe the suspect, as you heard before, was engaging on an online enticement called catfishing. It appears that the suspect met the victim online through a common form of enticement called catfishing, where we believe he portrayed himself as a teenager to develop an online relationship with her. Excuse me. This is a broad category of online exploitation that includes sextortion, in which a child is being groomed to take sexually explicit images and or ultimately meet face-to-face with someone for sexual purposes, or to engage in a sexual conversation online, or in some instances sell or trade the child's sexual images. This type of victimization takes place across every platform: social media, messaging apps, gaming platforms, etc. Some of the most common tactics that are used to entice children are engaging in a sexual conversation or role-playing as a grooming method, asking a child for sexually explicit images of themselves or mutually sharing images, develop a rapport through compliments, discussing shared interests or liking their online posts. This is also known as grooming, or sending or offering sexually explicit images of themselves, and also pretending to be younger, which appears to be the case in this investigation. Also offering an incentive, such as a gift card, alcohol, drugs, lodging, transportation, or food. Most importantly, this is yet another horrific reminder of the predators existing online who prey on our children. If you've already had this conversation with your kids on how to be safe online and on social media, please have it again. If not, start it now to better protect them. I don't have anything else, and I think we'll be around. I'll have Ryan come up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, we'll open it up for questions. We have our Chief, we have Allison, and for any questions specific, not to this case, but online enticement, I also have Detective Rob Olson from the District Attorney's Riverside County Child Exploitation Team.
As we continue listening in, some viewers here with us are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break as we hear more about this case.
Can Allison address how she's doing right now?
Unfortunately, we don't. She's
in a microphone, please.
She is in custody. I'm sorry, she's not in custody. She is in placement with Child Protective Services, so we don't have a lot of information on her. We do believe she is getting extensive medical treatment that she needs following these events.
How long did the online relationship go? How long was it ongoing prior to this incident?
Unfortunately, I don't have any of that information.
Do you have that?
Yeah, we're still trying to determine how long this relationship was going online.
Do you have any more specifics about how the contact was made in terms of apps, or how exactly, in a specific way, this predator did this so that other parents can know what to be aware of?
We don't know exactly the app, or if it was a gaming app or whatever it was. This is part of the whole digital investigation that's ongoing, and we still are collecting evidence to try to acquire that knowledge.
Do we know about the image that this catfisher used? Is it an image of a teenager who actually exists?
I'm not aware of an image. From what I understand, he portrayed himself as a 17-year-old. I don't know if that was through an image or through texting or what.
Chief, you were talking about earlier, you were giving the overview of
of what catfishing was. You included sextortion and other things like that. Are you saying that all of those elements that you described happened in this case?
We believe so, yes.
Okay, and then Allison, quick question for you. Step to the mic, please. My colleague Rob asked you about the current condition of the 15-year-old. But can you, based on your experience, and you talked about your breadth of experience dealing with this kind, what is this young girl looking at in terms of her trauma and her recovery?
Unfortunately, I don't know, but I do know that she's currently undergoing trauma counseling. I don't know what other medical care she's undergoing. She's going to have a long road ahead, and it's going to take years to try to help give her the confidence in order to adjust to the events that transpired. But unfortunately, it's just a wait-and-see situation.
Is there going to be a plan at some point to bring her family into the picture, or her to her family?
I have no knowledge of any. I have no knowledge of that.
I can kind of speak to that. We have full faith in Child Protective Services with Riverside County right now that she is getting the immense and extensive care beginning now, and that will go on for a while. But as you can imagine, there is a process to placement, therapy, all of that. And of course, the family is going to be involved with that. Just those decisions haven't been made yet. And, you know, most likely because her treatment after what she just experienced, just alone 4 deaths that she, you know, was around, that's got to be, you know, traumatizing. This is going to be the most traumatizing event in her life, I'm sure. So her immediate care is of priority, and then CPS is and will be working with the family to figure out what's next. Those steps just haven't happened yet.
Was she coerced, or did she go willingly with the suspect?
We're still trying to determine that. We don't know yet if she was threatened, coerced. We're not describing it as a kidnapping at this point, but we also don't have any reason to believe that she was complicit in any of these murders or the fire as well. But hopefully that will come out through once this digital crime scene, this footprint that all these predators generally leave, and even maybe she has one too, that we can try to find out more.
Are there any indications of what his intentions were?
No, we don't know that yet. Again, that's part of this whole digital crime scene that our detectives have to go through. And that's a process just because it involves warrants. It involves a lot of documentation that they have to sort through. So it's very immense depending on what they find. It's not just going through a phone or a device. It's going to where they were having these communications. Once you figure out where, then you got to go to those platforms and get information that hopefully is archived or saved that they'll have access to. But that's going to take quite a long time.
Have you all been in touch with the Virginia agency that Edwards used to work for? Were there any problems that he had there that you can share?
Our detectives have been communicating with them as of Friday. That's when it started. They have been working with them as well over the weekend with some warrants and them helping out with part of this investigation on this side. So that will continue. As of right now, our detectives have not found anything that would lead anybody to believe that something like this would occur. But again, they'll be working with those authorities. And hopefully, again, it goes back to this digital side of things that we'll learn, hopefully, more about him and his history through that.
About catfishing itself, we know that oftentimes these perpetrators don't just target one victim, they'll cast a net, so to speak. Are you working with any other police agencies around the country regarding other potential targets?
And that's exactly why we have one of our detectives on a local task force here. But yes, our detectives are working with these other regional task force or federal agencies as well, partly because there is that distance. We can't just walk over to Virginia, so they got to have help on that side. So yes, they are working with that. And so kind of look at it as, in a way, it's one investigation, but a couple different components that we have different teams working on.
Is there any more information? Just information from the crime scene itself? I mean, how the family was killed. Is it true that their hands were bound behind their backs? Did Edwards, if they were shot,
We're not aware of any other victims at this point. Hopefully we won't find any. You know, it's hard to imagine just, I think all law enforcement, if you've been doing it long enough, to think that someone commits an act as horrible and brutal as this, that something didn't lead up to it. So, you know, that, again, may come out through the digital investigation. As to how they were found, we don't want to divulge any too much information right now. A couple reasons. The Riverside County Coroner's Office still is conducting their investigation, and we'll have to do the autopsies, and we want to hear directly from them, okay? Number two, it was very disturbing. And we also want to protect and be very delicate with the family members on how we describe to them and how it's described in the public how their 3 loved ones were found. It is obviously that they were murdered. We do know that. But the coroner's office will be able to tell us more through the exact manner and cause of their death.
Officer, do we know if any police resources were used back in Virginia to hunt down this child or used to find her location?
I believe that contact was made with the authorities in Virginia once we found out who he worked for and gathering information. Then our detectives did some fabulous work. Our patrol officers at the scene did fabulous work being able to identify who he was, who he worked for, and then you know, using techniques we're not going to divulge, of course, our detectives were eventually able to track his location, and then we notified San Bernardino County Sheriffs.
Given that her age and the circumstances she described as extortion, why are you not calling this a kidnapping?
You got to imagine, we have one person who's alive out of this whole ordeal, and the interviews with her will be a process. Okay, so detectives have been able to talk to her initially, but we can't overwhelm her with everything as well. We just want to get enough to get us started, to know what we have, what we've been saying so far. They're going to continue talking with her over time, but again, it's a process. So we don't, you know, right now we can't say, we're not comfortable to say that she was actually kidnapped. Was she coerced? Again, we need to do some more investigating to figure that out.
Well, in those initial interviews, Dan, did you determine whether or not his trip from Virginia was planned, or was it a surprise?
We're still figuring that out. We don't know if this was the first physical encounter they had. It's very possible it was, but we also don't know yet if she knew that he was coming to California. Again, that's where that digital investigation will hopefully uncover that we can figure out what his intentions and his plans were. But right now, he's the only one that knows, and we're still trying to figure that out. Maybe the teen is able to provide that in further interviews, but right now we don't have that.
What has she been able to help you with so far?
Say that again, Bray?
What has she been able to help you understand so far about what happened?
To where we're at right now with what the information we put out, that this was this developed on this online enticement form of deception online, and that online relationship. And we do know that there was some exchanging of messages, and from, you know, we don't believe at this point right now that she had anything to do with the murders or knew that they were going to occur.
Has she characterized or summarized these conversations for you?
I wouldn't know that, or not to be specific of that, yeah.
And do you know whether he used a service weapon or police department computer in these crimes?
As to the firearm, right now there's no reason to believe that he used a firearm to kill the victims, but again, that will be confirmed or not through the coroner's investigation on our end. As to what he used in San Bernardino County when encountered by the deputies, that will have to be determined by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, so we can't speak on that. And then what was the second part?
Was he using a Virginia police computer to have these conversations?
That we don't know, but again, that's where our detectives will work with Virginia authorities to see. You know, and after, if you want to talk to Detective Olson or Opal Singleton, they'll explain that if you took this situation, this predator and a vulnerable teen, this is kind of the classic playbook, I would say, in terms of how they meet online. And how maybe sometimes he was able to have her give him some information. That's generally how it works. That's why they're grooming them to elicit some information from them. But we'll try to figure that out.
What about the teen sister? What was the teen sister when the crime happened?
Was not at the location. Yes, we do believe that this fire was intentionally set. The fire department is still conducting their investigation as to the exact cause and anything they might have used as an accelerant. We just don't have that yet, but yes, we do believe that it was intentionally set after the murders.
So just to be specific, he persuaded her into sending him pictures?
That's what we are suspecting, but again, that digital investigation will hopefully determine that for certain. But that's typically how these predators work.
Have warrants been issued on your end already?
As to the digital side of things, that I'm not aware of. That process is beginning. I don't know where they're at in that process.
Do you know how he knew where she lived?
No, we don't. That could be, again, she could have provided, or he found out somehow. We're still trying to figure that out.
So he posed as a 17-year-old. Is there anything more about the captain, the photos, what developed between them, and what name?
Again, we believe he was posing as a teenager, but probably someone under 18. But again, I go back to that's part of that digital investigation that we're still trying to uncover. We have our suspicions, but we need to confirm these first. And so we're not prepared to, we don't have all that information. We don't know exactly where. So yeah, we just don't know yet. It's going to take some time. We don't know yet. But again, the detective can explain how that happens.
And did he say he was a boy?
We believe so. We believe so. Anything else?
When you describe the scene as disturbing, it means that the family tried to resist the attack of this individual?
No, it means that for everyone who was there and responded, including fire, the officers, the detectives, it was disturbing to look at. It was disturbing to find, but it was obvious that they were murdered. We're still trying to figure out what the fire had to do with their deaths as well. And again, once the coroner's investigation is complete, we should be able to have a cause and manner of death. Once the fire department and arson investigators have completed their investigation, we'll be able to know what we suspect started the fire. But finding 3 adult bodies anywhere, but how they were found, where it's obviously they're dead, is disturbing. It's gruesome.
Sir, can I just ask you just a personal question as a member of law enforcement? Obviously, this guy isn't representative of law enforcement in America, but how does that sit with you? What's your view when you think about someone who swore an oath now being accused of this heinous crime?
Yeah, I talked about that quite a bit the last couple of days, and it's disturbing. It's disgusting, really, because we've said this before, anybody in the law enforcement community, we hate that person more than anybody because it's a reflection on us. We realize when things in law enforcement happen, if it happens in New York, it'll affect us in Riverside and vice versa. So when we see somebody, we ask the same questions you all ask. How did this person get past the background investigation? How did this person get past the polygraph investigation? But from what we understand so far about him, there's really not a big rap sheet on this person or anything that would indicate that they could see that outcome.
Can you talk about, did she ever mention to anybody that she had engaged in a relationship with somebody online and she thought she was in a romantic relationship? Did the teenager tell anybody this at all? And, yeah, if you can talk about it.
At this point, we don't have that information from her. That'll come with not just the digital evidence, but also the interview process as well.
Chief, to my colleague's question about Chesterfield, with being in the law enforcement community, how does something like this change your approach to vetting officers moving forward? Do things like this, lessons learned, apply?
Well, sure, we'll have to look into more to see what happened in Virginia, but I think the standards that we go by here in Riverside through Peace Officer Standards and Training, it's an extensive background. You've heard a lot of police agencies talk about just recruitment and retention woes that we're all having, trying to get people hired. So that's an ongoing battle for us to get people hired, but the one thing that we were not going to do is lower our standards. So we're always going to have them go through a lengthy background process, check references, check their personal history statements, go through a psychological exam, go through a polygraph exam, like I said earlier, and make sure they're vetted. I think we have a good system in place right now, and I can't really speak to what this system is in Virginia to say what's different about what we do here and what they do there.
That suspect, again, was a law enforcement officer from North Chesterfield, Virginia. So that's what they're speaking to. Some viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox going to go out to a 2-minute break.
And I hate to keep referring to that. We have said we'll have to look at the digital evidence. It was obviously more than a week or so for him to get to this point. Common sense would tell you that, but we just don't have an exact number to put out yet.
Neighbors have said that the car might have been spotted on the street before that morning. Do we have some indication of how long the suspect was there? Was he waiting around for the family? Have you had prior contact with him?
I don't know for exactly how long. I know that the neighbor, and I think Michelle said that in her statement, she is a hero for see something, say something that we say all the time. Got a plate for us, and we were able to do some really good police work. Like we said, we're very proud of this department and the other agencies. When I talk about this department, I'm just not talking about police officers that are chasing bad guys. Talking about dispatchers that are doing up work, forensic techs that come out to the scene, crime analysts that are with us the entire way through this investigation to eventually get a lead on the plate, and we were able to spot it in the San Bernardino County area where we were able to track them, and then ultimately San Bernardino took over.
When was that plate reported to you in relation to the car?
I don't know for sure if it was before or after. I thought it was after the fact.
The polygraph tests for officer candidates, are they pretty standard? I'm wondering what sorts of questions would be asked where in this case the guy could somehow fit his way around being a creep.
Yeah, well, you guys have all watched enough CSI episodes and crime shows to know that a sociopath can defeat a polygraph. The first answer to your question is it's not standard. There are some agencies that don't require a polygraph. The second answer is a polygraph is usually a lengthy examination where they fill out a large packet. It's usually a 3 or 4 hour process where they'll sit down with the polygraph investigator, go through all the questions, and then when they've had this lengthy interview, they will go on the polygraph machine itself. And it's not, hey, what color was your first car? It's other than what we've talked about in this particular area, sexual crimes, are you being truthful with me? Yes or no? So it's a series of yes or no questions after a lengthy interview. But yeah, it can be defeated. That's just one process. I would look more towards a psych exam than a polygraph as far as something.
Do you employ any sort of investigation into a candidate's digital footprint or looking into their social media when considering hiring?
Yes, we do.
For Allison or anyone else, can you tell us more about this 15-year-old? A lot of parents wonder, how could this happen? Can you tell us more about her and her personality?
Unfortunately, I don't have much information. It's something that I've avoided asking about, given the circumstances.
This will conclude our press conference. We thank you all for coming. Again, for some sidebar interviews, we'll have myself, Allison, the chief. I also have over here Detective Rob Olson up front. We have Opal Singleton up front. And we also have Mark Winnick's brother, John, here in the purple sitting down. That will be available for any one-on-ones. And for Spanish, we have Detective Javier Cabrera that's in the back, but he'll make his way up forward as well. Thank you.
All right, so hearing from, again, not only family members of the Winecks, but also representatives for the family and police officers here in Riverside, California, after this gruesome incident happened again just last Friday. You heard just moments ago that the authorities said that they had been called to this neighborhood scene after neighbors had said that they had saw a suspicious vehicle parked a few doors down from this home. They had heard arguing from the home. A man had fled with that teen girl, and a fire then had burned inside of that home. So when police arrived, they did see smoke pouring out of the home. They did find the victims, 3 of those victims, Mark Winneck, Sherry, as well as Brooke. They were ages 69, 65, and Brooke Winneck was 38 years old, all inside of that home, and they were pronounced deceased at that scene. Now, investigators had determined that the teenage girl who lived inside of this house had been taken with that law enforcement officer, again, who was the suspect in this case. He was then found later. He was tracked Friday evening to San Bernardino County. He was fatally shot by sheriff's deputies after there was an exchange of gunfire. So as you heard, that teen girl, she is getting help and services after going through this horrific incident. Her family is speaking out, saying that they are overwhelmed by the amount of support that they've been seeing come in from the community. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to follow top stories from across the country right here for you when we return in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look here where we are waiting for some remarks from representatives here on Capitol Hill. This should be some of our House's Democratic members speaking about electing a new leader for the House. We actually did catch up with some of those representatives on Capitol Hill just earlier here today. Let's go ahead and listen into some of their remarks, not only on new leadership roles, but also on the bill that's been introduced on the House floor that happened earlier this morning to try to avoid a railway strike. So let's go ahead and listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm not happy in the sense that these rail companies have almost doubled their profits in the last decade. They have cut their workforce almost in half in the last decade. They have given something like $142 billion in stock buybacks and dividends to their wealthiest shareholders. CEOs have increased their pay, and yet they don't want to pay a penny, what amounts to about a penny a day for 7 sick days for workers. So I'm not happy about that. And that is why we pushed as the Progressive Caucus very hard to make sure, and we worked hard with leadership, with Chairman DeFazio, with our progressive members, to get into the deal that we will vote on a paid sick days bill. It's called an enrollment. We're doing it in a particular way, but it will be an amendment, essentially, to add those 7 sick days in, because I think that's the right thing to do. And I think now it's going to be up to the Senate to do that. We've heard a lot of Republicans saying that they think we should be adding this, so let's put their money where their mouth is, vote for this, and we can make sure that these workers get their sick days.
Do you feel that Congress intervening undermined labor at all, or do you feel like labor was well represented in these negotiations?
Well, I wish we didn't have to intervene. I really wish that we could lead. You know, part of this is some of the unions ratified, some didn't. So that it's always more difficult when it's not a complete united vote. But I wish we didn't have to intervene. I mean, the reality is, I think this is an issue of national security, the railways operating, and that we should just mandate these sick days. That's what we're trying to do. You know, it should not be that these railroad companies are bottom feeders. You know, they have treated workers so badly. There are so many injuries. There are so many problems. But we are in a very difficult situation where we need the railways to be operating. So, and labor hasn't been completely united on this either. So it just makes it a little more difficult.
I don't want to dominate the questions, but we'd love to ask about House leadership and how you're feeling about House leadership elections today.
Yeah.
Are you happy with what this means for the Democratic Party going forward, and that your caucus is going to be strong heading into the next Congress?
Well, we've had an incredibly strong trio of leaders, and I think that this is a big day because it is a generational change. It is an opportunity to kind of remind people that the Democratic Party is a big and diverse party, and that there's new representation that is going to be exciting for people across the country. So I'm excited about it. I have had a couple of conversations with Chairman Jeffries, very supportive of him. We've worked on judiciary together for a long time. But I had a conversation with him about the Progressive Caucus, because we are the largest, you know, almost 50%, I think, of the entire Democratic caucus. And I wanted to make sure that that relationship is clear from the very beginning, that progressives are here to help govern, to push for the best ideas. And I was really encouraged by what I heard, and I'm looking forward to a really good relationship.
Congressman, you yourself at one point were considering a potential leadership run. I'm wondering kind of what convinced you to pull back from that, and how important it is that Democrats kind of show a united front with their top leaders at this point.
Yeah, I definitely did consider it, and very seriously. But I think what I realized is my heart. You know, I've spent 6 years trying to build a CPC, and there's a little bit more we need to do before I get term limited out. And I wanted to make sure that as we're in the minority, we have built incredible relationships with the White House, probably the best relationships of any progressive leadership ever. And that's where the opportunity is going to be, with executive action and with mobilizing the outside movement for victories in 2024. So I have a whole plan of every person, every place matters, where we go and we talk about what we've done, but also what the path forward is. How do we get the rest of the president's agenda? And that, I found that when I checked in with myself, that's what excited me. So that's what I'm going to do for 2 years, and I think I'm looking forward to helping us get back into the majority that way.
Congressman, if you could ask, can you talk about the rail strike and how you feel about the bills going? Oh, you just did, forget it. Don't do it again.
I did. I just got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got it run in there. Yeah. But go ahead.
Do you think that the Democratic leader should be able to appoint the DCCC chair?
So I haven't taken a position on that as chair of the CPC, but I personally believe that decentralization of power is generally a good thing, and you know, that certainly there needs to be a good working relationship between the leader, the speaker, and the DCCC chair, but also there needs to be a really strong relationship between members and the DCCC chair. So let's see where that discussion goes today, but you know, that's generally how I feel.
Do you have a position on, real quick, on Bill Foster's term limits proposal?
Again, not an official position because our members are kind of all over the place on it. So what we did is we tried to lay out the pros and cons, but I think at the end of the day, the idea of, again, decentralizing leadership, of providing more people opportunity, we have so many great leaders here, needs to be, whether it's this proposal or some other way, it really needs to be at the center of how we remake the caucus.
All right, guys, and we do have here Hakeem Jeffries. He has been the one who has won the post in the uncontested election after Pelosi again had announced she's going to be stepping out of that leadership role. We're going to be listening in live. Some viewers going out first to a 2-minute break as we listen in to his remarks here on the Capitol Hill.
Let me first begin by just expressing my heartfelt thoughts and prayers for the family of Don McKeachum. Tragically passed away. The House Democratic Caucus is a family, and Representative McKeachum was an incredibly important part of that family, and he will be deeply, deeply missed. I also want to convey my thanks to Speaker Nancy Pelosi, an extraordinary speaker for the ages, who has delivered so much for so many over such a significant period of time. Our caucus is better, our country is better, the world is better because of Speaker Nancy Pelosi's incredible leadership. I also want to thank our current House Majority Leader, Steny Hoyer, and our current House Majority Whip, Jim Clyburn, for their incredible friendship, mentorship, and support for all of us along this journey from the very beginning of our arrival in the Congress. We stand on their collective broad shoulders, building upon the incredible work that they've done, excited about the opportunities to advance the ball for everyday Americans as we move forward into our future. I was born at Brooklyn Hospital, raised in Crown Heights by my two parents who were public employees, a caseworker and a social worker in a middle class, working class neighborhood in the midst of the crack cocaine epidemic in the 80s into the early 90s. I'm thankful for them, thankful for their love, support, and prayers throughout the years, throughout my journey into adulthood and my journey as a public servant. Growing up in that Crown Heights neighborhood, first member of Congress I was ever aware of was the Honorable Shirley Chisholm. And I eventually was able to be elected to represent many neighborhoods in Brooklyn that she formerly represented. And so it's with particular reverence for her that it was communicated to me earlier today that this actually is Shirley Chisholm's birthday, 98 years ago. I stand on the shoulders of people like Shirley Chisholm and so many others as we work to advance the ball for everyday Americans and get stuff done. Because that's what Democrats do. That's what our record says. Each and every day, House Democrats committed to fighting hard for working families, middle-class folks, those who aspire to be part of the middle class, young people, seniors, immigrants, veterans, the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind. House Democrats fight for the people. That's our story, that's our legacy, that's our values, that's our commitment as we move forward. Get stuff done. Make life better for everyday Americans. We look forward to finding opportunities to partner with the other side of the aisle and work with them whenever possible, but we will also push back against extremism whenever necessary. We love this country. We love our democracy. We love the Congress and the House of Representatives, the institution designed to be the closest to the people. And we're going to fight hard each and every day we have this honor to serve in Congress to deliver. I now yield to my good friend, an amazing colleague, the incoming House Democratic Whip from the Commonwealth of the great state of Massachusetts, Catherine Clark.
Thank you, Hakeem. Good afternoon. I am so honored to be here with our leader-elect Jeffries and caucus chair Pete Aguilar. It is truly humbling to be the next whip for the 118th Congress and to get to do it with such an incredible team. And as Hakeem referenced, we as a team and as a caucus reflect the diversity and the strength of the American people. And that is where we are able to come together around shared values and reflect back to American families that they are the priority, they are who we will bring to the leadership table with us. Their stories, their challenges, their victories, and solutions for what they are facing. And I want to join Hakeem in sending our condolences and our love to Don McKeecham's family. He will be sorely missed in our caucus, an absolute tireless advocate for environmental justice and justice in everywhere in this country. And I'd also like to thank our incredible, iconic speaker, Nancy Pelosi, and leader Steny Hoyer for their service to this caucus, to the American people, and for their continued friendship and guidance. And our message today to the American people is very simple. House Democrats are ready to work for you. And in the last 2 years under the leadership of President Biden, we were able to beat back a pandemic, get vaccines in arms, get schools reopened, bring back our small businesses. Then we passed the Climate Action Bill that was the largest in the history of our country. We saved the child care sector. We created 10 million jobs. We passed the first gun reform bill in 3 decades. We lowered healthcare costs for seniors, and we defended women's rights and refused to let them become second-class citizens. And together, that's how we were able to defy political gravity and have this historically close margin in the House. And the Republican agenda appears to be to continue to divide us, to get power through division by turning neighbor on neighbor. But that is not what this caucus is here to do. It is not what the American people want. American people want solutions. It is not just Democratic families that are struggling to afford childcare and health care. It is not just Democratic families who are struggling to afford housing. It is not just Democratic women who want freedom to make their own decisions about their bodies. And it is not just Democratic families who want clean air to breathe and clean water to drink. So we are going to come together as a caucus. Our door is open for any member from across the aisle who wants to get to work for the American people. And if they want to divide, if they want to obstruct, if they want to have political theater instead of finding those solutions the American people want, then we will be here to oppose. But today is a day of transition and hope and a renewal of the shared values of our caucus. And I am so pleased for the first time to be able to turn the mic over to our caucus chair, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you so much, Madam Whip. Do I wait until next year to start that? I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it now. Thank you so much to my good friends, Catherine and Hakeem. And you guys know that when we say those terms, we don't always mean it. But it's absolutely true. These are good partners, good friends, and I look forward to working with them in the years to come. Everything that Leader Jeffries and Whip Clark stand for is exactly what the Democratic caucus has been advocating and will continue to protect: individual freedoms, health care. Those are going to be the things that we continue to support and that we continue to push back on the other side as they attempt to erode the agenda that we have accomplished over the last few years. It's not lost on me what my election means for my community, for the Latino community. Being a kid from San Bernardino, having an opportunity to help guide this caucus is a great responsibility, and I don't take it lightly. What we're fighting against is this MAGA extremism, and we heard loud and clear this election from the American public that they want us to work to get things done for them. They want us to reduce the costs that they have, and they want us to stamp out extremism in every form. And so that's going to be our mandate. Unfortunately, there's folks who, on the other side of the aisle, who go to white nationalist conferences and come from the most far-right corners of the country. And we're going to have to continue to push back against those ideas as well. And every time that the other side pushes these theories, these dangerous theories, we're going to have to hold them accountable to the American public. As the Republicans turn to extreme partisanship and the circus of trying to elect a leader, what you've seen here is this transition. The energy in that room was amazing. For a group that is going to be in a very thin minority, the energy of our caucus was handshakes, high fives, and hugs as we transition. That's the legacy of Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer. And that's what's going to be important moving forward. While Kevin McCarthy is auctioning off real estate and square footage for every vote he can, we're united together. And we're in this together for the American public. And we never lose sight of who we are and where we come from. And that's what our mission and mandate is. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Catherine. We'll be able to take just a handful of questions, but some questions. Allie?
Can you talk about, you guys have referenced the accountability, the extremism, and then you've also said you want to get stuff done. So how do you think about doing that? Do you think about working with Kevin McCarthy? Is it open to him at all? What might this look like in this period of divided government?
Well, our commitment is always to extend the hand of partnership whenever and wherever possible in order to get things done for everyday Americans. That's been our track record under the extraordinary leadership of President Biden, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Democrats in the House and the Senate. We just have completed one of the most productive Congresses in American history. We passed the American Rescue Plan, shots in arms, money in pockets, kids back in school, saved the economy from a great recession, if not worse. Passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to create millions of good paying jobs spread out all across America. We were able to do that with some help from Senate Republicans, and we welcomed that bipartisan cooperation. We passed gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years that will save lives. And that was also done in a bipartisan way in the Senate. Of course, we passed the CHIPS and Science Act to bring domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America, and we were able to find bipartisan common ground to get that done as well. And then we passed the historic Inflation Reduction Act. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle chose not to work with us, but we got it done anyway. The largest investment in combating the climate crisis in American history, lower energy costs, setting our planet on a sustainable trajectory forward, strengthening the Affordable Care Act, lower health care costs, driving down the high price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans. That's the Democratic record. And we seek to find common ground whenever and wherever possible, and we hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as they temporarily inherit the majority in the next Congress, are willing to proceed with that same spirit of cooperation, fortitude, and mission-centered focus to get things done for everyday Americans. That will continue to be the Democratic approach on behalf of everyday Americans. First row.
Two questions, Mr. Padilla. There's a lot of palatine around, of course, not getting too much into this, but I'm curious, I just want to make sure. Mr. McCarthy has said he did not ask for Democratic votes for his position as the Assembly Speaker, but I just want to confirm with you all, are you talking to your caucus to say we are not going to support him in case he needs those votes? Have you considered perhaps getting in the game of offering or suggesting someone else? And then the other question is, what is your response to his pledge to say he will remove some of your members from the committee?
The House Democratic Caucus remains unified and focused in our efforts to fight for lower costs, for better paying jobs, for safer communities, to put people over politics. Those are our values that will drive us forward. Republicans are going to have to work out whatever mess and chaos is going on the other side of the aisle. That's not for us to get involved in at this point in time.
Mr. Jeffrey.
Going back to this side, second row. You.
Current Judge Basil Drummond, Next Star. One of the things that you just brought up was working across the aisle in order to make things work at the end of the day. But as we've seen in especially this past year, it's not just a problem when it comes to working with Republicans. Sometimes you've had Democrats within your caucus, and they don't agree with some of the other Democrats when you're also looking at, say, in the Senate as well. One of the things that we heard earlier today was Congressman Jayapal said one of the key factors is making sure members can all agree with what leadership wants to do. Will you be able to guarantee that going forward when you do have legislation, the moderate Democrats are not agreeing with what progressive Democrats want to do?
I want to make sure that Catherine and Pete also respond to this question because we all share the same approach. Everybody matters. Progressives, New Dems, Blue Dogs, whether you're from the north, the south, the east, the west, the heartland of America, whether you're in the center left, more progressive parts of our caucus, everybody matters. That's what makes the House Democratic Caucus the most authentic representatives of the American people. Sometimes we can have noisy conversations, but as we showed time and time again on issue after issue after issue, at the end of the day, we always come together, find the highest common denominator, and get big things done for everyday Americans.
Yeah, I would say look at our track record. Just look what we did in the 117th and look at that body of work, that coming together with a narrow majority over and over again. These are huge pieces of legislation that we have passed, and it is starting in the next few months, those cost savings, those projects are going to start to come to fruition. And what that means to the American people is always what binds us together, because our caucus is about these shared values. That is where we build the unity while we use our entire diversity. We don't do what the other side does. We don't shy away and say there will be discipline, there will be punishments for not towing the line. We listen to people because we understand that their districts, those are the voices of the people of this country. And that when we are listening to our members and drawing on for every corner of our caucus, we come up with a product that works for Americans. And that's our goal here.
This is the Democratic Caucus is a beautiful mosaic of the country. But these two leaders next to me can speak to every member and every corner of the caucus and have a conversation. But the House Democratic focus is always grounded on how do we help more people? How do we protect what we've passed in legislation? It's never perfect, but how do we protect that and how do we help more people? So when that's your core ethos of I just want to help more folks. It's a pretty easy conversation, to talk with each of them individually about what's ahead, about a piece of legislation, about a controversial amendment, because that's who we are. Our default is going to be, how do we help more people in our communities? And so those conversations aren't hard, but with leaders like this, it's going to make it easier because they have the credibility and the relationships to go to every corner of the caucus and to talk about what's important to the American public.
Last question.
Jeffrey.
Okay.
Thank you. Back in the mid-'90s, I remember there was an article in the Roll Call when Tom Dassel had become the Democratic leader that he had a Byrd problem because all of a sudden Robert Byrd would always step in and intervene in issues. You still have Speaker Pelosi in the institution. You still have Majority Leader Hoyer in the institution. How do you work, and how does the caucus and the new leadership team work against them being helicopter parents?
What an incredible blessing to be able to continue to rely on the life experiences, the wisdom, the leadership instincts, the skills, the talent, and ability of Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, and Jim Clyburn. It's a blessing that we embrace. We stand on their shoulders and look forward to continuing to get things done for everyday Americans. Thank you.
And we were just listening in live to the newly elected minority leader for the House Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, of course, speaking here on Capitol Hill. He is replacing 82-year-old Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She is going to be remaining in the House, though, just as a rank and file member. Do want to let our viewers know that we had some news come in here just in the last few minutes that the House has officially passed a bill. They were asked to urgently move ahead with this looming nationwide rail strike on Wednesday. They did pass that bill that would bind companies and workers to a proposed settlement that was reached in September. It was, though, rejected by some of those 12 unions. Now, the measure did pass by a vote of 290 to 137. Now heads over to the Senate. If approved there, it will be quickly signed by President Biden, who requested the action. Do want to make a note, though, that as we continue to watch that House floor, we still have a few votes coming in. And also, Speaker Nancy Pelosi did announce that the House is going to be voting on a measure that would add 7 days of paid sick leave to the agreement in an effort to ease some of those concerns from those labor unions and some lawmakers. So that will be in a separate vote happening again today. Live now from Fox, stepping away for a 2-minute break. We'll be back here with more news stories across the country in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Going to take you into an event that happened just a little earlier here today. President Biden going to be making some remarks here at the White House Tribal Nations Summit. Let's go ahead and listen in on Live Now from Fox.
From across the Biden-Harris administration. I'm grateful to Secretary Miguel Cardona for a conversation on the importance of educational opportunities for Native youth, in particular, Native language preservation. Our children deserve to inherit the knowledge our ancestors sought to pass down, and I'm proud to build on our work together. We had the privilege to hear from Surgeon General Vivek Murthy on our prioritization of mental health services across Indian country. Addressing intergenerational trauma will require dedicated attention and funding, and I am grateful for his partnership on this front. And we've explored next steps for economic development across Indian country, which demands fair and equitable access to capital. Tribes deserve to grow their economies meaningfully, and I appreciate the commitment of Chief Lynn Malerba and Administrator Guzman to this critical work. Yes, you can applaud. Already, this year's summit has highlighted the importance of collaboration in our shared quest for progress. Without our friends and champions across this historic administration that President Biden built, Indian country would not see the extraordinary progress and investments that are already improving the lives of so many. You and I know firsthand that Native people have not always had friends in the White House. But from the very beginning, one person has made his commitment to our people loud and clear. As I mentioned this morning, thanks to the determination of President Biden, Interior alone has invested more than $45 billion into Indian country through the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the Inflation Reduction Act. This bears repeating. Thank you. This bears repeating. That's more than 15 years' worth of the BIA's annual budget in less than 2 years. I am so proud to lead this work here at Interior. This agency, once charged with assimilating our people through family separation, is now leading the work to heal those broken promises and to strengthen Indian country. From day one, thank you. From day one, President Biden has followed through on his promise to advance the priorities that matter to all of us. I am so deeply grateful for his unwavering and personal commitment to our communities. It's such an honor to welcome someone who leads with integrity and a genuine dedication to our people and to our country. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, take a seat if you have one. I say that because one day I said, take a seat, and everybody said, he doesn't even understand there's no chairs out here. Well, Deb, thank you, Madam Secretary, for that introduction. 35 generations of ancestors in New Mexico and the first Native American cabinet secretary in American history. Deb, I want to thank you for your leadership and the Interior Department and stewardship of the nation-to-nation relationships that I say to my fellow leaders out there. And I mean that sincerely. To all the tribal leaders, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here and for your partnership. I made a commitment when I ran for president. In fact, I made a commitment when I was basically a 30-year-old senator and a student of Danny Inouye, a senator from the state of Hawaii, who made it clear to me because I said Indian country. Said no, Indian nations, Indian nations. You know, I made a commitment. My administration would prioritize and respect nation-to-nation relationships, and I'm going to make sure that happens. I hope our work in the past 2 years has demonstrated that we're meeting that commitment, and that's why I relaunched this convening and elevated event into a White House Tribal Nations Summit, because after the previous administration failed to convene any events, anything on this scale. On my watch, we're ushering in a new era and advancing a way for the federal government to work with tribal nations. And it starts by appointing Native Americans to lead the front lines of my administration. You know, starting with Secretary Haaland, we followed dozens of Senate-confirmed Native American officials, over 60 Native American appointees all across my administration, including in the federal courts. I restored the White House Council on Native American Affairs to improve interagency coordination and decision-making. Together, emphasize the word together. Together, my entire administration is advancing the economic agenda and making historic investments in Indian country, and I might add that are long overdue. Facing a pandemic and economic crisis that disproportionately impacted tribal nations, I invested more than $32 billion in the American Rescue Plan, the largest one-time ever direct investment in Indian country in American history. During the pandemic, Native Americans were contracting the virus three times the rate of other groups, and losing their lives at twice the rate of other groups. But together, we used that funding to help tribal communities go from one of the most harmed groups by COVID to one of the most vaccinated communities in the entire country. And to all my fellow leaders, you use that funding to address other critical needs as well, such as housing, food assistance, support for tribal economies, and for schools and language. In fact, last year, Jill, my wife, traveled with Deb to the Cherokee Immersion School in Oklahoma. The Cherokee Nation used part of this funding to start building a second school and revitalize the use of the Cherokee language. By the way, she spent a lot of time on other reservations, other nations as well. I'm worried she's not going to come home one of these days when she goes. You think I'm joking, I'm telling you. If I hear more about the Navajos than I hear about me. You all think I'm kidding, don't you? Anyway, learning native language leads to better outcomes in school, builds confidence in students, and passes down old traditions to new generations. It matters, but it didn't stop there. Together, we're continuing to make a difference. I also made the largest single investment in our nation's infrastructure since President Eisenhower's National Highway Program, the biggest investment in Indian country infrastructure ever in history. More than $13 billion in rebuilding infrastructure in Indian country. And to state the obvious, is long overdue. And we're putting it to work together, building water infrastructure for clean drinking water, safer plumbing systems, delivering affordable high-speed internet, repairing roads and bridges, restoring waterways that are now blocked by roads and highways that affect the migration of salmon that's essential to the livelihoods and cultures of so many tribes, electrifying diesel school buses so tribal children don't breathe that polluted air generated by diesel engines, and in South Dakota, $29 million of infrastructure funding to help us repair 2 old dams built in the 40s, and the first in the 40s, the other in the 60s, on the Pine Ridge Reservation. For years and years now, the tribes have lived in the shadow of disaster, worried the dams would break, destroy their communities. So soon they'll be able to sleep a much more peaceful night, knowing those dams have been fully repaired and rebuilt. This past summer, we're also ushered in a new era of confronting and adapting to the climate crisis. I signed a law that made the biggest investment ever in all of history, that includes $700 million exclusively for Native communities. I see our Secretary of Agriculture here, who's also made it clear and made a major contribution on seeing to it that we use farmlands to absorb carbon from the air and so much more and pay farmers for doing it. It's going to help mitigate the impacts of extreme droughts and wildfires, rising sea levels that affect the sources of tribal foods, tribal resources, tribal traditions, tribal ways of life. It's going to bring clean electricity into your homes. It's going to develop homegrown clean energy so Indian country helps lead the future to the goal we've set of 100% carbon pollution-free electricity by the year 2035. You're all part of that, and you're going to help lead that. To ensure these investments reach native lands, my administration is going to work with the tribes to help them transition to clean energy development and do it quickly. That includes the federal government as the largest single energy consumer in the world, buying more carbon-free electricity from tribal energy producers. We're also going to launch a new electric vehicle initiative for tribal nations to ensure that our nationwide electric vehicle network includes native communities. And as all of you know, there are tribal communities at risk of being washed away by superstorms, rising sea levels, and wildfires raging. I've flown over several thousand acres of the storms and the fires that have been in the West in particular, and also down in the Southwest. And it's devastating. That's why today I'm announcing a $135 million commitment to help 11 tribal communities from Maine, Louisiana, Arizona, Washington State, and Alaska to move, in some cases, their entire communities back to safer ground and pay for that. I've also requested $9.1 billion, that's with a B, billion dollars, for the Indian Health Services. I've asked Congress for the first time ever to make that funding mandatory, a mandatory part of the federal budget. That means the funding will always be there, and it insulates Indian Health Services from budget uncertainties to make it harder to deliver the care Indian country needs and deserves. Thank you. We got to get it done. I need your help in getting it done. And here's another thing that's very important to me. In last year's summit, I signed an executive order to improve public safety and criminal justice for Native Americans and to respond more effectively to the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous people. Since then, the United States Department of Justice and Interior have created a lead new federal agency enforcement strategy that takes the special circumstances of these crimes into account. This is a priority to me and to the Justice Department. And so it's using the Violence Against Women Act, which I wrote myself 30 years ago, as my sister would kid and say, with my own paw. I sat down and wrote that because I feel so strongly about it, to end the scourge of violence against women everywhere. This year, I was proud to sign a reauthorization of this law that includes historic provisions that strengthen tribal sovereignty and safety. And today, I'm announcing even more critical actions that are the result of a meaningful and deliberate consultation process with you all. My administration listened. We heard you. And we're implementing many of the changes you asked for. Today, I signed a new presidential memorandum that improves consultation between the federal government and tribal nations based on key principles. Consultation has to be a two-way, nation-to-nation exchange of information.
Listening into President Biden from earlier here today, we'll be sending some viewers out to a 2-minute break.
Among the tribes. And there should be adequate time for ample communication. Federal agencies should prepare a public record for what's transpired during those consultations, and tribal nations should know how their contributions influence the decision-making. And this is a new presidential memorandum requires all relevant federal agencies to get annual training on tribal consultation process. Let me say that again. All federal agencies. And so, folks, it's a whole changed approach. My administration also continues using all the available authorities, including the Antiquities Act, to protect sacred tribal lands. Deb was with me. Deb was with me last year at the White House when I restored national monuments at Bears Ears and the Grand Staircase Escalade in Utah. The National Canyons and Seamonts in New England. And last month, I traveled to Colorado to declare Camp Hale National Continental Divide, the first new national monument in my presidency using the Antiquities Act. Millions of acres. And look, and there's so much more. There's so much more that we're going to do to protect the treasured tribal lands. When it comes to Spirit Mountain and the surrounding ridges and canyons in southern Nevada, I'm committed to protecting this sacred place that is central to the creation story of so many tribes that are here today. All right. And I'm grateful to so many of you who have led the fight to protect it. I especially want to thank Nevada's congressional delegation. I know there's a lot going on. Well, I can see a couple here now. I see Dina Titus is here. Dina, how are you? Thank you for the support. Is Catherine here? Cortez Masto? She and Senator Rosen. They both are. There's a little action going on in the United States Senate to try to prevent a great rail strike. Is Representative Lee and Horsford here? Well, you got the best of the group here, Dana. She's an old friend and a strong supporter. And I look forward to being able to visit Spirit Mountain and experience it with you as soon as I can. And folks, look, I also want to thank Raul, Chairman of the House Natural Resources, and for his leadership across the board on all the efforts I've talked about here today. I'm also announcing that Deb, as Secretary of Interior, will continue to work with the Secretary of Agriculture, as I said, is here, to co-stewardship the federal lands, because that's what it is. We've already signed over 20 new agreements with tribes this year, giving them a greater role in the stewardship of federal lands that are important to their cultures. And it's not stopping there. We have 60 additional co-stewardship agreements currently under review, and I'm announcing today that the Secretary of Commerce is going to formally join these efforts as well. So let me close with a word my dad used all the time: respect. Everyone's entitled to be treated with respect and dignity, the dignity that comes from just being who we are. This is especially true for tribal nations, to whom the United States owes a solemn trust and treaty obligations that we haven't always lived up to. When I talk about respect, here's what I mean by respect. Respect for tribes as nations and treaties as law. Respect for, beg your pardon? I thought you said no. I was getting a little worried. I thought somebody said no. Respect for indigenous knowledge and tribal consultations as a key part of the federal agency's decision-making. Respect means we'll defend tribal sovereignty and self-government and self-determination, and will support tribal economy and keep fighting for better tribal health care, child care, education, housing, public safety, and so much more. And respect means being there in person to show it. And you've seen Jill. You've seen my wife Jill in Indian country. She's at a funeral this morning for the mother of a friend of ours. And but she spent a lot of time. I've spent a lot of time in Indian country as a senator and vice president. But I can say here today, I intend to make official presidential visits to Indian country, to make it official, to do it. And I will do so in the enduring spirit of our nation-to-nation relationship, the spirit of friendship, stewardship, and respect. It's taken too long for us to recognize this. It's the only way to move forward. But my administration is doing all it can to demonstrate our commitment to those timeless ideals. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your partnership. And I'm sure I'll make mistakes, but you know me. Don't hesitate to correct me when I make it. And I know you won't hesitate. But I really mean it. I really mean it. Well, I tell you what, no one's ever done as much as president as this administration is doing, period. I am committed. And as my grandfather Finnegan would say, that's the Irish of it. Thank you all very much. I don't know about that. Thanks.
President Biden wrapping things up here. We are going to be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris, also making some remarks at the Tribal Nations Summit. More to come here on Live Now from Fox when we return after this 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we are taking a look at some dramatic video showing you that lava continues to spew here in Hawaii. Now, officials do say lava is flowing from 2 fissures. And again, this happening, and it is traveling northeast. So they do say that they have some of these different fissures showing significant amount coming out. The Hawaii Volcano Observatory says that fissure 4 formed on Monday evening. USGS says as of now there are no threats to some of those surrounding communities. But of course, we want to stay right on top of this story. Let's go ahead and get more with Fox News correspondent William LaJeunesse.
This was quite a surprise.
For the 3rd straight day, lava is flowing from the world's largest active volcano. Mauna Loa's eruption for the first time in 38 years is prompting some folks in nearby communities to pack up and leave. But for tourists, it's a dream come true. And many are now flocking to Volcanoes National Park, which is open 24 hours a day, to get a first-hand look.
We could actually see the bright orange from our house, from our bedroom door this morning even, and it was so beautiful. And we wanted to come see this as close as we could get.
Officials say right now the lava is moving very slowly, less than 1 mile an hour, and it's not threatening any structures, and no evacuation orders have been issued. But it's only a few miles from a main road connecting the east and west sides of the island. A bigger threat, nearby forests that could burn quickly if the lava gets too close.
There's a lot of endangered species and really good forest habitat up there that we'd hate to see lost.
Meanwhile, many native Hawaiians are celebrating the eruption as the return of Pele, the goddess of fire, calling it an important moment in the island's history.
This is an epic time for us. This is the time for our children to come and witness what is happening as history is being made every day.
Hawaii's Governor David Ige has issued an emergency proclamation promising a quick response if any towns or cities are threatened. In Los Angeles, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
You're taking a look at some dramatic video coming to us from our south area where we saw an outbreak of tornadoes just yesterday. This one showing us a supercell that moved through Mississippi. Now, we had been hearing a lot of reports about these tornadoes. At least 2 people have been killed. Several others have been injured after this outbreak. Again, it tore a path of destruction across the south on Tuesday and Wednesday. There were emergency officials in Montgomery County, Alabama, who said at least 2 people were killed. Early on Wednesday morning, when there was an EF1 tornado that had winds of 110 miles per hour that had ripped through the region, it brought down trees and severely damaged homes and businesses. We have more video coming to us from Alabama where you can see just some of that storm destruction and damage. This one again coming to us from just one of those areas that was hit hard. This is showing us that there was a mini storage facility that is blaming the tornado for damage. It destroyed parts of roof and insulation. Winds had been kicked up by the storms. They're blamed for sending debris crashing into a home near this facility. Officials still trying to determine if this damage was a tornado or possibly from straight line winds. Montgomery County Emergency Management in Alabama says that there are reports of at least 2 people who have died, multiple others who were injured. And let's go ahead and take a look at some video that came in from over the night and evening hours. This coming to us from yet another area that was hit hard. For this one coming to us from Cladwell Parish in Louisiana, where there was multiple people injured, several animals who are said to be killed. You can see, too, a lot of damage and destruction and debris to comb through in the search for neighbors and friends here as well. So definitely something we're going to continue to keep an eye on here today. And as we had this outbreak of tornadoes, there was also torrential rain that had damaged homes and businesses all across the southeast overnight. These storms hitting this country, some of them being hit after recently going through other traumatic weather events. Let's go ahead and get more from Fox's Chris Foster with more.
People across the southeast waking up to widespread storm damage Wednesday morning. Since Tuesday, more than 24 tornadoes tore through the region, threatening more than 25 million people. The twisters left behind damage to numerous homes, destroyed a fire station, and tore the roof off an apartment complex. In Hale County, Alabama, emergency management officials say more than a third of the residents live in vulnerable mobile homes.
You know, I've seen some really nice mobile homes tied down, whatever, and they just don't stand a chance in a larger tornado.
While in Mississippi, gusty winds down power lines, leaving 13,000 people without electricity. Forecasters say flooding also remains a hazard after some places saw more than 5 inches of rain within a few hours. Overnight, the rushing water wiped out this bridge in Monroe County.
The cleanup will be secondary to trying to get the power back on. There has been a lot of power restored already. We did have a main transmission line that was affected.
And the southeast, not the only region battling severe weather. Across the Midwest, people are digging out after a major snowstorm. Snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour impacted travel across Iowa and Minnesota.
This is terrible. It might look like the roads are clean and clear, but you hit that black ice, you're out of there.
Back in Mississippi, residents will be battling cold temperatures as they survey the damage from these tornadoes. Chris Foster, Fox News.
So once again, we've been taking a look at just some of those different areas that have been impacted by severe weather. A live look here at the radar, especially as we are seeing some of those areas that we mentioned. Seattle got hit with a lot of snow. Their snow looking like it is moving a little bit more east out of that area that got initially hit last night and had lost some power. You can see also in the south, thankfully, some of those storms have pushed their way across the country. Live now from Fox, going to take our final 2-minute break of this hour. Going to be bringing you even more top stories, press conferences, news conferences from all across the country when we return here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look at the White House, where you can see they're getting ready to decorate for the holidays. And we did hear earlier from President Biden. He was speaking as we had just listened in at that summit, the White House Tribal Nations Summit. We are going to be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris, making remarks at that summit also a little bit later here today. But Vice President Harris, she was visiting just a little bit earlier here today with the French president. They were visiting at NASA headquarters. They were talking about the relationship of France and the United States when it comes to our International Space Station. Let's go ahead and listen into that event right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
France is a vital ally to the United States, and this visit demonstrates the strength of our partnership, our friendship, and our cooperation, and truly all as the background to an enduring relationship between the United States and France, and one that is based on shared democratic principles and values. I want to thank NASA Administrator Bill Nelson for hosting us today and for your very impressive year of leadership of NASA. During your leadership, we redirected the trajectory of an asteroid. We successfully launched Artemis 1, the mission, which is orbiting the moon as we speak, in partnership with our French and European allies. In fact, the administrator was able to show the president a mock-up of Artemis 1, and it truly is quite impressive. And, of course, we showed the world incredible images from the Webb telescope, which was launched from French Guiana with a French launch vehicle. So, Mr. President, today we have the occasion to celebrate the cooperation of our two nations in space. You and I have discussed this topic many times, including my visit in November in France, in Paris. And as a result of that meeting, a number of things happened. One, the United States agreed to join the Space for Climate Observatory as a result of that meeting that you and I had. You and I created the Comprehensive Dialogue on Space, and we agreed to advance specific rules and norms in space, international rules and norms. And the United States, of course, welcomes and is elated that France and the European Space Agency will continue operations at the International Space Station through 2030. Today we build on the progress that we have made, and today we will also identify additional areas of collaboration and cooperation. Regarding the climate crisis, something you and I have discussed at length and which we agree is an existential threat, satellite technology and the data that it provides are critical to our efforts to combat and address the climate crisis. In Paris, I made a commitment that the United States would join the French-led Space for Climate Observatory, which we formally did in June. Through this work, we will develop tools for decision makers to better prepare for and respond to climate disasters such as wildfires, floods, and changing agricultural patterns. And in 2 weeks, the United States and France will launch a satellite from Vandenberg in my home state of California, which will conduct the first ever global survey of the Earth's water surface, the surface on the Earth of water. It's very exciting because this innovation will actually help us to improve water management and better inform agricultural decisions, and it will also help coastal communities around the world prepare for rising seas. During my visit to Paris, we also agreed to create the Comprehensive Dialogue on Space, and this brings leading experts together from France and the United States to strengthen our commercial, our civil, and our national security cooperation. And they had a very productive meeting, actually, already this month. Regarding rules and norms, we are working together to develop norms for the responsible and peaceful uses of outer space, and this is critically important work. To that end, Mr. President, I thank you for joining the Artemis Accords in response to my invitation during my visit with you. These accords are a set of principles that guide civil use in space. They contribute to a safe and transparent environment for space exploration, science, and commercial activities. More specifically, regarding rules and norms and international rules and norms, in April I made a commitment on behalf of the United States not to conduct destructive, direct ascent, anti-satellite missile testing. And I called on other nations to join us. I thank you, Mr. President, for your commitment, which was announced yesterday, to adopt this norm. And finally, I believe space remains a place of undiscovered and unrealized opportunity. And for that reason, there is so much potential in terms of the work that nations can do there, and in particular when we work together, based on shared principles and values. To seize these opportunities as the head of the National Space Council in the United States, I have focused on 3 priorities in particular, which is to expand our STEM workforce, to address the climate crisis in every way that is about building on the innovation and also creating a workforce to do that, and establish rules and norms to govern space activities in close partnership with the private sector. In this mission, we are so very proud to work with France. The United States and France have partnered on space exploration for more than 60 years. In this time, we have made great strides, and yet in so many ways, we are beginning a new journey together. And so with that, again, I welcome you, Mr. President, and I look forward to our ongoing work in this matter, including the work that we will do today. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Vice President. Thank you for hosting us and having this meeting all together. Dear ministers, ambassadors, and administrators, I want to thank as well NASA Administrator to welcome us in this NASA headquarters. Thank you so much. And thank you for the great commitment and our cooperation. I mean, you said everything, and I don't want to repeat because I want us to be engaged in a common discussion. But speaking about space is obviously speaking about both science and having this journey you mentioned. But this is as well a story of a great cooperation between our 2 countries. And we did a lot during the past decades together, and I think we can do a lot. And we have a lot of projects together. And I want to thank you personally because, indeed, when you came 1 year ago in Paris, and we had this very long discussion, we decided together to strengthen this cooperation and to launch a strategic dialogue on space. And we did it, and we already delivered concrete results based on the past experience between our research leaders, our academics, our astronauts as well, and some of them are on this table, and I want to thank them for this commitment and their achievement. Having said that, we want to work now very closely together, indeed, on climate and environment as one of the key verticals where we do believe together we have a common objective. Argos, launched more than 40 years ago, is 45 years ago now already. Was the best evidence of this strong cooperation between our research agencies. We have, and you mentioned them, on top of that, the surface water and ocean topography, with this launching the 12th of December, which will be the symbol of a new type of cooperation. We will have the Space for Climate Observatory, and thank you for joining it. And I think this initiative was launched 3 years ago, but now our cooperation will accelerate this point, and we have as well the atmosphere observatory system and all this this initiative we can launch together. On all these issues, I want to thank our institutions and researchers, and I think our commitment is great. Second, we have indeed exploration. James Webb Space Telescope is obviously one of the best examples of this cooperation and how we can team up and how science made on our side can help and work in common missions with you. And you mentioned Artemis 1, 2, 3, and we are very keen participating, and we have here the French team, and Thomas is very keen on and very excited to be part of it, and it's very important for us. As long as you can propose French leader to fly to the moon quite rapidly, we are quite happy with that. We are quite happy with that. And Sophie is also now selected for participating to this international mission and follow up this common effort. But I saw myself, with your presence, with our discussion with NASA teams and so on, how strong is the partnership and how we can do more for the years to come. And I think from a scientific point of view and a human point of view, all this upcoming challenges regarding exploration, the moon, Mars, and so on, are extremely important for us. And I want to thank you for your leadership and to tell you our commitment to work closely together. My last point is about norms, as you mentioned. Thank you for having launched this very important item. And I do believe indeed space is a new place of conflictuality.
Indeed.
And we have crazy players in this space as well, and we have rock states there, and we have new hybrid attacks, and I think it's very important together because we do share this history, we do have the same commitment and attachment to science and progress, but we do share as well the same democratic values. And I think building these new rules and setting them together is, for us, extremely important. This is why we decided to join, indeed, this first set of rules, and we will follow up. My last point is to say that the more we can develop common research program, but as well common training program, is extremely important to us. And this is why our institutions are here. We are very committed. I think our people know each other very well. Yeah. And then this is indeed about very complicated science and physics. I try to be briefed during the past few days by our minister and our experts. And I did my best to understand in the details what was at stake. But at the very end, it's how to educate, train tenants, and how to be sure they work closely together. This is why I do thank the presence on both sides of the table of our teams. So thank you. Thank you for your personal leadership and commitment on this issue.
Thank you. It is wonderful to work with you, Mr. President. Thank you. Okay, I look forward to our discussion. Thank you, Press.
All right, no questions answered by the pair again here speaking about their partnership, not only here on Earth, but also in outer space. Do you want to bring our attention to a tweet that just came out from President Biden after the House recently just voted and passed that bill to avoid the railway shutdown and strike? He did tweet this out moments ago saying, "I'm grateful to Speaker Pelosi and bipartisan House members for acting to prevent a rail shutdown, making clear it would devastate our economy and families everywhere. But without more action, supply chain disruptions will begin. The Senate must urgently send a bill to my desk." So again, this now going to have to go to the Senate floor, be passed. It is expected to pass there. Another vote going to be happening on the House floor when it comes to adding those sick days, which is not expected to pass in the Senate. Let's go ahead and see how our markets look like they're reacting to the recent passage of that bill. It looks like we're up now in the green, more than 200 points at this time. Great to always see green across the big board as we still have a couple more hours left in our trading day. I want to turn our attention, though, to some top stories. Something that has been affecting our economy has been the rise of crime. There was a young man in Philadelphia who was shot while at work. Let's go ahead and get more details on this incident that happened.
And police say a 37-year-old man was shot twice and he's in critical condition. Police got the call for a shooting around 4 p.m. It happened on the 4500 block of Frankfurt Avenue. When police arrived, they found the victim and rushed him to the hospital. He was shot once in the ear and once in the shoulder. Police say the victim is an active duty PPA enforcement officer and was working the 10 to 6 p.m. shift. Witnesses told police they saw a vehicle pull up to the victim with possibly 2 people in it who shot the man and drove off. The busy street was shut down for several hours while police investigated. They're looking to see if any surveillance videos in the area caught the shooting. Police didn't recover a weapon at the scene, and they say they are actively investigating to figure out who did this. At police headquarters tonight, Eddie Kadam, Fox 29 News.
And thank you, Eddie, for giving us more details on that story. I do want to continue with some more coming to us from Philadelphia. A whole neighborhood stunned after a gruesome discovery inside of a home. Let's go to Fox's Jennifer Joyce, who's giving us more on this chilling story.
Tonight, 34-year-old Ahmad Sharif is in police custody facing several charges, including murder, possession of an instrument of crime, and abuse of corpse.
I'm not surprised. That house is terrible.
It's a house of horrors.
Neighbors not surprised but deeply saddened to hear that a 41-year-old woman who police say lived at this home on the 300 block of McGee Avenue was gruesomely murdered, decapitated. Her body found lying on the kitchen floor around 12:45 this afternoon.
The adults in that house are completely unhinged, and the man who did the decapitation, he is, I would say, the most unhinged of them all.
Philadelphia police say 34-year-old Ahmad Sharif was taken into custody about 5 or 6 blocks away from the scene. Investigators are calling this a domestic homicide. Neighbors say the man is known for his lewd, bizarre, and at times threatening behavior.
I get home and he's just standing there, like, doing circles, talking to himself.
He exposed his genitals to my sister and her family.
Nija Richardson says the woman killed has always been treated poorly.
I've never seen her with shoes on her feet. I've never seen her with a coat on. She's taking out the trash. She's raking up the leaves.
The older I got, like, the more I could see something was wrong in that house. Like, there are young girls in that house, and I don't know what they've had to endure their whole lives.
Police say there weren't any children around at the time of the murder, but there was a witness who helped police identify the suspect and make an arrest quickly. Neighbors say the situation is devastating.
They have beautiful daughters. They have a beautiful family. It's just a shame that this would have happened to them.
The district attorney's office is reminding people that there is help out there for anyone experiencing an abusive relationship. We have posted some of those resources on our website, fox29.com. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Jennifer Joyce, Fox 29 News.
And let's go ahead and listen in with Senator Mitch McConnell, who spoke from the Senate floor on the rise of crime just earlier today.
All across America. This terrible trend is familiar to many of us by now, but the tragic human stories are still quite shocking. In St. Louis, 25-year-old Damian Baker was killed in July in an attempted carjacking while escorting a woman to her car downtown. Damian cannot just be some random number of homicide, his mother told reporters. It's got to look different. In New Orleans, this past March, 20-year-old Shane Brown didn't come home from work one day. His body was found 5 days later in a canal, and his family still doesn't know why he was killed. In Birmingham, 13-year-old Jalon Palmore was on his front porch when he was cut down in a drive-by shooting that police say was targeting someone else. The family home now holds so many painful memories that Jalen's parents have decided to sell it and move somewhere else. The national media may just be coming around, but the American people have known for a long time that the erosion of law and order is a terrible and pressing problem. After the nationwide murder rate clocked its largest single-year increase in more than a century in 2020, it climbed even higher last year. A record high majority of Americans report that crime in their communities is getting worse. This is an area where our two political parties, the two sides of the aisle, have totally opposite instincts about the right way forward. Republicans are focused on making American communities safer. And we know that accomplishing that takes compassion for innocent people, not weak justice for violent criminals who hurt them. Meanwhile, Democrats are focused on making it even harder to secure real justice. They spent 2 years doubling down on anti-law enforcement rhetoric and putting radical local prosecutors at the center of their plans to make America softer on crime. Far left special interests have poured massive amounts of money into political campaigns of radical soft-on-crime prosecutors in major cities from New York to Chicago to Philadelphia to Los Angeles. Up to 1 in 5 Americans now live in the jurisdiction of prosecutors a Democrat megadonor has handpicked for their willingness to ignore entire categories of criminal law. This soft on crime campaign has gone to such absurd lengths, communities are taking it upon themselves to push back. Early this year, voters in San Francisco showed their radical left district attorney the door for using their neighborhoods as a proving ground for soft on crime experiments. And just earlier this month, the Pennsylvania House of Representatives impeached Philadelphia's liberal district attorney for misbehavior in office after violent crime in the city soared. Here in Washington, things are no different. Our colleague, the junior senator from Connecticut, made this crystal clear a few days ago when he kicked off a fresh wave of Democratic calls to defund the police. Senator Murphy says that because, in his estimation, 60% of the counties in this country are friendlier to citizens' Second Amendment rights than Senator Murphy would like, those communities should be punished by defunding their police forces. Fewer resources for police officers, less safety for local communities, unless every county in America kowtows to Senate Democrats' particular view of the Second Amendment. Democrats spent all this past year insisting they don't support defunding the police. But here they go, yet again, proposing to do just that. One wonders how the American people, the people of Georgia, for example, feel about this renewed push to respond to violent crime by defunding local police. After all, the per capita homicide and assault rate in the city of Atlanta is now even higher than it is in Chicago. Working American families deserve safety in their communities. Grieving families deserve the small measure of peace that comes from actual justice. And the people of Georgia deserve a check and balance against Washington Democrats' reckless and radical defund the police proposals, not a rubber stamp.
Those were floor remarks from Senator McConnell earlier today. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at some video from a devastating scene in Riverside, California. Family members, neighbors gathered together the other evening to honor the 3 lives that were lost here in a triple homicide. Now, the family members have spoken out here today, along with police as well as representatives of the family, as they were speaking about this incident. Again, a teen girl was the victim of catfishing. That person ended up coming to this family's home, killing 3 of her family members before taking her in a vehicle. That person was later discovered by authorities, had an exchange of gunfire, and was shot and killed by law enforcement. Now, the teen girl was not injured. Let's go ahead and listen into that press conference that took place just a little earlier here today.
Good morning, and thank you for coming to our press conference with the Winnick family and the Riverside Police Department for this awful series of events that have occurred. I'd first like to call up Michelle Blandon. Michelle it was her parents and her sister who were murdered. And she's going to come up here and read a statement, but she's not going to take any questions. Michelle?
Good morning, and thank you for everyone for being here today. My family and I truly appreciate the love and the compassion that we have received thus far in this trying time. To our neighbors, our friends, and our family members, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the outpouring of well wishes. We have heard all of you, and we appreciate you more than you will ever know. Nobody could imagine this crime happening to my family, to our family, especially it just being one day after Thanksgiving. It was just a few days ago that we all celebrated together that Thanksgiving of blessing and gratefulness. And we recounted many of those blessings that we had in our lives together on that day. We had a family debate, and it got heated, on if the brownies my mom made should be frosted with sprinkles or just left plain. It seemed silly at the time, but that's a conversation and a debate that will forever resonate in my heart. Little did I know on that day that would be the last time that my husband and I would see my parents and my sister again. The next day, while we were out buying Christmas lights for our home, I received a phone call from my parents' neighbor of 22 years. They were best friends. They looked out for each other. She called to tell us that we needed to get there as soon as we could because my parents' house was on fire. This is the home that my sister and I grew up in since we were little. I couldn't get there fast enough. We left everything in the shopping cart at the store and took off. When I had arrived at my house, we had learned that something more tragic had happened. In a time where communities are afraid to report strange sightings, the loving neighbors on my parents' street saw an unfamiliar car, and they immediately reported it to authorities. Ultimately, this is our community, and we need to look out and care for one another. Making that call from that neighbor saved my niece's life, and that neighbor is a hero in our eyes. If something like this horrific tragedy can happen here in our neighborhood, in our community, it can happen anywhere. Sadly, we were too late to save my dad, Mark, my mom, Sherry, and my youngest sister, Brooke, from that vicious crime. They are forever in my heart, and I miss them deeply. In this tragic moment of our family, our grief, we hope some good will come from this. Parents, please, please know your child's online activity. Ask questions about what they are doing and whom they are talking to. Anybody can say they're someone else, and you could be in this situation, which I do not want for the world. This horrific event started with an inappropriate online romance between a predator and a child. We have some solace that this person will never harm anyone again, especially a minor. But we also want to make it very clear that we do not applaud his death. This was an adult that traveled across the country to kidnap a 15-year-old girl, my niece, our family member, with the idea to kidnap her and kill and devastate our family. He took an oath to protect, and yet he failed to do so. Instead, he preyed on the most vulnerable. When you hear the term catfishing, you think of a long-running dating show or series about a national sports figure, both glamorizing and sensationalizing online relationships. However, in this instance, catfishing led to the deaths of the three most important people in my life: my dad, my mom, and my sister. Please, parents, guardians, when you are talking to your children about the dangers of their online actions, please use us as a reference. Tell our story to help your parenting, not out of fear, but out of example of something that did happen. My sister Brooke was a loving single mom who did her best to raise her two teenage daughters in a loving way. She supported them in their school endeavors and enjoyed watching color guard performances and choir concerts for both of her children. My sister was an avid collector of the famous Starbucks tumblers. Every release day, I would get a text at 4 a.m. from her, wondering why I wasn't waiting in line with her to pick up the newest release. My dad, Mark, the silly old man that I always referenced him to be, was a soft-spoken and humble man who would go out of his way to help a friend or stranger in need. He was known on their street as the one to depend on if anyone needed anything. In 1993, his love for coaching high school athletes began at La Sierra High School, where I had the privilege and the honor of not only calling him dad, but also coach, as he coached all 4 years of my soccer team. He continued coaching high school sports at many schools in Riverside County and ultimately found his home at Arlington High School, coaching the softball and the baseball teams. He was a man with a big and caring heart who unselfishly gave to his student athletes. My mom, Sherry, the matriarch of our family, with the biggest giving heart imaginable, did anything and everything for everyone and never needed or wanted anything in return. She loved my sister and I, along with her 4 granddaughters, with every ounce of her being. She enjoyed baking with us, and the highlight of the year was baking and decorating Christmas cookies. And that is a tradition that I will carry on as we go forward. My mom always said that God puts people into your life for a reason. And in this time of tragedy, He has done just that. He has brought so many great people into our lives and to help us navigate through this terrible ordeal. We are so amazed and overwhelmed and grateful for the amount of affection and support from friends and strangers. Without this assistance, we would be lost. My husband and I are very grateful to everyone who has reached out. We are just ordinary people living with an extraordinary circumstance. There are no words for the gratitude we feel for the outpouring of support that we have received, and I know that we will continue to receive. For my 2 young nieces who are now left motherless, we hope that this community can wrap your arms around them and lift them up. They have the most difficult journey ahead, as they are minors and they don't understand everything that has happened. We hope and we ask that this community continue to shelter them, protect them, and wrap them in their arms and continue to lift them up. Please positively support them. We have started a GoFundMe page in honor of my parents and my sister, Winnick Family Fund, in which it will be used to help my nieces, my sister's 2 children, live their best life and start a college savings. Thank you to those that have already donated and to those that will. We are eternally grateful. Thank you for giving up your time this morning to be here and to support us and honor the lives of my mom, my dad, and my sister. They lived and loved selflessly. And in the words of my favorite New Kids on the Block boy bander, Donnie Wahlberg, spread love and love will spread. Thank you.
Family members speaking out after this horrible incident taking place last Friday. A family representative going to be speaking. Some viewers going to be seeing a 2-minute break.
Everyone, the number of you here is a testament to those parents, those teachers, law enforcement that are all concerned about what transpired that gave rise to this press conference today. My name is Allison Saros, and as I was introduced, I'm here as a friend, a longtime family friend of the Winnick family. I'm here as a parent, and I'm also here as not as their attorney, but I am an attorney. And I'm here because I spent over 15 years as an LA County Deputy District Attorney before leaving the DA's office to kind of shift gears and pursue working with teenagers in the mental health space. I became a licensed counselor and I worked as a school counselor in the schools for several years before leaving and going into private practice, where I focus on young adults and teens and mental health and criminal cases that involve mental health related issues. And so when this happened, I jumped in to just help negotiate the system. I'm here voluntarily to just do what I can, as all of you are, to help get this family through this horrible, horrific situation. To get here, it took a lot of work on behalf, as all of you know. Not only has the Riverside Police Department gone out of their way, the compassion, the expertise, the dedication that every single member of law enforcement and this agency has shown is unparalleled. And that's coming from someone who has worked with law enforcement agencies for years. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol are to thank for what transpired here. The Riverside Fire Department, the San Bernardino County Fire Department are here and need to be thanked for what, for their involvement today. And the other agency that I believe is here today is the Riverside District Attorney's Office. And as a former Deputy District Attorney, victims of crime is one area that really is emphasized and needs to be addressed from a global perspective. In this situation, the Riverside DA's office did something that you don't really see very often. When there is a crime and it gets referred to the DA for a filing because someone is prosecuted, the District Attorney's Office Victims of Crime steps in order to provide support and resources for those victims of crime. But when there is not a filing, oftentimes it gets missed because law enforcement is not the one handling the victims of crime. And so you have someone who commits a crime, let's say a murder-suicide, and now there's no one to prosecute. Oftentimes we have victims that are left without support or just knowing where to go for support, not because of any malintent, just because of a difference in agencies handling that. I have a client who was the victim of a home invasion robbery when he was in his early 20s, and he was pistol whipped and left for dead and transported to the hospital where he remained in a coma for several months. Afterwards, as you can imagine, he suffered physical issues but also mental health issues that led him into my office as a client. When he came to me, I asked him if he had received services and help, and he said, no, they never apprehended a suspect. So no one helped him get the support he needed as a victim. Riverside DA's office in this particular case took it upon themselves to independently reach out to Shelley in this case to offer services and support. They did it immediately Monday morning, first thing when their doors opened. When the handling advocate was not available because she was off that day, they had who handles the homicide cases. She handed it off to somebody else who immediately called me. We spoke on the phone, and we have already put in place supports for trauma counseling, for assistance with funeral expenses. So to the DA's office, thank you. I know many of you as members of the press are here today in order to help understand what happened last week. And I'm not here to answer those questions. The investigation is ongoing. But I think the question we all need to ask ourselves isn't what happened that day or the next day, but why? And what can we do as parents, as community members, as educators, as law enforcement, in order to make a difference, to raise awareness for what's going on. Tangentially, I work in conjunction with a nonprofit called I Can Help. It's an organization that was started by a school teacher that helps promote social media safety. For instance, the director explained to me this morning that Snapchat, TikTok, and Instagram all have access to put parental controls on their phones. And this organization helps educate school resource officers and administrators in helping students have these conversations, so that if a student knows that their friend is engaging in conversation with people online, that they shouldn't be. They're not afraid to say something. They know where to go and what to do. I know the family is really concerned about this issue, and they are happy to further engage in conversations about this. But at this time, they have a lot of work that needs to be done to bury their family members. And so we ask all of you for privacy while they get through the next couple of weeks so that they can regroup and then help share their story in doing so. I'm here to answer questions with regard to the family. So after we finish, after you hear from the chief, then I will stick around if anyone has any questions that I can answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. I'd now like to have come up Riverside Police Chief Larry Gonzalez to make a few comments.
Good morning, everybody. Larry Gonzalez, Police Chief here in Riverside. I'll be brief. Most of this was covered.
You were just watching this press conference from Riverside, California. A very horrific event that went on, but you heard officials there as well as family members. We're going to take a quick break for some of you here on Live Now from Fox.
During this time of tremendous grief. And like I said, it's really a tragedy for all of us. Early on in this investigation, our detectives learned that the suspect was, in fact, a law enforcement officer out of the state of Virginia, where he, you heard before, traveled all the way from Virginia to commit this heinous crimes. And just to kind of let you know, when these type of investigations are ongoing, you've heard this a lot from us, that it's still ongoing, it's going to be lengthy. Similar to physical crime scenes like we have at the home, detectives also have a digital crime scene to investigate and comb through evidence that could help us learn more of the details about this online relationship that you heard earlier about, and maybe possibly what some of the intentions he may have had. This is still a very active and extensive investigation that will take time to continue to unravel. We believe the suspect, as you heard before, was engaging on an online enticement called catfishing. It appears that the suspect met the victim online through a common form of enticement called catfishing, where we believe he portrayed himself as a teenager to develop an online relationship with her. Excuse me. This is a broad category of online exploitation that includes sextortion, in which a child is being groomed to take sexually explicit images and or ultimately meet face-to-face with someone for sexual purposes, or to engage in a sexual conversation online, or in some instances sell or trade the child's sexual images. This type of victimization takes place across every platform: social media, messaging apps, gaming platforms, etc. Some of the most common tactics that are used to entice children are engaging in a sexual conversation or role-playing as a grooming method, asking a child for sexually explicit images of themselves or mutually sharing images, develop a rapport through compliments, discussing shared interests or liking their online posts. This is also known as grooming, or sending or offering sexually explicit images of themselves, and also pretending to be younger, which appears to be the case in this investigation. Also offering an incentive, such as a gift card, alcohol, drugs, lodging, transportation, or food. Most importantly, this is yet another horrific reminder of the predators existing online who prey on our children. If you've already had this conversation with your kids on how to be safe online and on social media, please have it again. If not, start it now to better protect them. I don't have anything else, and I think we'll be around. I'll have Ryan come up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, we'll open it up for questions. We have our Chief, we have Allison, and for any questions specific, not to this case, but online enticement, I also have Detective Rob Olson from the District Attorney's Riverside County Child Exploitation Team. And for some one-on-ones after as well, we have Opal Singleton from Million Kids as well. Yes, Rob.
I have a question about the 15-year-old
Unfortunately, we don't, she's
in a... Microphone, please.
She is in custody. I'm sorry, she's not in custody. She is in placement with Child Protective Services, so we don't have a lot of information on her. We do believe she is getting extensive medical treatment that she needs following these events.
How long did the online relationship go? How long was it ongoing prior to this incident?
Unfortunately, I don't have any of that information.
Do you have that?
Yeah, we're still trying to determine how long this relationship was going online.
Do you have any more specifics about how the contact was made in terms of apps, or how exactly in a specific way this predator did this so that other parents can know what to be aware of?
We don't know exactly the app, or if it was a gaming app or whatever it was. This is part of the whole digital investigation that's ongoing, and we still are collecting evidence to try to acquire that knowledge.
Do we know about the image that this catfisher used? Is it an image of a teenager who actually exists?
I'm not aware of an image. I just, from what I understand, he portrayed himself as a 17-year-old. I don't know if that was through an image or through texting or what.
Chief, you were talking about earlier, you were giving the overview of what catfishing was. You included sextortion and other things like that. Are you saying that all of those elements that you described happened in this case?
We believe so, yes.
Okay, and then Allison, quick question for you. Step to the mic, please. My colleague Rob asked you about the current condition of the 15-year-old. But can you, based on your experience, and you talked about your breadth of experience dealing with this kind, what is this young girl looking at in terms of her trauma and her recovery?
Unfortunately, I don't know, but I do know that she's currently undergoing trauma counseling. I don't know what other medical care she's undergoing. She's going to have a long road ahead, and it's going to take years to try to help give her the confidence in order to adjust to the events that transpired. But unfortunately, it's just a wait-and-see situation.
Is there going to be a plan at some point to bring her family into the picture, or her to her family?
I have no knowledge of any. I have no knowledge of that.
I can kind of speak to that. We have full faith in Child Protective Services with Riverside County right now that she is getting the immense and extensive care beginning now, and that will go on for a while. But as you can imagine, there is a process to placement, therapy, all of that. And of course, the family is going to be involved with that. Just those decisions haven't been made yet. And, most likely because her treatment after what she just experienced, just alone 4 deaths that she was around, that's got to be traumatizing. This is going to be the most traumatizing event in her life, I'm sure. So her immediate care is of priority, and then CPS is and will be working with the family to figure out what's next. Those steps just haven't happened yet.
Was she coerced, or did she go willingly with the suspect?
We're still trying to determine that. We don't know yet if she was threatened, coerced. We're not describing it as a kidnapping at this point, but we also don't have any reason to believe that she was complicit in any of these murders or the fire as well. But hopefully that will come out through, once this digital crime scene, this footprint that all these predators generally leave, and even maybe she has one too, that we can try to find out more.
Are there any indications of what his intentions were?
No, we don't know that yet. Again, that's part of this whole digital crime scene that our detectives have to go through. And that's a process just because it involves warrants. It involves a lot of documentation that they have to sort through. So it's very immense depending on what they find. It's not just going through a phone or a device. It's going to where they were having these communications. Once you figure out where, then you got to go to those platforms and get information that hopefully is archived or saved that they'll have access to. But that's going to take quite a long time.
Have you all been in touch with the Virginia agency that Edwards used to work for? Were there any problems that he had there that you can share?
Our detectives have been communicating with them as of Friday. That's when it started. They have been working with them as well over the weekend with some warrants and them helping out with part of this investigation on this side. So that will continue. As of right now, our detectives have not found anything that would lead anybody to believe that something like this would occur. But again, they'll be working with those authorities. And hopefully, again, it goes back to this digital side of things that we'll learn, hopefully, more about him and his history through that.
About catfishing itself, we know that oftentimes the perpetrators don't just target one victim, they'll cast it in the net, so to speak. Are you working with any other police agencies around the country regarding other potential targets
And that's exactly why we have one of our detectives on a local task force here. But yes, our detectives are working with these other regional task force or federal agencies as well, partly because there is that distance. We can't just walk over to Virginia, so they got to have help on that side. So yes, they are working with that, and so kind of look at it as, in a way, it's one investigation, but a couple different components that we have different teams working on.
Is there any more information?
You're just watching this press conference out of Riverside, California. Representatives and also officials there in California speaking out about this suspect that allegedly catfished a teen girl, drove across the country, killed the father, the mother, and also this girl, Brooke Winnick, there in this Riverside, California home. A very traumatic event for a lot of people. Obviously, we're watching also the White House press briefing coming up in just a little bit. We'll take it out to you in just a little bit. But first, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you here on Live Now from Fox.
May come out through the digital investigation as to how they were found. We don't want to divulge any too much information right now. A couple reasons. The Riverside County Coroner's Office still is conducting their investigation and will have to do the autopsies, and we want to hear directly from them, okay? Number two, it was very disturbing. And we also want to protect and be very delicate with the family members on how we describe to them and how it's described in the public how their 3 loved ones were found. It is obviously that they were murdered. We do know that. But the coroner's office will be able to tell us more through the exact manner and cause of their death.
Officer, do we know if any police resources were used back in Virginia to hunt down this child or used to find her location?
I believe that contact was made with the authorities in Virginia once we found out who he worked for and gathering information. Then our detectives did some fabulous work. Our patrol officers at the scene did fabulous work being able to identify who he was, who he worked for, and then using techniques we're not going to divulge, of course, our detectives were eventually able to track his location, and then we notified San Bernardino County Sheriffs.
Given that her age and the circumstances she describes as extortion, why are you not calling this a kidnapping?
You got to imagine we have one person who's alive out of this whole ordeal, and the interviews with her will be a process. Okay, so detectives have been able to talk to her initially, but we can't overwhelm her with everything as well. We just want to get enough to get us started, to know what we have, what we've been saying so far. They're going to continue talking with her over time, but again, it's a process. So we don't, right now we can't say, we're not comfortable to say that she was actually kidnapped. Was she coerced? Again, we need to do some more investigating to figure that out.
Well, in those initial interviews, Dan, did you determine whether or not his trip from Virginia was planned, or was it a surprise?
We're still figuring that out. We don't know if this was the first physical encounter they had. It's very possible it was, but we also don't know yet if she knew that he was coming to California. Again, that's where that digital investigation will hopefully uncover that we can figure out what his intentions and plans were. But right now, he's the only one that knows, and we're still trying to figure that out. Maybe the teen is able to provide that in further interviews, but right now we don't have that.
What has she been able to help you with so far?
Say that again, Brian?
What has she been able to help you understand so far about what happened?
To where we're at right now with what the information we put out, that this was this developed on this online enticement form of deception online and that online relationship. And we do know that there was some exchanging of messages. And from, we don't believe at this point right now that she had anything to do with the murders or knew that they were going to occur.
Has she characterized or summarized these conversations for you?
I wouldn't know that, or not to be specific of that, yeah.
And do you know whether he used a service weapon or police department computer in these crimes?
As to the firearm, right now we don't. There's no reason to believe that he used a firearm to kill the victims, but again, that will be confirmed or not through the coroner's investigation on our end. As to what he used in San Bernardino County when encountered by the deputies, that will have to be determined by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, so we can't speak on that. And then what was the second part?
Was he using a Virginia police computer to have these conversations?
That we don't know, but again, that's where our detectives will work with Virginia authorities to see. And after, if you want to talk to Detective Olson or Opal Singleton, they'll explain that if you took this situation, this predator and a vulnerable teen, this is kind of the classic playbook, I would say, in terms of how they meet online, and how maybe sometimes he was able to have her give him some information. That's generally how it works. That's why they're grooming them to elicit some information from them. But we'll try to figure that out.
What about the teen sister? Where was the teen sister when the crime happened?
Was not at the location.
And just to be clear, you believe he intentionally set this fire?
Yes, we do believe that this fire was intentionally set. The fire department is still conducting their investigation as to the exact cause and anything they might have used as an accelerant. We just don't have that yet, but yes, we do believe that it was intentionally set after the murders.
So just to be specific, he persuaded her into sending him pictures?
That's what we are suspecting, but again, that digital investigation will hopefully determine that for certain. But that's typically how these predators work.
Have warrants been issued on your end already?
As to the digital side of things, that I'm not aware of. That process is beginning, I don't know where they're at in that process.
Do you know how he knew where she lived?
No, we don't. That could be, again, she could have provided, or he found out somehow. We're still trying to figure that out.
So he posed as a 17-year-old. Is there anything more about the captain, the photos, what developed between them, and what name?
Again, we believe he was posing as a teenager, but probably someone under 18. But again, I go back to that's part of that digital investigation that we're still trying to uncover. We have our suspicions, but we need to confirm these first, and so we're not prepared to. We don't have all that information.
From Virginia?
We don't know exactly where. So yeah, we just don't know yet. It's going to take some time.
Social media platforms or apps, or just one social media?
We don't know yet. But again, the detective can explain how that happens.
And did you say he was a boy?
We believe so. We believe so. Anything else?
When you describe the scene as disturbing, it means that the family tried to resist the attack of this individual?
No, it means that for everyone who was there and responded, including fire, the officers, the detectives, it was disturbing to look at. It was disturbing to find, but it was obvious that they were murdered. We're still trying to figure out what the fire had to do with their deaths as well. And again, once the coroner's investigation is complete, we should be able to have a cause and manner of death. Once the fire department and arson investigators have completed their investigation, we'll be able to know what we suspect started the fire. But, you know, finding 3 adult bodies anywhere, but how they were found, where it's obviously they're dead, is disturbing. It's gruesome.
Sir, can I just ask you just a personal question as a member of law enforcement? Obviously, this guy isn't representative of law enforcement in America, but how does that sit with you? What's your view when you think about someone who's swore an oath now being accused of this heinous crime?
Yeah, I talked about that quite a bit the last couple of days, and it's disturbing. It's disgusting, really, because we've said this before, anybody in the law enforcement community, we hate that person more than anybody because it's a reflection on us. We realize when things in law enforcement happen, if it happens in New York, it'll affect us in Riverside and vice versa. So when we see somebody, we ask the same questions you all ask. How did this person get past a background investigation? How did this person get past a polygraph investigation? You know, but from what we understand so far about him, there's really not a big rap sheet on this person or anything that would indicate that they could see that outcome.
Can you talk about, did she ever mention to anybody that she had engaged in a relationship with somebody online and she thought she was in a romantic relationship? Did the teenager tell anybody this at all? And, yeah, if you can talk about that.
At this point, we don't have that information from her. That'll come with not just the digital evidence, but also the interview process as well.
Chief, to my colleague's question about how you feel with this being in the law enforcement community, how does something like this change your approach to vetting officers moving forward? Do things like this, lessons learned, apply?
Well, sure. We'll have to look into more to see what happened in Virginia, but I think the standards that we go by here in Riverside through Peace Officer Standards and Training, it's an extensive background. You've heard a lot of police agencies talk about just recruitment and retention woes that we're all having, trying to get people hired. So that's an ongoing battle for us to get people hired, but the one thing that we were not going to do is lower our standards. So we're always going to have them go through a lengthy background process, check references, check their personal history statements, go through a psychological exam, go through a polygraph exam, like I said earlier, and make sure they're vetted. I think we have a good system in place right now, and I can't really speak to what this system is in Virginia to say what's different about what we do here and what they do there.
Do you have any estimate for how long, like from, so I mean, I know you're still looking through the digital evidence, but just any estimate of how long this contact is going on? I mean, we're talking like a week, or we're talking weeks, months? I mean, how long did this go back?
And I hate to keep referring to that. We have said we'll have to look at the digital evidence. It was obviously more than a week or so for him to get to this point. Common sense would tell you that, but we just don't have an exact number to put out yet.
Neighbors have said that the car might have been spotted on the street before that morning. Do we have some indication of how long the suspect was there? Was he waiting around for the family? Had he had prior contact with them?
I don't know for exactly how long. I know that the neighbor, and I think Michelle said that in her statement, she is a hero for see something, say something that we say all the time, got a plate for us. And we were able to do some really good police work. Like we said, we're very proud of this department and the other agencies. When I talk about this department, I'm just not talking about police officers that are chasing bad guys, talking about dispatchers that are doing up work, forensic techs that come out to the scene, crime analysts that are with us the entire way through this investigation to eventually get a lead on the plate, and we were able to spot it in the San Bernardino County area where we were able to track them, and then ultimately San Bernardino took over.
When was that plate reported to you in relation to the fire?
I don't know for sure if it was before or after. I thought it was after the fact.
The polygraph tests for officer candidates, are they pretty standard? I'm wondering what sorts of questions would be asked where in this case the guy could somehow fit his way around being a creep.
Yeah, well, you guys have all watched enough CSI episodes and crime shows to know that a sociopath can defeat a polygraph. The first answer to your question is it's not standard. There are some agencies that don't require a polygraph. The second answer is a polygraph is usually a lengthy examination where they fill out a large packet. It's usually a 3 or 4 hour process where they'll sit down with the polygraph investigator, go through all the questions, and then when they've had this lengthy interview, they will go on the polygraph machine itself. And it's not, hey, what color was your first car? It's other than what we've talked about in this particular area, sexual crimes, are you being truthful with me? Yes or no? So it's a series of yes or no questions after a lengthy interview. But yeah, it can be defeated. That's just one process. I would look more towards a psych exam than a polygraph as far as something.
Riverside, do you employ any sort of like investigation into a candidate's digital footprint or looking into their social media when considering hiring?
Yes, we do.
For Allison or anyone else, can you tell us more about this?
You were just listening in there to Riverside, California, as family members, loved ones, and officials speaking out for the first time since that horrific tragedy and issued a dire warning to parents of children on social media as the investigation continues into the events that led up to an ex-Virginia law enforcement officer driving across the country to meet a teen girl say he catfished online before killing her mother and grandparents. The bodies of Mark Winnick, his wife Sherry Winnick, and their daughter Brooke Winnick were found Friday inside a burning Riverside home. The causes of their deaths continue to be investigated, but police say they were not killed in that fire. Of course, the child there still in protective services, so we will keep an eye on this story as it continues to progress, but the investigation ongoing. Authorities believe the suspect, Austin Lee Edwards, parked his vehicle in a neighbor's driveway, walked to the home, and killed the family members before setting the fire. He then left with the girl. Police say they're not investigating this as a kidnapping. So quite a horrific detail to this story out of Riverside, California, as this man drove across the country after catfishing or faking someone out online, including someone susceptible like a teen. So certainly a very tragic moment there as we're watching this here on Live Now from Fox. Well, I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on this Wednesday afternoon. We have quite a busy slate of events coming up here that we'll take you out to live, raw, and unfiltered. Of course, we are going to go out to the White House press briefing, but also I want to get out first to Boston, Massachusetts, as the Prince and Princess of Wales have arrived in the United States in Boston, Massachusetts for a 3-day trip where they'll spend time in the Boston area. They'll visit as well as William's second annual Earthshot Prize Award ceremony on Friday. They're also expected to meet with President Biden. They were greeted today by Governor of Massachusetts, Charlie Baker, Lauren Baker, the First Lady, and also the Lieutenant Governor out there in Massachusetts. Of course, this is the first time they're back in the United States since the loss of their late grandmother, Queen Elizabeth. And here's a statement from Prince and the Princess of Wales. Here is that statement. They say, quote, "Catherine and I are delighted to be back in the United States, extremely grateful to Governor Baker and the First Lady of Massachusetts for their warm welcome into Boston. On this, our first overseas visit since the death of my grandmother, I would like to thank the people of Massachusetts, particularly of Boston, for their many tributes paid to the late Queen. She remembered her 1976 bicentennial visit with great fondness. My grandmother was one of life's optimists, and so am I. That's why last year we launched the Earthshot Prize with the ambition to create a truly global platform to inspire hope and urgent optimism as we look to save the future of our planet. To the people of Boston, thank you. I'm so grateful for you for allowing us to host the second year of the Earthshot Prize in your great city. Catherine and I can't wait to meet many of you in the days ahead." And you can see this crowd growing outside of this facility in Boston, Massachusetts. 58 and rainy on this day, but certainly being from the United Kingdom, they're probably accustomed to that sort of weather. So we're going to follow that here on Live Now from Fox, including if they do speak out at any point later on this Wednesday. We're also looking at the big board right here on Live Now from Fox, just past the 3 o'clock hour. It was down in the red, but certainly after some news, possibly the rail strike, that the House passed a bill to avoid that rail strike. Also, we heard from the Fed chair today, Jerome Powell, saying that they won't hike up the interest rates as much as they've done in previous months. Just about a 50 basis point increase likely to come within the next month. So that is certainly good ahead of the holiday season. And we're going to jump right now out to the White House press briefing room. We just saw Karine Jean-Pierre step up to the podium. I want to take it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, bonjour. Bonjour. Oh, nice. Okay. Get into the spirit, folks. Okay, so we are pleased to welcome President and Mrs. Macron and the delegation from France to the United States. Above all, this visit is a celebration of the strong French-U.S. relationship and the personal relationship between President Biden and President Macron. Just a few hours ago, President Macron joined Vice President Harris for a briefing at NASA headquarters. The visit underscores our deepening collaboration on space and came on the heels of the very first U.S.-France comprehensive space dialogue, which was held in Paris last month, and it delivers on a commitment made by Vice President Harris and President Macron during her visit to Paris last year. Looking towards tomorrow, I know everyone is eager to hear more details about the state dinner itself. Today, the First Lady is actually happening right now, is hosting a media preview with the White House Social Secretary, Carlos Elizondo, followed by presentations from White House Executive Chef, Chris Comerford, and White House Executive Pastry Chef, Susie Morrison. At that preview, they are sharing information about the menu and the decor for the state dinner. I also wanted to share some good economic news. First, this morning, we learned that our economy grew at even stronger pace in the third quarter than we previously thought. American consumers continue to spend and American businesses continue to invest here at home at even stronger pace. Second, as of today, the average price of gas is now below $3.50 a gallon for the first time since February, before Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And the most common price for gas is $2.99. Gas prices are down about $1.52 per gallon since June, for a savings of $160 per month for American families with 2 cars. Finally, American consumers showed continued strength with record holiday spending, including on Black Friday and also this week on Cyber Monday. According to the National Retail Federation, a record number of holiday shoppers returned to stores from Thanksgiving through Monday. And Adobe Analytics reported consumers spent a record $35 billion online over just 5 days. It will take time to bring inflation back down to normal, but the American people showed that they still have confidence that the president's economic plan is indeed working. As the president said yesterday, he'll work with anyone, Democrat, Republican, or independent, with ideas on how we can provide working families breathing room and build a stronger, more resilient economy for the long haul. That's what the American people voted for in November. With that, Colleen, you want to kick us off?
Sure, thank you. There are reports that the Islamic State leader has been killed, and wondered if you could confirm that, and also whether the U.S. was involved at all, if it was a U.S.-led attack or, operation.
So earlier today, ISIS publicly announced the death of al-Quraishi, the overall leader of ISIS. This follows the same fate of his predecessor, Aji Abdullah, who was killed in a U.S.-led raid in February in northwestern Syria. We are pleased to see the removal of ISIS's top leaders in such quick succession. The United States remains committed to countering the global threat from ISIS and stands ready to work with international partners who share that same goal. We will build on these counterterrorism successes, and we will keep that pressure on for sure. As far as any involvement by the U.S. As it relates to the death of al-Quraishi, there was no result. It was not a result of any U.S. action. I can confirm.
Thank you. And then another question on Indiana. The Indiana Attorney General has asked the state medical board to sanction the doctor who spoke out about performing an abortion on a 10-year-old girl from Ohio. I just wondered what the White House's thoughts were on that effort, whether it could potentially send a chilling effect or cause a chilling effect to other doctors, whether doctors should be speaking out about this. I just sort of wondered where the White House stood on this.
So I can't speak about the details of the Indiana AG's request to the medical board, but there's a couple things I do want to lay out and take a step back, because it's a truly horrifying situation. We're talking about a 10-year-old child here who was raped and could not receive health care in her home state of Ohio, and was forced to travel because she was raped and had to go to another state, clearly, as some of you have reported. A doctor who provided reproductive care to a child that was raped is now being accused of violating patient privacy by an elected official. That is what we're seeing, and that is what is currently happening. And if that was not enough, if that weren't enough, he is asking the state medical board to discipline the doctor for speaking out about patients in desperate need of care. And this is not about the concerns of the victim. This is not about the victim at all. This is an elected official going after a doctor for helping a child who was raped and seeking health care. And broadly speaking here, and you've heard us say this before, I know there was a lot of concern in here back in October on whether there was too much focus on women's losing their constitutional right. And as you can see, there should be more concern. And these types of situations are very real, and they are very much an interest of the American people. We saw that in this past election. This is something that the American people care about. This is something that women care about. They want us to continue to fight for their rights, to fight for the freedom that they've had for almost 50 years when Roe was in place. So the facts that Americans do not want politicians making their health care decisions for them, and we saw that from Kentucky to Michigan, Americans rejected backwards, dangerous proposals. But what we continue to see from Republican officials just across the country is that they want to take away that right, to take away that freedom. So the president and the vice president is going to do everything that they can to continue to fight for Americans' freedom and for their rights.
One more quick one.
Sure.
Sorry. The Prince and Princess of Wales are going to be in Boston this Friday, I think. Will the president meet them or see them or hang out with them?
Hang out, okay. So the president intends to greet the Prince and Princess of Wales when he is in Boston. We are still finalizing and working through the details, so I don't have anything more to share, any more specifics to share on that. Get Mary.
The president released a statement praising the House for passing this bill to avert a shutdown of the rails. He says he wants it on his desk immediately, but he didn't mention this separate bill guaranteeing 7 days of paid sick leave for rail workers. Does the president also back and support this legislation? Does he also want that on his desk?
So I just want to say a couple of things. That the president believes that a bill averting a rail strike needs to reach his desk by this weekend. He is very clear about that, because we need to protect the American families from a potential devastating effects of a rail shutdown. And we have talked about that numerous times, and the president was really clear about that when he put out his statement earlier this week. The president, of course, he supports paid sick leaves for all Americans, including rail workers, but he does not support any bill or amendment that will delay getting this bill to his desk by this Saturday. And he's been very clear about that. Again, he's a president for all Americans, and he believes that we need to avert this potential shutdown that would have a devastating effect on our economy, a devastating effect on jobs, a devastating effect in our communities across the country, and our farms as well.
What is the president's message to union workers, rail workers across the country, who backed the president, who helped him get elected, believed that he was standing with them, and who feel that he has betrayed them?
Look, the president, as you know, has been called by unions and labor leaders as a pro-union president, and he takes that very seriously. He is the most pro-union president in history, and he's worked tirelessly to secure victories for unions and for workers since he was first elected to the Senate. So this is when it comes to labor, when it comes to union, this is something that he has worked towards, and making sure that he delivers for what he called yesterday. If you listen to him during his Michigan statement, he said they were the backbone. They build our middle class, right? They were the best workers that we have in this country. And so as a proud pro-union president, he's reluctant to override the ratifications procedures of individual unions, right? We have to remember there were 12 unions involved in this when the tentative agreement was done. When that agreement came out, it was praised. We received praise from rail unions and from folks and from the companies as well. And once that agreement came to fruition, because of the work that this president did on September 15th, there was a cooling period, and it was ratified by 8 of those 8 unions of the 12. And so, look, we have to remember there are really good pieces in this deal. There's a 24% pay raise and a $5,000 bonus. No changes in co-pays, deductibles, or co-insurance cost. Some time off for routine, preventive, and emergency medical care, and protecting the two-man crew. This is a deal that has a lot of benefits. But again, he wants to make sure that we avert a shutdown that would be detrimental to our economy.
Okay. Thanks, Kareem. Europe and France are concerned about Buy America provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act, and President Macron is expected to raise that during his visit. What will the President Biden, say in response to this?
So I'm not going to get into hypotheticals about what may come up in that conversation.
I think they flagged it.
Yeah, but still, well, it's hypothetical because it hasn't happened yet. They may have flagged that. I'm not going to speak for France, clearly. I'm just speaking for this president. I speak for the President of the United States. So right now, it is a hypothetical that it will come up, right? And but I will say this, the Inflation Reduction Act, as we know, is historical. It will, it is an investment that will, a historical investment that will deal with climate change in a real way. It will lower costs for American families if you think about healthcare, if you think about energy cost as well. And just a couple of things. There's a number of provisions that will contribute to the growth of clean energy sector globally. And that is important to note. It presents significant opportunities for European firms, as well as benefits to EU energy security. And this is not a zero-sum game for us. And so we see a constructive path of engagement with the EU on this, and we continue to discuss this issue at all levels of the U.S. government. I'm just not going to get ahead of what will be on the agenda in their conversation.
It sounds like from your prepared response that you're prepared to talk about it.
We're always prepared to talk about issues that may come up. Certainly with our allies. As you know, France is our oldest ally, and the president looks forward to meeting with President Macron. We read the news reports and your reportings as well. We have heard President Macron's comments. So of course, we're ready to have that conversation, but just don't want to get into a potential hypothetical. Maybe it comes up and maybe it doesn't. But the president is very proud of this Inflation Reduction Act. It will have true benefits for American families, and it's historical.
Do you have a response to Fed Chair Powell's remarks about inflation today?
So I have a little bit of what we wanted to say about that. Give me 1 second here. So when it comes to his comments, as you know, we are very clear about the Fed having their independence and respecting that independence. As we know, prior presidents have not made that clear, and it was not something that they did. Many of them did not do. So we want to give the Fed the space to do the work that they need. They have the best monetary tools to deal with inflation. Our economic team continues to believe that thanks to the president's economic team and his economic plan, we can bring inflation down without giving up the historic gains that we have made. Our economy has added 10 million jobs, and unemployment is near a 50-year low. And so, as I just stated, we saw that economic growth last quarter that was even stronger than previously estimated. It was previously estimated at 2.6%. Now we're seeing at 2.9%. So, again, as the chair said today, bottlenecks in goods production production are easing and goods price inflation appears to be easing. And so that is important. But I want to be very clear. We're going to give them their ability to work in an independent way and not going to interfere. And bless you.
Thanks, Karen. Just to follow up a little bit on Mary's question, given the close ties the administration has to the labor movement, have there been conversations maybe behind the scenes kind of explaining the why here or kind of detailing the decision-making process with the labor movement?
So, I mean, look, and we have said this. I said this the other day. Secretary Walsh has been in touch with the rail union. Secretary Buttigieg has been in touch with the companies. The president has been clearly in touch with congressional leaders and his administration, and Secretary Vilsack has been in close touch with the agriculture sector. But just to give a little bit of a timeline here, you know, the president and his team have been directly engaged in supporting negotiations and averting a shutdown for months now. In July, as you recall, like we've talked about it right here in the briefing room, the unions asked him to constitute a presidential emergency board, a request they made because they know he is indeed a pro-union president, and he did just that. After the PEB, he brought the full weight of his administration to bear to keep the parties at the table and to get employers to make concessions, and they did. So he made it possible for the unions to secure tentative agreements in September that secured a higher pay. I just mentioned 24%, and you've seen that also in the president's statement, and a $5,000 bonus for workers. Those tentative agreements kept our rail system working and prevented a disruption to our economy. And just want to add, you know, there was that cooling off period once that September 15th tentative agreement was made. In that cooling off period, those 12 unions were given the opportunity for them to ratify or vote for that tentative agreement. Again, 8 of them ratified it. That's a majority of the 12, and so we wanted to give the last 2 unions who voted in late November their opportunity to make their voices heard. And so that's kind of how you saw the process the last couple of months. We've been engaged. We've been certainly working with them on coming to this tentative agreement, and now we're at a place where the president has been very clear that we have to avert a rail shutdown, and he's asking Congress to act. He's very pleased by what the Speaker and the leadership was able to do today in the House to move that forward.
Can I just ask one more quick one? This happened just an hour or two ago. It's maybe a little bit too new, but there were roughly a dozen Republican senators threatened to block the annual defense policy bill, which you guys need to finish before the end of the year, unless they get a vote on an amendment that would end the military's COVID vaccine mandate. One, do you have a response to that push? And 2, more broadly, is there any thought to making changes on that anytime in the future?
So look, this is the first I'm hearing of this. As you said, it's very new, and so I will certainly let the Department of Defense speak to their own COVID vaccine requirement, and so I'm just not going to get more into that. I'll talk to the team further as to exactly what the specifics are of these members and what they're saying.
I just want to go back and clarify on the proposed 7-day paid leave amendment, or standalone that was passed by the House, however it's taken on the Senate. Does the president support that proposal?
So the president, again, believes that it is important to avert a rail strike, and that is what he's focusing on. And he wants to make sure that there's an agreement that's brought to his desk by the weekend to protect American families, to protect jobs, to protect farms, and to protect communities across the country. The president, of course, supports paid sick leave for all Americans and for including rail workers. This is something, as you have seen him over the past almost 2 years, talk about that and try to move forward and making sure in getting paid sick leave. But he understands there are not 60 votes, right? There are not 60 votes in the Senate to make that happen. His number one priority is making sure that we get this done. So he does not support any bill or amendment that will delay a bill that's getting to his desk by Saturday.
Two other quick ones. Does he have a plan to meet with the new House Democratic leadership?
I don't have anything to preview for you at this time on a meeting. I don't have any calls to preview at this time.
And this was brought up on a background call yesterday, previewing today's Tribal Nations Conference. And those on that call said they didn't have anything on. I'm just curious, maybe if you do. Does the president support the Cherokee Nation's push to get a non-voting delegate to the House of Representatives, which would make good on an 1835 treaty that was supposed to seat one?
I'm just going to repeat what you heard on the background call. We just don't have anything to share on that at this time.
Thank you, Corrine. Kevin McCarthy says that he invited President Biden down to the border. How does the president RSVP? We know the president's never been down to the border. The possible next speaker says that he wants him to go with him, so is he going to?
So look, he's been there. He's been to the border, and since he took office.
When did he go to the border?
Since he took office, the President Biden has been taking action to fix our immigration system and secure our border, and that's why on day one he put forward an immigration reform, a piece of legislation to deal with what is currently happening at the border. But that we're not seeing that from Republicans. We're not seeing a willingness to work with us on fixing a situation that's been around for decades now. Instead, they're doing political stunts. That's what they want to do. That's how they want to take care of the situation. But in the meantime, the president has secured record levels of funding for the Department of Homeland Security. We have over 23,000 agents working to secure the border. We've taken thousands of smugglers off the streets, and we're cutting down on asylum processing times, and a number of individuals arriving unlawfully from northern Central America and Venezuela is coming down significantly because of the actions that the president has taken.
Okay, on another subject, when are you guys going to delete the White House Twitter account?
Why would we do that?
Well, you're saying that you're keeping an eye on Twitter because it might not be a suitable platform, so why use it?
Look, I want to be very clear here. The president has always said, and he has been very clear in his belief that it is important of social media platforms to continue to take steps to reduce hate speech and misinformation. And will continue to say that. But media platforms make independent choices about their information that they present. And so, look, I don't have anything to share on any policy or any changes that we will be making. We have multiple platforms, as you know, that we utilize to communicate with the American people.
When you say that you're going to be monitoring some of the speech on there, if you see something that you don't like, would you try to shut Twitter down?
So look, when you talk about monitoring, it is, I hate to break it to you, Peter, just like everybody else, we very much monitor the news. We pay close attention to everything that you all are reporting, and Twitter's in the news a lot. And so that's what we're paying attention to. We're paying attention to what is in the news and what is being reported on the misinformation that's out there. Let's not forget there's groups like NAACP, the Anti-Defamation League, and the public health leaders have been very vocal about their concerns as well. So yes, we are reading what you all are writing and looking at what you all are reporting about the misinformation that is out there. But I would hope that all Americans, including social media companies, civil rights organizations I just laid out, including Fox as well, will agree that we need to call out hate speech and misinformation.
Corrine, thank you. Was there any consensus among the leaders yesterday about how to deal with the debt ceiling in the meeting the president hosted?
So I don't have anything beyond what we laid out for you all in our readout. And as you know, again, I don't have anything else to lay out. I'm not going to go beyond what we talked about. We talked about as you know, the president talked to them about the four leaders about the rail situation, the rail strike, and averting that on making sure that we don't put the American people through an potential economic downturn, and also the government funding. Those are the things that that I can tell you that they did definitely speak about.
Just ticking off a couple fast ones here. Earlier we heard from John Kirby on this issue, but as hours matter here, I'm just going to ask for any update. Has the U.S. had any new contact with Paul Whelan in the course of today to get a better sense of his well-being?
So I don't have anything else to share from beyond what you heard from my colleagues. Our embassy in Moscow has been working to understand exactly Paul's condition and why his family hasn't heard from him. It is a concern. We're all worried, very much worried about Paul and about Brittany Griner as well. As we have said repeatedly, they shouldn't be detained in the first place. They should be home with their families today. But we will keep working on bringing them home. Just don't have anything further to share.
Let me ask you, you said that the president's going to have a chance to greet in some form the Royals when they're in Boston later this week. He's supposed to be in Boston this week for a greeting with them, and it turns out for a Democratic fundraiser that's taking place there to help support Democratic candidates. Why is the president attending a Democratic fundraiser in Massachusetts and has no plans, as best we understand to this point, to go to Georgia where there is a Democratic candidate who's facing a tight challenge?
So first, let me just say the Hatch Act, I want to be really careful. This is an ongoing race that's current, and so want to be careful on how I just want to state that out there. The Hatch Act, I am covered on the Hatch Act. One of the things I would argue, Peter, that we saw in the last several months is that it didn't matter where the president went. His message very much resonated. His message on his economic policy, how he was delivering for the American people.
You were just hearing from the White House press secretary there, speaking on the royal visit, the state of the economy, and more. We now want to switch gears and take you out live to a news conference in Atlanta, where the Atlanta Police Department is talking about a shooting over the weekend. They're now confirming that a second child who was wounded has now died. Let's take a listen.
A handgun. First, I'd like to offer my condolences to the family. Coming after Thanksgiving and headed to Christmas, the last thing that they should be preparing for is a funeral of their children. And then we're also here to announce an increase in the Crime Stopper Award of $10,000. The next person you'll hear from is the lead detective, Investigator Shepard. He'll go through a video and some still photos where we're asking for the public's assistance in helping us solving now this double homicide.
How you doing, Detective Shepard, the Atlanta Homicide Unit. I am the lead detective on the case. I've been working the case since day one, the night of the incident. From my investigation, I was able to determine two primary suspects, two shooters. And these persons that I'm going to point out in this video is a person that's responsible for the entire shooting. So if you pay attention to the video, this is Mr. Zion, the child that's deceased, that's 12 years old. The top left hand with the black and yellow jacket, that's my main shooter. This is right before the shooting incident on 17th Street. The second clip, the black male wearing the blue hoodie with the white letters on the front, he is the second suspect in this incident. These are the same group coming into the MARTA station. That's the Art Center MARTA station. This is right after the shooting. Again, you see the primary suspect. They're getting ready to board the train. They ride the train from different various locations throughout the city.
So again, this is immediately after the shooting.
What I was able to determine through my investigation, Zion was killed from this person's bullet. This person is also a part of Zion's group. There was not a back and forth shootout between the second male who's now deceased. So, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. So we have a group that was in the area, this group here. We have Cameron, who just died yesterday, riding by in his scooter. The gentleman you see here in this video pulled out a handgun, shot multiple shots, directing it at Cameron. Zion took a bullet, indirect shot meant for Cameron. So did the other victims out there. All bullets were meant directed at Cameron. Everybody else was collateral damage from his shooting directed at Cameron. Again, that's my suspect, the bottom right-hand corner. This is the group he's with. During the train ride, they antagonized different customers. They flashed their waistband as gesturing like they're going to put a weapon out. They flashed gang signs. They antagonized another group at a gas station. And they also seem to be celebrating, making gestures and talking about the shooting.
So we're just asking your viewers to call Crime Stoppers where they can remain anonymous. Any information will be helpful in this investigation. We're asking individuals that were driving on the 17th Street Bridge, if they have video, they know anything, to call Crime Stoppers, again, where they can remain anonymous. We're just asking for the public support. As always, this is definitely how we solve crimes, is with the aid of the public. We'll ask for a couple of questions, but again, just realize that it is a still very active investigation, and the focus is on the information we're releasing today.
Detective, just to clarify, did you say that there was only one shooter? Were there multiple shooters?
There was multiple shooters.
Do you know how many exactly? Is it two?
At least three.
At least three shooters?
Yes.
These three shooters. Detective, can you just clarify a couple of things? So at this point in the video, when they're getting onto Marta, do they know that Zion is dead? Did Zion go with them, and do they realize that he's not going back with
So
them?
that's a great question. Zion was with them, as you see on the video, before they got to the place where the shooting occurred.
Right.
He's not with them anymore. I'm unsure if they knew that he's dead at that point, but they definitely knew that people was hurt and people were shot. You can hear them talking on the train. You can hear them talking and celebrating, talking about the gunshots and things like that. So I can't confirm that they knew that he was dead at that moment.
And you said Cameron was on a scooter. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so right before the incident, you have three scooters that ride by this group of people that includes this young man riding. The third person was Cameron. Somebody yells his name. They say, that's Cameron, that's our opposition. That's when shots rang out. The shots directed to Cameron. That's when you have all the other collateral people that were shot. All the bullets were meant for Cameron. Zion took the bullet. He's deceased on the scene. Then we have the other victims that was also shot. Everything was directed to Cameron. The male in the black and the yellow hoodie, he is the main perpetrator, the main suspect that fired off most of the rounds that killed and hit most of the people in the crowd.
Black and yellow.
Yes, the black and
yellow.
yellow.
But you saying the one in the blue shirt with the white writing, he also shot,
He
right?
also shot.
And then there's a third shooter that's not in this video?
He's in the video, but I'm still trying to figure out which one he is.
And everyone was shooting at Cameron?
You're correct. Everything was directed at Cameron.
Do we know the ages of the shooters? Can we tell, or anything like that?
No, I mean, he appears to be maybe the oldest in the group. You can definitely tell he's one of the leaders in the group. They all kind of mimic his movements. They follow him. They give him handshakes. So he seems to be the one that has the most persuasion in the group. The other ones look a little younger than him. So we have an age range, safe to say, 14 to mid-20s.
Are y'all considering this a gang-related shooting, and if so, can you elaborate on that?
At this time, it's still, as I said before, still early on. Everything is on the table to figure out what exactly led up to it and why Cameron was targeted. And so again, we're not ruling it out, but it is something that we are definitely looking into.
Was Cameron armed when he was shot?
And again, this is still early on. We did recover 3 weapons on the scene. And again, we're still going through the ballistics and determine who were is in possession of the weapons at the time.
Can you tell us where Zion was shot and where Cameron was?
At this time, again, that's part of the investigation. But again, I just want to stress, we're asking for identifications of any individuals you see in the video. As Detective Shepard indicated, we know that 2 individuals definitely were our shooters. We want to treat the other individuals currently right now as witnesses. But as we move forward in this investigation, if we don't receive cooperation from them, it's very possible that they also could be charged with some type of having some type of involvement with the death of these 2 kids. So again, even if they see themselves on the video, we're asking them to contact the homicide unit, ask to speak to Detective Shepard, so we can determine exactly what happened on that evening.
Do you have any reaction to some of the comments that Zion Charles' mother made this week in regards to when she said that she was reaching out to APD and that you guys were in communication with Zion himself before this shooting? Any response to anything she had to say?
At this time, again, we are responsible of solving the death of these 2 kids. That's what our focus is a tragic incident that happened in our city, and that's where our focus is on today.
Question.
Were
So
any
do you have
officers
any youth
present in the
leaders?
middle of that group?
I'm sorry?
When the shooting occurred?
Say again?
Were any officers, APD officers, off-duty officers, Atlantic Station Security present when the gunfire went off, and what happened from there?
I think there is a video that we know that there were off-duty officers working in along the 17th Street Bridge, so we know that there was a very prompt response of an officer responding very quickly as shots were ringing out. So we know that we had off-duty officers in the area at the
Have
time.
y'all been able to identify any of these people or talk to them?
Identify who?
Any of the witnesses, anybody who's present?
Again, individuals you see on the video, we have not been able to identify them, and so this is why we are here, and we're asking your viewers to assist us in identification.
Zach, then Eric.
The shooting, is there any indication that this group, along with Zion, saw Cameron any time before the shooting happened, or they saw him on the scooter at the time of the shooting? That was the first time they'd seen him tonight.
Yeah, okay. So though, it appears that it was immediate and random. Cameron seemed to be, and his 2 friends, riding through the area en route to Atlantic Station to enjoy the festivities. That's when this shooter in the hoodie sweatshirt, yellow and black, took it upon himself, fired those rounds at Cameron.
Eric, last question.
You have a 12-year-old dad, you have a 15-year-old dad, just someone who lives in Atlanta, your message to the community when investigating something like this, and it looks like just young kids involved in this as well. What goes through your mind in the past couple of days? How have you guys handled all of this?
I mean, again, as I said before, it's tragic. Being a father myself, having young teenage daughters, it's difficult to investigate a death of a child. My heart goes out to the mothers of these 2, their sons. I can't imagine what they're currently going through. As I stated earlier, they should be preparing for Christmas, the holidays. But now they have to spend their time on making arrangements to bury their sons. And so again, my heart goes out, but I assure them that we are working hard, as Detective Shepard said. He hasn't stopped working, and he's following every leads that come out. But we're at the point now today where with this video, we believe that with the cooperation of the public, people call in and let us know who these individuals are that they see in this video, that we will be in a better position of being able to bring this case to a successful closure for the family.
Do you know the condition of the other 4
Detective,
victims?
can you just say and spell your name, please, sir?
Yes, Detective Jerry.
You just heard from Atlanta police there regarding a deadly shooting over the weekend. They are now telling us that a second boy has died after being wounded during that shooting near Atlantic Station. We now want to bring you back out to the White House press briefing. Let's take a listen to that now.
That we're talking about, that you're asking me about, right? It would hurt the union families as well and union workers. And so, he was asked to get involved in July. He did. He put together the Presidential Emergency Board, and he put the full, the fullness of the full weight of the administration to get to this temporary agreement. And again, I just listed out some real concrete gains that we saw because of the president's involvement.
This message from Democrats that there's corporate greed involved, and that's one of the reasons why they can't have an agreement here. The president doesn't agree that the rail industry.
What I'm saying is that the president was able to put together a temporary agreement that prevented a downturn, a disruption in our economy that would have hurt all families. And there are some really true wins that came out of this agreement because of the work that this president did. But look, I've said this many times, and he has said this many times, he's the president for all Americans, right? And it is important that we avert a rail shutdown. It is unacceptable. It would hurt farms, it would hurt jobs, it would hurt communities across the country. And so that is what the president is focused on. How is he going to help all Americans here?
Thank you, Corinne. Again, on the IRA issue and Macron's visit, it seems like both sides have been, in public, have been tiptoeing around this issue a bit because no one wants to, spoil the public face of this state visit. But during his lunch today, Macron said some pretty harsh words about the IRA. He said, for example, it is super aggressive against French competitors, and that it would kill jobs in the EU. So I know you've said that you've taken it into account and you're considering and so on, but does the president, you'll be meeting with Macron for hours, I guess, tomorrow, does he have some kind of sympathy for the straits that Macron seems to say that he's in on this? And in other words, is he really taking this on board as a very acute problem, the president? Because that seems to be the way Macron's putting it out there.
Look, I'm not going to get ahead of what's going to be on the agenda for their visit tomorrow. I'm not going to get ahead on what they're going to talk about, the topics that they will be discussing. I've been very clear. France is the United States' oldest ally. This visit is about reaffirming their relationship. And you've seen yourselves the relationship in person when they've met a few times during this president's almost 2 years tenure here. They have a very warm friendship. It is an important relationship, and that the president takes very seriously, and I know that President Macron does as well. But look, there's a number of provisions that we think will contribute to the growth of the clean energy sector globally, as I've mentioned already, in the Inflation Reduction Act, and it presents significant opportunities for European firms, and as well as benefits to EU energy security. This is not a zero-sum game, but we have to remember the Inflation Reduction Act is a historic piece of legislation that's going to lower costs for the American people, and it's also going to invest, a historic investment into dealing with climate change in a real way. So not going to get into hypotheticals about what's going to be said or how the president's going to deal with XYZ. What I can tell you is we welcome the president of France and his wife, and the president's looking forward to having conversations with them.
Just a quickie, scheduling kind of thing. The French press people have put out that he's having dinner. The two are having dinner tonight with their spouses. I guess at a restaurant, a private dinner they're calling it. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, I don't have anything to preview at this time. Okay, April.
Corinne, I want to go back to rail strike or potential thereof, and I want to drill down on what you continue to say, the hurt. This White House, this administration on the Hill, you guys are rallying the economy, as some are concerned about what the first quarter, the end of the first quarter could look like in 2023. Could you qualify and quantify what that hurt looks like? Because you keep talking about the union people and their families, but it's broader than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me break it down exactly what this could look like. it would have a rail shutdown, would have a grinding effect on our economy to halt and touch the lives of nearly every family across the country. Even in the days before a rail stoppage, serious disruptions will begin to occur. A couple of examples here. By Friday, Class 1 railroads will likely begin to notify their customers of the wind down process. Just the announcement would disrupt supply chains as companies begin to reschedule shipments from rail to truck. As soon as this weekend, Class 1 railroads may begin to refuse to transport hazardous materials like chemicals necessary to treat drinking water and wastewater. Oil and gas refineries unable to ship out hazardous byproducts will stop producing diesel and gasoline, creating supply constraints. The auto sector could also be disrupted as soon as this weekend as well. Last time around, the railroads began refusing to transport automobiles about a week ahead of the shutdown deadline. So again, Congress must get a bill to the president's desk this weekend to protect families and from these potential devastating impacts. So this is what we're talking about. These are real life, changes and impacts that we can see here.
So with that said, thank you for all that. Didn't expect you to have it. Thank you. But at the end of the day, you are fighting inflation. This White House is fighting inflation. And it sounds like the numbers will go up again. What is in place? What are you guys working on in case there is a strike? In understanding those numbers and all the things that you qualified and quantified, what is in place to cushion the American taxpayers' pocketbook or the American consumer's pocketbook with this knowledge that you have?
So let me just on inflation for a second, and it's I do want to point out that we've seen in recent months, which is inflation slowing in the third quarter compared to first and second quarters. So that's good news. And the last CPI, we've seen prices fall for used cars, apparel, inflation moderation for housing, food, and services. All welcome news as we head into the holidays. So we have seen that in the data points in the past several months. So that's important to note. And as I've said many times, when it comes to the president's economic plan, inflation is lowering costs and dealing with inflation, fighting inflation is the president's #1 priority. At the beginning of the briefing, I laid out gas prices, how much it's fallen. The average, the gas price that you'll see is about $2.99. It's gone down by more than $1.50 per gallon, and that's because of the work that this president has done with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, taking historic action. So that matters as well. We are certainly working towards that. But look, the president is confident that Congress is going to act on this, that we are going to, work to avert a railway shutdown. That's why you saw the House today. He complimented the House, the Speaker, and the leadership to moving the bill forward, and it included Democrats and Republicans, right? So we saw a interest of getting this done across the spectrum. So we're going to continue to work towards that. It's going to go to the Senate next, and the president and his team is going to continue to encourage members to get it done.
Related to that, is the administration still engaged with the rail companies, the unions, in the event to sort of keep talks going in the event that the Senate is either unable to get this passed or maybe is delayed in getting this passed?
So look, we are confident and we are going to continue to push to get this done. The president is going to continue, and his team is going to continue to work Congress to make sure that we avert a rail shutdown. As we know, it will have catastrophic effects and impacts to our economy. So we're going to stay on track there. Yes, is our administration continuing to having those conversations? I laid out Walsh has been talking to unions for the past several months. That continues. I've talked about Secretary Buttigieg, Department of Transportation, talking to the companies. That will continue, and also Secretary Vilsack is doing his part with the agriculture sectors. So those conversations are always going to continue. But right now, our priority is working with Congress. The president has talked to the 4 leaders. members, as you know, yesterday about this particular issue. He's going to continue to talk to congressional members. Our team is going to continue to work on that to make sure that we avert this, make sure we put legislation forward that averts this rail shutdown.
But just to clarify, there are sort of ongoing negotiations between the unions and the rail companies.
I mean, look, I can't speak for the unions and the rail companies. That is, they're going to have their conversations. I'm not speaking for them. I'm speaking for the president and what he's trying to do for the American people, and is to avert a rail shutdown.
Thanks, Doreen. Going back to tomorrow's state dinner, can you tell me what kind of COVID precautions will be in place, and are people attending this dinner required to get a COVID test?
So I can say this, as always, we will follow the CDC guidelines. So I point you to the CDC guidelines as it relates to COVID protocols, and I'm just going to point you to their website.
But as far as testing, do people?
Again, I'm just going to point you to the CDC guidance on this.
Following up on the Powell comments, I know you can't comment on Fed policy, but can you just tell us how confident is the White House right now that the U.S. will be able to avoid a recession?
I mean, look, I just laid out the data points in the beginning of this, beginning of my briefing when I talked about how the third quarter, there was a revision in the third quarter and how much it's growing, right? It was first said it was going to be estimated at 2.6%, and we're seeing it at 2.9%. Look, we believe that this is an economy that's resilient. We believe that, and it's resilient because of the president's work, because of the president's economic plan, because of what he did walking into this administration, putting forth the American Rescue Plan that got schools open, that got shots in arms as it relates to the vaccine, put forward a real comprehensive plan so those schools could be open, so that small businesses could open up again, and it's continued, right? With the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, creating jobs with the Inflation Reduction Act. This has been all part of the president's plan to make sure that we build from the bottom up and the middle out. And that work has been able to create 10 million jobs in this administration. And we just saw the president in Bay City, Michigan, where he talked about the manufacturing jobs, bringing jobs back to the country because of the CHIPS and Science Act, right? More than 700,000 manufacturing jobs that have been created in this president's administration because of the work that he's done. And so now what we're seeing, and you've heard us talk about this, is we're seeing an economy that's going into a transition to more stable and steady growth. So we do not foresee a recession. The data that I just laid out that we have seen the last couple months does not show a recession.
Several House Democrats made history today when they elected Hakeem Jeffries as the first black leader. You know, what's the president's reaction to the new leadership party in the House?
Well, as you know, the president, I should say, sends his heartfelt congratulations to his friend, Congressman Jeffries, as he marks profoundly important history, becoming the first black leader of either party in either chamber of Congress. This is wonderful news for our country and highlights the promise of the American dream for all our people. He has worked with Congressman Jeffries for many years, delivering for the American middle class, as I just laid out when we talk about the president's economic policy, standing up for fundamental constitutional rights like the right to choose, and standing up with law enforcement to keep our communities safe in the fight against gun crime. So he also congratulates Catherine Clark and Peter Aguilar on their elections as well. He looks forward to working with all of them and building on the progress that we have made in the last almost 2 years.
Hey, Corinne, back on the border for a second. Congressman McCarthy also said that it was the president who brought up the border in the meeting. Is that accurate?
I'm not going to go beyond the readout.
And did you take it as a good faith invitation to go to the border or something?
I'm telling you.
Okay, you just heard from the White House press secretary there on a variety of topics, including jobs, the economy, the idea of a rail strike and its implications. Coming up next, we're going to take you out to Attorney General Merrick Garland, who is speaking about yesterday's conviction of the Oath Keepers leader, Stuart Rhodes, with seditious conspiracy. That's coming up right after this quick 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We want to bring you out to where Attorney General Merrick Garland was just speaking on the conviction of Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes with seditious conspiracy. Let's bring you there right now.
Everyone, it's been a busy couple of days for the Justice Department. Just now, I met with the trial team whose work secured the convictions yesterday evening of 5 defendants associated with the Oath Keepers organization. And yesterday afternoon, I was briefed by the attorneys and staff who were involved in a major environmental justice matter, addressing long-standing failures in the city of Jackson's public drinking water system. Today, I want to share more about these 2 significant matters of public interest. I also want to highlight several other matters that did not garner the same level of attention, but that are emblematic of the work that this department does every day. When I began my tenure as Attorney General, I laid out 3 co-equal core priorities for the Department of Justice: to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. Our work yesterday marks significant successes on each of these fronts. Early yesterday evening, a jury in the District of Columbia found 5 defendants associated with the Oath Keepers guilty of serious crimes related to the January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol. 2 defendants were convicted of seditious conspiracy against the United States for conspiring to oppose by force the peaceful transfer of presidential power. Those 2 defendants and the 3 other defendants were also convicted of obstructing the certification of the Electoral College vote. And various defendants were also convicted of different additional felony counts, ranging from conspiring to prevent members of Congress from discharging their duties, to interfering with law enforcement officers attempting to guard the Capitol during the attack, to tampering with relevant evidence after the fact. These convictions were the result of tireless work by Justice Department agents, attorneys, analysts, and support staff, beginning in January 2021 with a methodical collection of evidence and continuing through the presentation of that evidence during the 7-week trial that began in October of 2022. Their skill and dedication are in the very best tradition of the Justice Department, and we are all extremely grateful to them. During the trial, the government's evidence showed that almost immediately following the November 2020 election, defendant Stuart Rhodes, the founder and leader of the Oath Keepers, began planning to oppose by force the peaceful transfer of power. With Rhodes, defendants Kelly Meggs, Kenneth Harrelson, Jessica Watkins, and Thomas Caldwell communicated and planned to travel to Washington on or around January 6, 2021. On January 6, as the government's evidence showed, defendants Meggs, Harrelson, and Watkins forcefully breached the U.S. Capitol wearing paramilitary gear, while defendants Rhodes and Caldwell remained outside on the Capitol ground coordinating activities. Last evening, a jury of the defendants' peers found each of them guilty of serious felony offenses. As the verdict of this case makes clear, the department will work tirelessly to hold accountable those responsible for crimes related to the attack on our democracy on January 6, 2021. Yesterday, the department also secured a significant achievement for environmental justice in Jackson, Mississippi. In August of this year, a water system failure caused many Jackson residents to lose access to running water for over a week. This resulted in local, state, and federal emergency declarations and the deployment of emergency responders and drinking water infrastructure experts to Jackson. And as the residents of Jackson know all too well, the August failure occurred after years of problems with the water system. Attorneys and staff from our Environment and Natural Resources Division's Environmental Enforcement Section, from the newly formed Office of Environmental Justice, and from the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Mississippi, quickly went to work with